Under the full moon, tree silhouettes frame a calm, cloudy night sky. On his porch, an elderly man who is a South Seteru worries that his grandson is late. A sharp rustle in the nearby bushes suddenly catches his attention. Sentaro's face tightens with suspicion as he listens to the noise. A burly, menacing man is revealed hiding in the foliage. Noticing danger, Satoru stands ready with a grim expression. The intruder emerges from the bushes and aggressively demands to know Satoru's identity. Just then, young Takumi arrives at the gate, calling for his grandpa. Startled by the boy's arrival, the attacker pulls out a large knife. A man lunges at Takumi as Satoru rushes in to protect him. Terror grips Takumi as he watches, tears filling his eyes while the scene unfolds. A violent thrust drives the attacker's knife deep into Satoru's side. Mortally wounded, Satoru loses his footing but keeps charging. The attackers are shocked and unsettled by the old man's sudden determination. Katero bravely charges the bigger man, bringing them both down. Takumi cries out his grandfather's name in sheer horror and disbelief. Using his last ounce of strength, Satoru forces a painful smile for his grandson. With life draining away, his hand goes limp and a small charm falls to the ground. His vision blurs as he feels his consciousness slipping away from his body. His final sight is his grandson's desperate cries as his soul leaves his body. Katero appears with a soft pop into a featureless, brightly lit void. A mysterious voice calls him young man and offers a chance to be a hero. Seeing a floating androgynous figure, he asks who they mean by young. Equally puzzled, the being asks Satoru which power lets him float. The floating entity introduces itself as Ithro and calls Satoru Takumi. Katero says Takumi is his grandson's name, not his own. Surveying the strange, empty space, he wonders whether this is the afterlife. Ithro listens to the old man's correction, their long hair trailing behind. Horror dawns on Ithro's face as they realize their grave mistake. God confirms this man is Takumi's grandfather, not the boy himself. After putting the pieces together, tell Ryua's Ithro if they are a god. Satoru notices that a thrill has stopped floating and says he has one important question. Grim-faced, he asked the only thing that mattered, whether Takumi had survived. Ithra looks at him with sadness and confirms that Satoru was the only one who died. Relief washes over Satoru and he laughs, saying it's all that matters. He calmly says there's no reason to be upset if his grandson is safe. Ithra, consumed with guilt, explains that a mistake they made has led to an irreversible consequence. The close-up focuses on the potted flowers, set in an ethereal white space. Satoru gives a gentle smile and reassures the deity that as long as Takumi is safe, everything is fine. He asked about Ithro's original plans and learned they involved an intended reincarnation. Sidaru sees an opportunity and asks to be reincarnated in his grandson's body. When Ithro's feet hit the ground, they immediately accept the new arrangement. The god beams with light, overjoyed to have found such a simple solution. Katero lets out a quiet sigh, pleased that his quick thinking has paid off. Now that the deal is done, he gets ready to make his first request. Ithro glows with divine power and tells the old man he is very lucky. The god notices Satoru is unimpressed by their divine display. Satoru says he's already familiar with reincarnation from his grandson's novels. Next, he asks to be made slightly younger for his new life. Katero gives a sly look, weighing the possibilities now that anything can be granted. The godith offers the elder anything he wants, wearing a gentle, knowing expression. Satoru weighs the boundless offer, his hand on his chin. His first practical thought is the difficulty he will initially face in communicating. Ithral expects this will grant him languages, common sense, and an appraisal skill. In the vast white void, the elder energetically presents his terms to the god. Ithral looks puzzled, rubbing his head as he notices how detailed the request is. Katero asked for an item box, saying he learned from playing games with his grandson. The god recommends inventory as a clearer term and helps the elder picture the idea. Sentaru is relieved to deal with a god who understands his modern references. Ithral laughs lightly and affirms his divine status, which the elder accepts. Before the transfer was complete, the god asked for the old man's name. Ithro says goodbye and sends him to the new world in a brilliant flash of light. After Setaru left, Ithral thought about what a peculiar human he had been. God then calls to a hidden presence, inviting it to reveal itself. Small, blushing Filisov peeks out shyly from behind a hidden door. She tugs on Ithro's robe and asks about the man who just left. In a brief memory, Satoru sits on his porch while his grandson asks where Grandpa went. Ethereal reassures Philosoph and explains he sent the man to a safe cave in their world. Two moons light the new world's night sky, one full and one crescent. Satoru wakes from the transfer to find himself tucked inside a sleeping bag in a cave. Nearby, he notices a shrine-like structure and recognizes it in the cool air. Emerging from the cave, he sees two moons that confirm his new reality. A sudden rustle inside the cave immediately draws his attention. He looks back into the darkness and sees a large, menacing shadow inside. Chaos erupts in the cave as a sudden, violent struggle unfolds. A massive one-horned bear with glowing eyes emerges, mauling a helpless deer. Calmly, Satoru approaches the brutal scene and scolds the beast for its predictability. The bear drops its prey and snaps its head up when it sees the newcomer. The beast snarls and prepares to attack the old man. Satoru rubs his chin, thinking about which spells he can use. When the monster lunges, he treats the powerful creature as nothing more than an annoyance. He easily sidesteps the beast's charge and avoids its attack. Lifting a thin one, he scolds the creature for its dangerous behavior. He casts a binding spell, and glowing tendrils burst out to entangle the monster. The horned bear roars in fury as Satoru calmly watches the spell's efficiency. The wand glows again as he prepares to cast his next spell. A volley of magical ice needles strikes the immobilized beast. He focuses on the injured deer and casts a strong healing spell. The deer opens its eye as the magic fully restores its life and strength. Watching the healed animal leap away, he wishes it well and warns it to stay safe. He stands over the fallen bear and offers a short, respectful prayer. Using his new inventory skill, he stores the creature's massive carcass. The next morning, a beautiful sunrise spreads across the misty, tree-covered landscape. Outside his tent, Satoru enjoys the pleasant morning air and watches a nearby bird. He starts his morning exercises as birds fly around him. He keeps stretching as birds land playfully on his tent and at his feet. Rejuvenated, the old man finishes another set of stretches in the morning sun. A nearby stream catches his ear, and his expression turns curious. Kneeling at the water's edge, he is glad to have found a peaceful spot. In the mirror, he is amazed to see he looks a full 10 years younger. After traveling through the woods, Ithral is pleased to find a paved road. Stopping his journey, he sips a drink and admires birds on a blossoming branch. A fellow traveler he meets kindly points him toward town. Soon the town appears ahead, its buildings rising up a distant hill. At the main gate, a guard demands that the old man show his ID. Ithral says he's just a tourist from the countryside. Smirking, the guard concludes that the lack of papers proves he lives nowhere. His companion is surprised that an elderly man would travel that far alone. Ithral is annoyed by their condescending tone, but thinks about what to do next. Holding a crystal orb, the guard asks if he recognizes it. He is told to hold his hand over the glowing magical device. Ithral snaps that he's not ignorant and understands. A bead of sweat betrays his slight unease despite the sharp reply. The guards warned him about the dangerous areas, telling of their own risky journey. They wave him in and welcome him to Saul. Ithral walks the streets and finds the town pleasant. The cheerful guards remind him of how he and his friends were in their youth. Using game theory, he decides his next move. Saluting the sky, he chooses the temple as his first destination. The building's grand interior, probably the temple, is shown in detail. A woman with long blonde hair compliments him on his handsome new clothes. Startled, he flinches when a voice calls out to make way for a trolley. In the town square, he watches the bustling market and children at play. Smiling, he enjoys the bright, friendly energy of the bustling town. A collector approaches him and asks for a generous donation to help orphans. Unable to refuse, Ithral drops a handful of coins into the box. Smiling, he hopes his donation will give the children a good meal. Ithra waves a humble farewell while the collector offers a divine blessing. Continuing his walk through town, he passes under a large stone archway. Inside the temple, he stands before a serene, beautiful statue of Agatis. After saying a prayer, he thanks her and feels he can live well here. He feels the goddess nearby and silently vows to cherish this new life. Leaving the temple, he thanks a street vendor for a tasty snack. Savoring the delicious food, he stays thoughtful as he makes his choice. The Peddlers Guild stands before him, a large building draped in banners and symbols. The stern guildmaster asks whether he is lost and sees him as ordinary. The receptionist politely steps in and directs him to the registration desk. At the desk, he says he is John, here on a pleasure trip and wants to register. To register it, she asked him to pour his magic into a crystal orb. Ithra leans closer, drawn to the glowing magical device he has been given. The orb pops and turns into a sparkling, star-like shape in his hand. The object then flattens and turns into a rectangular ID card. Taken aback by the transformation, he says he will go into the food trade. As he thanks her, the receptionist warns him to follow the rules. She encourages him and wishes him the best as a beginner. Back at the market, he notices that tea is very expensive. He approaches a vendor and asks for a moment of his time. Asking how much a potato costs, he gets a strange look from the vendor. A young boy named Leo tells him 2 potatoes will be enough to fill him. After taking a bite of the prized potato, Ithral admits he was a bit overzealous. Elderly traveler Ithral turns his head and notices a commotion on the street. Little Leo sits on the ground and apologizes through tears for an accident. After bumping him, the rude ruffian glares and harshly tells the boy to watch out. A close-up shows the disastrous result, a box of completely shattered eggs. The boy starts to cry, telling his mother he broke the eggs. Ithral approaches the crying child and gently asks what happened to the precious eggs. Leo guides the old man down a path and points to a building as the old man's home. Near the end, Ithro will reassure the boy that they'll apologize together. Inside, Leo's mother looks furious about the ruined eggs that can't be sold. Leo apologizes repeatedly, tears streaking his face as Ithra watches. Ithral asks whether his mother will listen as she continues her tirade. The old man steps forward and says he saw the event and that the boy is blameless. He asks if she has oil and vinegar and suggests a way to make the eggs sellable. Ithral starts whisking the broken eggs in the bowl with a clatter. Triumphantly, he lifts a jar of creamy sauce and declares it ready. Skeptically, the mother tastes the unknown substance, assuming it is an amateur gimmick. Her eyes widen in shock and amazement at the incredible flavor. Acknowledging it's both frustrating and impressive, she asks where he learned to make it. Ethel smiles and explains it is a specialty from his village. The mother thinks of other uses for it as Ithral offers to teach her the recipe. It amazes her that the ruined eggs can be used in such a wonderful way. Ithro will accept her thanks with a casual snap of his fingers, reassuring her. That night in his room, Ithro unwinds, grateful for the lodging and prepares for tomorrow. Using his sought plantation skill, he magically restocks his supply of black tea. I remember Takumi as a child who loved playing with tea caddies. Falling asleep, he silently wishes the boy well. The next morning, sunlight pours over the town. The guildmaster is visibly stunned by how much tea Ithral sold. Later that evening, 2 moons hang in the night sky above the end. At the tavern, 2 patrons talk about the old man's massive sale of tea and coffee beans. One of them suggests the mysterious old-timer must be a notorious scoundrel. Leo's eyes widen when the potato vendor calls Ithral a seedy-looking Gramps. Defending the old man passionately, the boy insists that Gramps is a good person. The potato vendor looks down at his meal, puzzled by the child's sudden outburst. The men question Leo about the old man, implying he is being swindled. The potato vendor looks up from his food, intrigued by Leo's firm defense. The next morning, Ithral greets a cheerful Leo as he comes downstairs. Patrons are surprised by his appearance, one noting he resembles his own grandfather. Leo rushes over to Ithro and hugs him as the others in the tavern exchange morning greetings. The boy tugs on Ithro's coat, his eyes bright as he asks where he is going today. When Leo hears Ithral is leaving, he grips his bag desperately and pleads with him to stay. Ithral soothes the boy and promises he will drop by again someday. Leo stays on the steps as Ithral leaves, tearfully reminding him of his promise. Ithra leaves town and walks along a forest path, passing another traveler. Pausing in a sun-dappled clearing, he savors a quiet, peaceful moment. Setting a small table by the teapot, he prepares to enjoy a relaxing cup of tea. Nearby, a horned rabbit's ears twitch nervously as a bird suddenly flutters away. Ethel's calm expression turns to alert focus when he senses a disturbance. Aina, an elf girl, runs frantically through the woods, scanning her surroundings in terror. Sitting, Ithra will calmly count the figures chasing the fleeing girl. Guido, the adventurer, smirks menacingly as he dangles a necklace over the captive Misha. The group runs through a glowing tunnel as goblins chase them. Leaping over his allies, a spiky-haired adventurer calls for help as goblins chase them. The stolen pendant, a small bird's gall, sways ominously. Satoru presses his hand to his forehead, worry etched on his face. Gracefully, a young girl hops away from an unseen threat. Cornered, Misha tries to figure out why the twitching goblins keep coming. Convinced she is dying, Misha desperately apologizes to her parents. Goblin packs snarl with malicious glee, baring their sharp teeth. Hidden nearby, Guido smirks because his plan is working while Mina shushes him. Startled, Misha looks back as a calm voice asks if she is all right. Elderly Setoru appears at her side, watching her predicament with gentle concern. His sudden appearance startles both Misha and the confused goblins. Hidden in the bushes, the adventurers try to figure out what is happening. Misha begs Satoru to run, but Satoru asks for a small item back. Pulling a pouch from her braid, he identifies it as the cause. A goblin holds up the pouch defiantly and demands it back. Satoru casts a swamp spell and orders the sinking goblins to behave. The hidden adventurers are stunned and doubt the old man's powerful magic. Another spell sends arcs of electricity that paralyze the remaining goblins. Calmly, he reassures Misha that the paralysis is only temporary. Returning the pouch to the twitching goblin, he warns it not to steal again. Compelled by his power, Misha asks who he is. He promises to explain later. Now show the adventurers panic and have Mina blame Guido for being too noisy. They come out of hiding, pretending to be relieved that Misha is safe. Satoru confronts them, saying he saw everything and leaving them speechless. Guido tries to intimidate the old man and tells him to stop talking. Katero gives a stern, knowing look and remains unmoved by the threat. Now bound together, the three adventurers realize they are utterly defeated. A mask of flustered disbelief covers Misha's face. With Misha beside him, Satoru politely asks the town gatekeeper for a moment. Recognizing Satoru, the gatekeeper is surprised that Gramps is back so soon. Katero stands beside Misha and asks the guard for help. The gatekeeper goes from friendly to shocked when he sees the bound adventurers. Seeing how serious it is, he calls for the chief and runs to get help. Misha watches the gatekeeper quickly wipe a look of confusion from her face. Guido, the lead adventurer, chuckles with a smug, knowing expression. Satoru rubs his chin thoughtfully and senses trouble brewing. The scene shows adventurers dragging their now-bound captives through the town. The gatekeeper glances at Satoru, seeing the situation is under control. Angry, Guido urges his companions to hurry because he fears for their lives. Watching the scene, Misha grimly concludes that all human countries are the same. Satoru watches without expression as the adventurers struggle with the prisoners they've bound. From a distance, the gatekeeper asks whether Gramps and the girl are unharmed. Stereo gives Misha a cryptic warning to leave before things turn bad. A young boy peers through a wooden fence at the strange procession. The gatekeeper tells Rue to say they cannot touch the high-profile prisoners. Guido adjusts his bracer with a confident smirk. The heavy wooden door slams shut with a deep thud. Misha gives a frightened yelp, stunned by being imprisoned so suddenly. Misha stands in a bare room and confronts Satoru, asking why they were detained. Tears fall as she blames herself for causing him trouble. A cheerful boy enters and says a man is here to see Grandpa. A visitor holds a basket of sandwiches and clears their throat to get the group's attention. With a stern expression, he introduces himself as the town's adventurer and guildmaster. Misha waits nervously behind Satoru, who stays calm and watchful. The guildmasters asked in a sarcastic tone whether they had come to apologize for the adventurer's actions. Nearby, the gatekeeper quietly warns Satoru to watch his words. Misha watches the confrontation with a grave, worried expression. Stepping forward, she asserts the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Shock and disbelief cross her face at the guildmaster's sharp retort. He disputes her claim, saying his sources identify them as the ambushers. Satoru stirs his tea and calmly says the adventure's record is proof enough. The guildmaster rejects the claim and asks how they could prove it was fabricated. Misha offers the guildmaster a bowl of tea and promises it will calm him. She presents the bowl with a determined stare, while Saida wrote notes about his calm. The guildmaster takes the bowl warily and raises it to his lips. He recoils immediately, his face twisted in disgust at the tea's bitterness. Satoru smiles slightly and asks the sputtering man if he feels calm now. Regaining his composure, the guildmaster says a confession would lessen their punishment. The gatekeeper and the inn-boy lean around a corner, secretly listening in on the exchange. He admits he knows something about the adventurer's scheme. Misha and Satoru listen closely as the guild master begins to explain. He reveals that what happened to them is part of a routine corrupt deal. He explains how adventurers instigate incidents to earn rewards and rank points. Unimpressed, Satoru says the whole plan is outrageous. The guildmaster acknowledges Satoru's point, while Misha listens to their discussion. Satoru looks out the window, making it clear the next victim will be less merciful. Keeping up his veiled threat, he remarks that the forest is a scary place. The guildmaster swallows hard, a bead of sweat on his brow. He vows the guild will give the adventurers its harshest punishment. On his way out, the guildmaster announces he will make them withdraw their complaint. Satoru strikes him as a scary old man. Satoru gives Misha a warm, reassuring smile. Misha asks if it's settled, while the inn boy happily takes a sandwich. The inn boy is surprised to find Satoru and Misha in the common room. The gatekeeper and others greet Satoru and congratulate him on his success. They playfully pat Satoru on the back and admit he outsmarted them. Misha sits at a desk and writes in her journal that the suspicion was cleared. She says they got unofficial justice by finding a way to work around a broken system. In another scene, a long-haired man asks a young girl named Lucy for her opinion. The man starts talking about Setoru's character. Blushing, Luce says that Setoru is a capable man. Morning arrives as the sun rises brightly over the landscape. The gatekeeper and the inn boy wish Satoru and Misha good luck as they leave. Satoru waves to thank them as a smiling Misha stands beside him. Small furry monsters suddenly swarm Misha in the forest, and she screams. While Satoru waited nearby, she gathered mushrooms and berries. Katero calmly casts a barrier spell that forms a protective dome around them. Tall pines sway softly in the wind, showing their journey continues. Satoru, an elderly man, points out the beautiful sunrise to his young companion. Misha, the elf girl, praises the coffee's excellent flavor, causing him to chuckle. While camping, she asks about his past, and he admits he was a tea dealer. She points at the river, but he remembers she pointed the other way a moment ago. Smiling awkwardly, she admits she has a very poor sense of direction. Taking it upon himself to inspect the forest layout, he prepares a spell with his finger. A detailed map appears before him as if by magic. This surprises his companion. The elf girl gasps, stunned by the powerful display of magic. He studies her, questioning her surprise with a quiet, curious sound. She is amazed that he can create such a clear map without speaking. He says he is a mage. Curious about his origins, she asked if his home was a very long way from here. Smiling, he praises her sharp deduction and says only a god can explain it. She asked why he did not come back younger when he reincarnated, and he said he only got 10 years back. She notices that everyone else who was reincarnated appears much younger in the records. She says aloud that all humans might want to be young again and admits it's a strange thought for an elf. Thoughtful, he considers her question about why everyone wants to stay young. Taking another sip, she finds the coffee very hot. With a flourish, she says she can't buy coffee this good anywhere else. A strange vision shows the old man sitting at a modern desk with a glowing laptop. Two objects labeled "Get" fall from the sky, leaving Misha completely confused. Rough-looking bandits step out of the woods, laughing at the careless geyser. Bandits walked by, one of them casually brushing off the situation as they moved on. Unfazed by the encounter, Satoru's Misha said it was time for them to go. At the edge of the village, he says it's now time to part ways. He thanks the lassie for the pleasant journey, while another traveler passes by. Curious, Misha asked if the man who had just walked past had done something unusual. Saru studies the man's deep footprints and notices they show more weight than an empty basket would cause. Misha realizes the man is carrying a heavy hidden load. Inside a village inn, a man behind the counter welcomes them and asks if they plan to stay. Tell Ro, with Misha standing just behind him, to politely ask the innkeeper for 2 spare rooms. The innkeeper was seen carefully sweeping the wooden floor of his inn. Smiling, he says they've only just reopened for business. He explains that bandits attacked the village, but fortunately no one was killed. Katero listens to the news with a serious, thoughtful expression and lets out a soft hum. A man with a dark ponytail says he's worried the bandits might come back. He tells Satoru they passed a suspicious young man at the gate, and it made them uneasy. Misha tells a village woman that Satoru may be able to help them. The innkeeper asks Satoru whether he will listen to them and offers to gather the others. Sentaro studies the request, his face thoughtful as he makes his decision. A voice-off panel calls for Gramps beneath a cloudy gray sky. Satoru sits calmly in a clearing as a huge wasp buzzes nearby, startling Misha. Calmly holding up a map, he presses his index finger on a specific spot. A powerful bolt of electricity suddenly hits the giant wasp, and it cries out in shock. Misha is astonished and asks if he can really do things like that with only a map. A man jokes about the peaceful display, suggesting Satoru is some sort of bug catcher. A little girl walks up to Satoru and asks him directly whether he is strong. Tears fill her eyes as she says the bad people heard her mother. Smiling kindly, Satoru reassures the worried child that he will of course help. Night settles over the village as two moons shine above the rooftops. Villagers flee to the church, oddly asking whether the bandits are coming back. An elderly southern magician tells his elf companion Miri that the bandits have arrived. The magical map reveals the bandits' positions, showing a large gang surrounding the village. Sal Casaspel raised his staff and called for the protective barrier. Mary watches in awe as the huge magical barrier wraps around the entire village. A villager peers out her window at the strange glowing light outside. Gazing up at the dome of light, two men wonder whether it is divine protection. Smiling confidently, Aso says it is time to begin their defense. Hiding in the woods, two bandits spot a glowing dome and try to figure out where it came from. The bandit leader grins, convinced the shiny light is a cache of treasure. Hungry for loot, the bandits charge toward the village like a sow in Miri wait. A south prepares another spell as Miri nervously watches the bandits approach. A powerful jolt of magic bursts from the ground with a loud bang. As Cooley notes, their successful start came from the band's twitch presence on the ground. A lone bandit rushes back to his camp, shouting about unexpected trouble. Breathless, he tells his stunned boss that their hidden forces were defeated. Learning the culprit was only a strange old man angers the leader. Dismissively, he vows to cut the old man to pieces as he approaches. Aso's boots approach the bandit camp with steady, calm steps. Sal and Mary peer over a rock to scout the main bandit encampment. The bandit leader spots them and orders his men to capture the valuable elf. Azel calmly lifts his staff and begins to cast another spell as the remaining bandits charge. He releases a paralyzing spell that knocks the charging bandits down with magic. The bandit leader grits his teeth and forces himself to resist the paralyzing magic. Triumphant, he grins, convinced he has defeated the old man's magic. Stunned, Mary realizes the powerful spell had no effect on the leader. Lunging with his sword, he boasts that southern magic is useless against him. Terrified, Mary cries out and cannot watch the apparently fatal attack. Asalo miraculously stops the leader's attack with a single tap to the forehead. Peeking through her fingers, Miria is confused by the impossible defense she just saw. A seemingly light blow sends the shock leader flying backward. The bandit leader staggers back, surprised by the strength of the gentle tap. Mary watches with wide-eyed disbelief, completely baffled by a South's casual power. The leader calls the South's move sluggish while ignoring his fallen comrades. Clenching his teeth, the bandit leader curses his opponent's strength. Furious, he attacks again, shouting for the old man to die. Aso blocks the sword with ease and calmly notes that the leader shows some resistance. Casting a binding spell, he declares it a punishment for the bandit's crimes. Defeated, the leader curses aloud, powerless in his magical restraints. Flustered by the overwhelming display, Mary furiously scribbles notes in her journal. Aso signals it's time to return and leads the floating bandits back. Villagers gather in shock when one recognizes a bandit who had robbed a store. Asal floats the captives above the crowd and asks them to let him pass. The villagers stand in stunned silence, utterly awed by the sight. The village headman asks a cell member if he was responsible for capturing the bandits. The mayor arrives, points at the captives, and asks if he was responsible. A grateful villager asked whether he had been the one who protected their village. Asao modestly admits he believes he was the one who helped them. A young girl expresses deep gratitude for his help. She holds a small, intricate charm that symbolizes her gratitude and relief. A little girl runs happily toward Asao, calling him grandpa with affection. Tears of gratitude in her eyes, a young girl offers heartfelt thanks. Next to a southern song, the village mayor nods in solemn agreement. Sal kindly accepts her thanks and says she is welcome. Then the mayor offers to teach Asao something and asks for his attention. Asao says eagerly he is ready and willing to listen. That night, an imposing mansion looms behind its large gates. Lydia stands at a door, asking to be let in to see her master. Inside, she tells Master Ori she has found the item. According to her master, Lydia explains that there is a problem. Ori scoffs at the news and doubts the mention of a geezer in a pointy hat. Lydia gives her master a cold, knowing look. Ori, grinning menacingly, tells the old man to prepare to die. A large mound of dough is slammed down onto the table. A young woman was startled by a sudden loud sound. Sal focuses and begins to expertly knead the dough. Mary, his elf companion, watches in awe and wipes sweat from her brow. Her parents watch the strange cooking display with worried expressions. The villagers, including the mayor for the day, look completely baffled. They whisper among themselves, noticing he's making something besides bread. With steady hands, Ozil cut the prepared dough into thick, even noodles. Fresh noodles bubble in a large pot of boiling water as they cook. A steaming bowl of noodles and mushrooms is ready to serve. Villagers watch the unfamiliar steaming brown dish with curiosity. The mayor's eyes widen as he tastes it, and he says it's delicious. He is amazed that this food comes from the South's homeland. Mary insists on negotiating a reward from the feudal lord on his behalf. The cell politely declines, saying it would not feel right to him. He says older people should help the young. The mayor sees the headman running toward them over a nearby hill. The headman arrives bearing a message from the city of Foss about the gang. Asal watches with a puzzled look, unsure about the news. The mayor urgently tells him to hide his valuables before the envoy arrives. He points out that the local Lord Oswald is notoriously greedy. He thought to himself that size seems to be the same everywhere. Later, he and the mayor watch the village children play happily. Two children laugh while pretending to duel with sticks. Adults watch the carefree children and notice how they have tagged along. Alcel says he hopes the world will change when they grow up. Later, Sal and the mayor sit down to discuss defensive strategies. A southerner suggests fortifying one spot rather than the whole village. Mary agrees and suggests they form and train a militia squad immediately. The mayor worries about planning this so their enemies do not find out. Sal confidently suggests just telling them because gangs avoid trouble. Both Marys can see that his logic is sound. Smiling, the elf girl pours tea for the group. The mayor asks the South whether he served in the army before becoming a mage. Asel says he was a tea farmer, not a mage. Offering his homegrown tea, he captivates the mayor with its aroma. The mayor lifts the cup to his lips, while Asau calls it ordinary tea. The mayor's eye goes wide in utter shock after tasting the incredible brew. The village chief takes a contented sip and comments on the tea from Sadoru's planter. Menex holds back her delight, while the chief praises the tea's superior aroma. Switching topics, the chief outlines his village's farming struggles and asks for advice. Katero strokes his goatee thoughtfully as he considers the problem with the fields. He suggests turning fallen leaves into nutrient-rich humus to use as fertilizer. Amazed by the idea, the chief eagerly begins jotting notes with a quill. Telro adds that mixing in soot from their stoves would also be beneficial. After finishing the lesson, Sadaru holds his teacup and wraps up his advice. Filled with gratitude, the chief does not immediately share the valuable knowledge. Sataro grows serious when he mentions the stolen loot. The village chief flinches at the sudden shift in the conversation. Nervous sweat beads on his brow as he tries to appear composed. The chief admits the quantity and type of loot differ from the official report. Sadaru looks into the open chest and finds twice the variety that was claimed. Two men sit opposite each other with a sparkling treasure chest between them. In a quieter moment, Sadru and an elf girl hand fruit to the children. The bobber sinks below the water, signaling a successful catch. Village children crowd around Sidaru as he lifts a fresh fish. At the water's edge, the chief runs towards Sedaru to alert him. The chief pants because people from the city of foes have just arrived. Pausing his task, Sadaru looks up with a puzzled expression. Two imposing figures known as Golden Joke stride purposefully into the village area. Villagers watch from a distance as a group of important-looking men approach. The white cat watches the newcomers with wide, curious eyes. Villagers recognize the men as the Guilt Master and the garrison commander from FOSS. Gold greets Satoru with a friendly salute and calls him the rumored old man. He says he heard Satoru single-handedly use his magic to subdue the gang. Sidero quietly confirms the rumor is true. Gold introduces himself and says he has come to collect the robbers' loot. He asks Sidaru to hand over all the recovered treasure to him. The villagers watch as one man mutters that the request is shameless. Satoru gives a calm, knowing smile and agrees without hesitation. Gold looks surprised by the old man's immediate compliance. Armored companion at Jilk's side watches the exchange with a cold, stoic expression. A quiet sigh of relief escapes the village chief at the peaceful outcome. Seidaro says he can hand over the treasure right away. Night falls as the scene shifts into a dark forest. As they walk, Gold says the old man was more pleasant than expected. A joke warns Gold not to underestimate a man willing to defy a feudal lord. Joke stops his companion short and tells him to look ahead. Gold looks up, his relaxed expression shifting to puzzled. On a bridge, Katero and his cat stand silhouetted against the moon. Gold watches the old man, curious about his actions, while Joke tells him to look around. They spot shadowy assassins hidden in the trees along the riverbanks. Alarm hits Gold as they realize assassins surround them. Jilk grabs Gold's arm and says he believes Satoru sent the assassins. Gold looks back at the joke, his expression a mask of disbelief. Angrily, he asks Jill if she means they should abandon the old man. Jilk stands firm, his expression stern and unwavering in his assessment. On the riverbank, the assassins realized someone had seen them. From the trees, two assassins spot their targets, and one urges the other to strike. Tell Ro that his small white cat turns its head, sensing the approaching danger. Assassins attack Santa Cruz's companions on a wooden bridge, triggering a chaotic ambush. When the spiky-haired assassin viciously grabs the adventurer's Gold from behind and holds a knife to his throat. Gold grits his teeth as another assassin's blade comes for his unguarded side. He strikes back, throwing one attacker off just as another leaps down from above. Joke yells a desperate warning to Gold, while another enemy moves in to strike. Satoru's cat watches the fight, a single bead of sweat on its startled face. The female assassin watches in shock as one of her comrades is hurled through the air. Even held from behind, Satoru calmly points a finger and says one magic word. Confused, Jill cries out and asks why he was also paralyzed by the spell. Gold warned Satoru the situation was dangerous, but the old man remained completely unconcerned. Holding his head in his hands, Gold recognizes the paralyzed attackers as members of his own guild. Joe grimly realizes his own party was the one truly in danger, not Ruse. Gold starts to explain the situation, but Satoru quietly says it is unnecessary. A bead of sweat forms as Gold admits to himself his plan was completely unreasonable. Determined, Joke decides they must bring the powerful elder to the city of force. Cedar Ogis gazes at the two moons in the night sky and lets out a thoughtful hum. A small crowd of villagers, a child among them, gathers to see Satoru and his party off. The young boy looks up at the old man and asks sadly if his grandpa is leaving. The captured assassins are bound together and float by magic behind their captor. Sidaro smiles kindly, reassures the boy he will return, and asks him to behave. Villagers watch as Satoru, Gold, and Joke prepare to leave through the village gate. As they leave, a voice calls Satoru's name, and he turns. Mina, an elf, races down the village street determined to catch them. Slightly out of breath, she happily presents a cloth-wrapped bundle to the room. Smiling proudly, Mina says she made the gift herself from his recipe. Satoru studies the offered bundle, surprised and moved. He unwraps the cloth and reveals a neat bundle of udon noodles nestled inside. Mina explains she dried the noodles with wind magic so they would keep well. An elderly man in the crowd clenches his fist, impressed by her clever idea. Smiling warmly, Satoru thanks Mina for the thoughtful gift and wishes her well. Satoru and his companions give a final wave and walk away, leaving the villagers behind. Satoru estimates a 6-day journey, but Gold mutters it will take longer. Gold is still complaining about the long trip, especially because it's a round trip. As night falls over the forest, an owl stands in silhouette against the two moons. They make camp and even feed the captured assassins at the fire. Joke says dryly that the prisoners have a strong appetite for men in their situation. Gold says even criminals should not starve, but objects to carrying their food. The camera lingers on the crackling campfire as Gold finishes his thought about the extra food. Senaro, sipping his tea, offers to use his inventory magic to store the provisions. Joke looks at the old man, his face showing a quiet, stoic surprise. Gold watches with shocked curiosity and repeats the word inventory in disbelief. Silhouetted against the night sky, a tree marks the passage of time on their journey. At their next camp, Joke says from the shadows that the old man is extremely powerful. Setaru sleeps soundly on a bedroll, while his four prisoners hang suspended from a tree branch. Joke watches the sleeping mage, musing aloud about the elder's true identity and origins. Also watching, Gold tells the room that at least he doesn't seem like a bad person. Around the campfire, Gold pokes the logs, asking what they will do next. Joke declares with grim determination their goal to expose the local lord's corruption. At a nighttime campfire, Gold vents his frustration about their target, calling the lord a crook. A voice behind him suddenly startled him by announcing it was time to change the watch. Refreshed from his nap, Acel cheerfully offers his two companions freshly brewed tea. Perched high in a tree, four captured bandits hang bound together against a starry night sky. A bandit wakes up groggy and realizes they are on the ground. He finds the rope that once bound them has been completely cut. Acel watches with a tired look as the four freed bandits quickly escape. His face shows tired resignation as he watches them hurry into the woods. At sunrise, he makes a short, exasperated sound of disbelief. Gold and Rage's voice questions how a sow could have let their prisoners escape while he slept. The sow gives a sheepish, apologetic smile and scratches the back of his head. A cut rope lies on the ground, abandoned, the only sign left of their captives. Gold despairs, saying aloud that they cannot possibly file a report without any proof. Joe asked calmly whether the Lord's underlings had harmed anyone or if the loot was safe. Asao apologizes and says he has safely stored everything in his magical inventory. To apologize for the incident, he makes a steaming pot of fresh noodles. Gold expresses disbelief and asks how they can possibly eat at a time like this. Joe still finds the aroma enticing and starts to eat the appetizing meal. Despite his earlier protests, Gold soon eats the noodles eagerly. Shock and delight cross his face at the food's amazing flavor. Eating calmly, Jill says the noodles are very good. Asao watches his companions with a quiet, satisfied smile, pleased that they are enjoying it. While they travel, Gold asks again about their report, but Asao simply tells him to wait. Joker proclaims their arrival as they approach the town's large gates. A massive stone gate towers before them, marking the entrance to the city of Fuzz. Asao looks up and asks his companions to trust him and let him handle everything. Golden and Joke exchange a quiet, uncertain look, not sure what to make of his plan. Later, Gold slams his hands on the counter and furiously demands to know where Asao went. The receptionist calmly tells him there is a message for him and his companion. She delivers a sales message and asks them to wait until he returns from the Commerce Guild. Gold clutches his head in frustration, trying to guess what the old man is thinking. In exasperation, he shouts to his companion that they are opposing a feudal lord. Joker apologizes and says he has other important plans, so he cannot wait with him. Rain falls on a city street as people with umbrellas hurry past a quiet building. Inside the Commerce Guild of Fuzz, a sound meets two of the guild's high-ranking members. Calf carefully inspects one of the South's coffee beans with a magnifying glass. Preparing a pour-over coffee, he notes its bright, inviting aroma. Smiling, Aso says confidently that the coffee tastes very nice. Calfee asks about the bean's origin, and Asao replies vaguely that it came from his homeland. Both guild members lifted their small cups to sip the freshly brewed coffee. Both are stunned by the delicious taste, eyes wide with surprise. The man exclaims that its Roma color puts even the highest-grade beans to shame. Azel starts bargaining, offering 150,000 for 100 Langkov beans. Cav's expression sharpens into a serious look, showing she disagrees with his low offer. She says his price is too low because she has never seen beans this magnificent. She counters with a much higher price, leaving Fane surprised by the offer. Her associate agrees, saying beans of such high quality deserve that price. Iso looks thoughtful while considering the guild's generous counteroffer. Leaning forward, he tells them he has another product to show. He sets a large sealed glass jar of instant coffee granules on the table. The man watches in shock as a sail pours hot water into the strange contraption. Dark, rich liquid swirls in the cup as a voice asks if it is grated coffee. A stunned calf asks how he kept the secret, but Asal explains the secret was simple. Recognizing the product's value, Caliph enthusiastically says they must make a business deal. On a rainy street, Asal suggests they proceed to confirm the goods for the business. The SAO asks for a moment of their time as his business partners watch from behind. In another spot, a man and a woman talk among a stand of tall, thin trees. A tight close-up shows the woman's determined, focused expression. Asao tilts his head slightly with a questioning look, seeming puzzled. The guild members stood behind large sacks of money and confirmed the agreed payment amount. Her associate hands over the payment, as Kalf warmly thanks Asao for making the deal. Smiling, Asao accepts their thanks and agrees it was a good deal. The old man gestures to his new partners, indicating he has another matter to discuss. Asao says he needs information about the town, and Kalf suggests a new location. Walking in the rain, his associate warns him to watch his step on the path. Braced against the downpour, the three travelers hold their umbrellas tightly to stay dry. The panel shows a heavy downpour, rain streaking from the sky. The man suggests a cafe for their talk and a salad suited to the location. Sitting at a table, Asao points out how expensive the coffee is, while his partner praises the cookies. He tastes the local coffee and finds it bitter and much lower in quality. The man laments that the finest coffee is reserved for the town's nobility. He starts by saying he wants to ask about the town's feudal lord. His companions exchanged startled looks, and the man confirmed the name Ori Oswald. As a waiter brings food to a cell, Calfea asks him to explain his interest in Oswald. Her associate looks away and carefully mentions a rumor he heard about the lord. A recently captured gang of thieves is brought into town. While the South cuts his food, the man says the lord executed them all at once. Visibly shocked, Kalf says there was no time to interrogate before the execution. With a serious expression, the old man listens and hums as he processes the information. KELF explains the lord's shady reputation and asks whether Asao can provide any information. The old man admits he's involved in the business, while a small cat appears and plays. As the cat rubs against him, he says he caught thieves in a lord's village. The associate realizes the lord had the gang killed to hide his involvement. His worst fear is confirmed by the grim sight of the bandits' severed heads. Satisfied, the old man confirms he found the information he was looking for from them. The hidden mode becomes clear to Kalf as her partner continues to eat his food. Kelsey wonders why he avoided the guards, but Asao says he has the information he needs. Smiling knowingly, he says he trusts competent business partners like them. Her associate gratefully thanks Salve for his trust, while Kalfluxen smiles. Gold arrives at the cafe, finally having tracked down the old man. Visibly exasperated, Gold says he had a hard time finding the old man. Gold replies that he and Joke aren't inseparable after Asao asked where he was. Both guild members listen quietly, a little surprised by Gold's sudden arrival. Gold's serious expression reminds the South that by being there, he's courting danger. The associate tries to calm Cav down, while a waitress brings a chair for Gold. Gold accepts the offer, takes a seat, and joins the group at their table. Sitting down, Gold looks visibly stressed and still flustered by the circumstances. Cav suppresses a laugh behind her hand as her partner watches. Leaning in, the associate is eager to tell us another interesting rumor. A man repeats a rumor he heard about the Lord's frightening parlor. Elderly magician Asao looks up, thoughtful and puzzled by the mention of a maid. A woman recounts an old rumor that a maid changed the feudal lord's personality. Feudal Lord Ori turns to Asao at the table and demands an explanation for his words. An angry man asked whether Asao revealed everything, but Asao calmly promises to explain later. Standing beside a yawning cat, Asao says cryptically that there is no smoke without a fire. Smirking knowingly, he waits to see the Lord's expressions and is satisfied. We flash back to a dark, rainy night at the Lord's grand mansion. Inside, the head maid Mari holds a whip, her expression cold and calculating. Stepping forward, she confronts a group of adventurers kneeling in chains and demands their excuses. Their leader, wearing a gold watch, looks on from his chair with a smug, chuckling expression. A chained adventurer desperately protests that their target was not alone as promised. Mari coldly dismisses his complaint with a single indifferent remark, saying it did not matter. A whip cracks sharply, and the captive adventurer cries out in pain. She presses the man on whether he brought back any gems or returned empty-handed. Gold laughs at the sight, while Marie mockingly suggests beheading them all. Shackled and helpless, the captive man looked up in absolute terror at a blonde female adventurer. Mari shoots a sharp sideways glance and then continues her questioning. She then reassures the now sweeting Gold that she was only joking. Mari turns to a different captive and asks about the old man. The adventure reveals the old man uses powerful support magic. With a wilted flower in hand, Mari outlines a plan to seize the old man's staff. The adventurer listens closely, her face set with determination as Mari asks for her opinion. A simple nod acknowledges the plan, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and understanding. Murray suddenly slams the adventurer's head against the wall with a sickening thud. Leaning in close, Mari menacingly asked whether the woman expected her to clean up the mess. Gold winces and mutters that the wall is taking another beating. Back in the present, a wide shot reveals the mansion at night. In the grand foyer, maids clean while a man walks by carrying a tray. One man asks another whether Master Ori is in, and the other replies that he is busy. Another staff member reports a suspicious person asking for the master, so the butler investigates. A large butler moves to the ornate front gate as someone knocks outside. The butler opened the gate and gruffly asked the visitor who he was. A man from the south tips his conical hat, relieved that the gate has finally been opened. The butler questions the elder's business with a stern, unwelcoming expression. Asile says he has come to meet the Lord and asks the butler to announce him. The butler tells him Master Oswald does not see anyone without an appointment. The butler gives the old man a stern look and tells him to turn back. Peeking through the closing gate, the man in the cell politely asked him to at least relay his message. Asile confidently says he is sure the master will want to meet him. Flustered and irritated, the butler does not know how to deal with the persistent old man. Mari moves to the butler's side and calmly offers to pass the message for him. The scene moves to a quiet, well-furnished hallway in the grand mansion. Marie ushers Asile into the waiting room and tells him to wait there for a moment. Giving a slight, knowing bow, she leaves him alone in the room. Asile waits quietly in the waiting room, surrounded by elegant furniture and artwork. Pausing for a moment, he lets out a small, barely audible sigh. Mari returns carrying a tray with a teacup, apologizing for interrupting. Smiling pleasantly, she offers him a cup of freshly brewed tea. Asile takes the tea, thanks her, and says he will have some. Taking a sip, he instantly recognizes the tea's familiar, distinctive aroma. Sipping the tea, Asile recognizes the familiar aroma from an earlier gift. Watching the head maid, his expression turns wary and thoughtful. Mari meets his gaze with a quiet, confident grin. Asile takes a sharp, knowing look and assesses the tense atmosphere. In a grand hall, Mary talks about her master Oswald's supposed concern for his people. Asile says he is worried his interference could bring trouble to the village. Smiling slightly, Marie says she certainly hopes not. Her face hardens as she issues a quiet, ominous warning about accidents. Aggressive adventurers suddenly burst through the home's doors. Murray stands by a sound, asking what lies before him. Their leader, Gold, taunts that the old man must have made a mistake. Nervous, a female adventurer warns her master to be careful around a cell. Inside the cell, a person watches with a calm, tired expression, taking in the scene. Gold dismisses the Sioux as just a frail old man. Lunging forward, he punches the cell and aggressively demands an answer. Gold's face shows surprise at the sudden turn of events. Asile is thrown into the air and cries out when he hits the floor. Asile on the ground grabs Gold's leg and repeats Murray's earlier ominous warning. Stunned and enraged, Gold furiously orders his party to kill the old man. The adventurers surge forward, with weapons drawn to attack the fallen assailant. From the sidelines, Mari smirks and mocks the adventurers' fools for interfering. Asile raises his staff calmly as its tip begins to glow with magical energy. Spiky-haired adventurer tells his team not to worry and to take the staff. Close up on Asile's eye, narrowed with intense focus and immense power. Gathering energy, the blonde woman releases a powerful fireball spell. Gold sounds the alarm about possible damage to the mansion. A massive explosion engulfs the area around Asile lying on the floor. The spiky-haired man asked eagerly whether their attack had worked. Smoke and dust from the explosion begin to settle partially. Sal appeared unhurt, calmly smoking a cigarette. The blonde adventurer stares in utter shock and calls him a monster. Calmly adjusting his hat, he explains it's only support magic. Rallying his team, the adventurer insists they can overpower a support mage. An SAO cryptically says it all depends on how you use it. Mari watches the events unfold with a cold, amused expression. Casting spells, he lifts and binds the whole attacking party. The spiky-haired man is disarmed and sent flying into the air, helpless. South's magic pins the whole group of adventurers against the wall. An immense magical blast distorts Mari's form. Powerful magic surges past the South's head, targeting the adventurers. A massive explosion rips the side off the mansion. Birds scatter outside the mansion as the building erupts. Gold, lying on the floor, realizes with terror what has just happened. Smirking, Murray asked the old man what he was doing now. Gold stammers in disbelief, realizing a cell has just paralyzed him. He looks up at the old man, drenched in sweat and utterly terrified. Gold urgently asks whether ASAO cares about the village's fate. Lord Ori and his butler rush outside, shouting in alarm. Ori stares in shock at the destruction and has taken men captive. Lying on the floor, Gold looks up, defeated and in shock. Worried, Lord Ori tells the old man the situation is bad. Head maid Mari gives a knowing, sinister grin amid the chaos. Watching, the adventure leader Gold also grins with malicious intent. Calm amid the tension, the elderly magician Asao exhales. In the disheveled hall, Ori towers over a defeated Gold, questioning his subordinates' actions. Angrily, Ori accuses the cell of acting without thinking, but Old Man coolly says that outcome was intentional. A sly, sour look suggests Ori observed more closely and has neutralized the threat. He then addresses the paralyzed Gold on the floor and tells him to step aside, leaving Ori stunned. A portly lord arrives and asks Ori about the flashy old man tied to the incident. Ori looks down at Joke, wondering why the commander is here. The portly lord addresses Ori by name in a firm, authoritative tone. Elsewhere, a man in a coat with a fur collar lets out a frightened yelp. The lord rebukes his nephew, Mr. Gold Ori, for his incompetence. Arriving just in time, Adir and Joke say they are relieved. Asel confronts his nephew and asks if people dismissed him as just an easygoing geezer. An armored man issues a sharp command, ordering his subordinates to look after the others. The man in the suit says he is no longer responsible for the man in the fur coat. Joke spots Marie, the maid, standing quietly nearby and calls to her. The maid turns, wearing a cold, sinister smile. Joke recoils, startled and shaken by her menacing expression. The assassin launched projectiles that exploded and sent Jokes flying. Her attack throws the whole group into chaos inside the White Hall. Joe says he's okay and warns the others that she has hidden weapons. The maid takes another set of projectiles from the garter on her thigh. Serious and determined, a South steps forward to confront her. Lunging, the maid orders them to step aside as she presses the attack. Asao instantly raises a shimmering magical shield, stopping her knife with a sharp chink. He either watches the attack fail or curses in frustration and anger. The maid throws more explosives, but they explode harmlessly against the magic shield. Jokingly, Ori shouts, demanding that he capture the assassin. The maid gives a slight, confident smile as Joe closes in. Joke walks up to her and says he does not want to kill women. A loud clank halted his punches against an unseen defense. A glint appears in the maid's eye as she readies herself for a final desperate move. A small, hissing explosive device rests in her hand. South's eyes widen when he suddenly recognizes the object and becomes alarmed. The device explodes in a blinding, soundless burst of white light. A massive explosion at the golf venue shatters the walls with a powerful blast. Afterward, the sun shines peacefully over the quiet town. Later, at the Golden Joke debrief, Gold commented on the mage's shocking suicide bombing. Gold thinks a bastard was controlling the Lord, while Joke simply notes it all worked out. Gold remembers with admiration how a sound instantly formed a barrier to protect everyone. Yoke notes that Asauer also saved the Lord and sold him some valuable beans. Gold teased Joke about not being told things, and Joke shot back that he is too easy to read. Midbite Gold is taken completely off guard by his companion's cutting remark. He firmly denies being predictable, but his smirking jokes suggest otherwise. A soldier interrupts their conversation to report he has finished his training. Jock in a dyer walked up to Gold, who sat alone at an outdoor table. Audio greets Mr. Gold politely, then asks about Mr. Asau's whereabouts. Golden tells her the old man is not there. His next destination is unknown. Dyer reacts in shock as a man explains Mr. Su's destination. The man reports seeing a maid-like woman near the Wood Dungeons Road. Standing out here, gazing at the vast, overgrown dungeon, they anxiously wonder if Mr. Cow will be safe. In the ancient ruins, Mr. Azel surveys the crumbling structures around him with a thoughtful expression. Frustrated and scratching his head, Asauer admits he's completely lost. Inside the quaint Birkin cafeteria in the town of Fuzz, two young girls are playing together near a well in the inn's yard. Silsel proudly presents a dirt-covered potato that explains how to fry it in oil. Her older sister Othli, confused, asked what the word fry meant. Watching from a distance, their mother and another man smiled at the chattering children. Cecil looks up at her sister and asks curiously when that grandpa will return. Ali, her older sister, turns away thoughtful and slightly worried. The two girls wonder where their grandpa is, a thought bubble showing his face. Ali suddenly remembers saying he would go to the forest dungeon. A childlike drawing of scary, snarling monsters illustrates their mother's story. Dramatically, she warns that ghosts appear in the dungeon and will eat them. Their mother overhears them, comes over with plates, and asks what they are doing. Now worried, Silsil asks her mother whether her grandfather will be all right there. Mom suggests the dungeon might be too dangerous for Grandpa to face alone. Her words make the two girls gasp, shock written across their faces. Grinning mischievously, the mother says he could be eaten by a ghost. Both girls cried out together, terrified for their friend. In a panic, Silsil suggests they ask Uncle Gold to help save Grandpa. Ali bolts from the inn and runs towards the forest before they can act. She runs through the spooky woods at top speed, determined to find him. Something rustles in the bushes deep inside the ancient dungeon ruins. Hearing a noise, the lost Mr. Asao turns his head to find its source. Alone on the path, he peers into the stone structures, overgrown and choked with vines. Asao gives a soft sigh and looks around with a slightly weary expression. Continuing to scan his surroundings, he looks confused and concerned. A sudden gust of wind rushes past and startles him on the path. Another rustle comes from the dark leaves just ahead of him. Boots shine as he holds his ground, facing the unseen presence. A monstrous, toothy grin emerges from the darkness of a nearby bush. A sudden loud screech comes from an unexpected source and startles everything nearby. A small white cat stretches its claws against Yuzo's leg. Asao gently lifts the purring cat and calls it a good last. Cradled in his hands, the cat gives a deep, rumbling purr of contentment. Deciding to take a break, a sound magically sets a table for tea. He offers a piece of the fried donut to see if the cat likes it. The cat eats the treat, its eyes sparkling with delight as it says it's tasty. Pleased, Asawa says he's glad he made the donuts plain for her. Suddenly, he realizes he has seen the cat in the village before. The cat meets his gaze with a knowing, intelligent look that seems to understand. With his cup in hand, Azel suspects the cat is more mysterious than it appears. The cat meows intermittently and begins down the path as if leading him. Asao prepares his teapot while considering whether to trust the mysterious cat guide. Peering over the teapot's edge, the cat's eyes are wide with curiosity. Wondering aloud, he says the cat might be lost too, like him. For a moment, he pictures the cat as a frightening ghost fleeing from its own kind. Isio, an elderly man, hums thoughtfully while his white cat companion seems to be wondering where it is. Isio watches with a calm, knowing look, a cigarette hanging loosely from his mouth. As he walked through the woods, he asked the cat to keep him safe on his way back. The dungeon opens onto a crumbling stone bridge, spanning a deep, shadowy chasm. On underground floor 4, Sio and his cat leap through the air, moving away from the defeated monsters below. On floor 5, he stands victorious over defeated enemies, holding a small glowing wand. At a wooded spot on underground floor 6, Isio decides to take a nap. Fast asleep against a tree, he snores softly among the dungeon's strange foliage. The cat companion peeks from behind his shoulder, staying alert and watchful while its master rests. Its ears prick up as it focuses on a faint sound in the distance. In a close-up, the cat's eye is sharply focused and fixed on the source of the disturbance. Rustling comes from the dark, dense woods just ahead of their resting spot. Shadows part to reveal a seer sleeping safely inside a shimmering protective magical barrier. Two menacing bandits wearing Japanese-only masks grin wickedly as they approach an apparently vulnerable target. Stepping out of the brush, the swordsman saw a lone old man and assumed he was lost or had been left behind. The white cat cries out in shock and fear as the bandits close in. A masked man draws his katana and prepares a powerful downward slash aimed at the sleeping Asio. The blade clanks loudly against the invisible barrier, and he notes how surprisingly resilient it is. A small cat watches the violent assault, trembling and crying out in fear and distress. Both bandits repeatedly strike the shield, but their powerful attacks have no effect on the peacefully sleeping ASEO. Stopping their futile attack, the bandits grow frustrated to find their victim still fast asleep. Still on guard, the cat twists its head to watch the two threatening figures as they regroup. Two figures loom over the sleeping man, and one says grimly that the lucky man will simply die in his sleep. Sitting beside a sail, the cat peeks out cautiously at the two menacing, sword-wielding men. Twitching and trembling, the cat's face reveals both fear and a growing, righteous determination. It hardens its expression as it moves to protect its master from the looming threat. A white wolf-like creature pads silently out of the undergrowth and approaches a sleeping man. The bandits laugh cruelly, sure the old man will die quietly in his sleep, unaware of the newcomer. Panic seizes the cat as it looks back and forth between the bandits and the approaching wolf creature. Two bandits stand over the sleeping Asio, swords raised and ready to strike. The cat closes its eyes briefly to steel itself for the action it is about to take. One eye half open, the cat watches as the wolf-like creature springs forward, hissing. A wolf-like creature lunges at the bandits, who are caught off guard by the sudden attack. A bandit suspects the creature is the old man's pet and asks his partner what to do. His partner grins maliciously and suggests they skin the creature and sell its valuable pelt. The wolf creature shifts back into a small white cat and growls defensively at Asio. The bandit stares down, puzzled, as the supernatural transformation finishes before his eyes. The cat stretches briefly, its body lengthening as it moves with uncanny speed and agility. Both bandits collide, blaming each other for the cat's successful interference. Asail's hand grips a wand charged with latent magic, able to both silence and paralyze. Shock hits the bandits as they realize they are the target of a magical spell. The small cat bolts forward with incredible speed, its paws barely touching the ground. The cat jumps into the air and lets out a powerful magical cry while waving a tiny wand. The spell hits the two bandits, knocking them to the ground while Asail calmly looks on. Defeated bandits lie on the ground, shaking and completely paralyzed as the cat lets out a proud Maya. Asio looks down at the scene, slightly surprised and amused. Gently petting the cat's head, he thanks it for stepping in so bravely and effectively. Looking down at the neutralized men, Asio asks whether they are highwaymen or merely greedy layabouts. Trapped beneath his partner, one bandit says defiantly he has no idea what they are. Asail looks over as his cat companion, Maya, lets out a triumphant cry beside the discarded Oni masks. Asio, an elderly man, studies the wooden sign he holds. Setting a discarded Oni mask on the ground, he calls it solid proof. Asail, looking at two bound men, confirms to his cat that they are bandits. The captive snaps at his partner that he'd warned him about attacking an old man with a barrier. Asio strokes his goatee as he decides what to do with his two prisoners. He remembers a conversation with his acquaintance Genzu, who seemed agitated. Asio decides to leave the bandits where they are, not wanting any more trouble. A sign on one bandit labels him a pitiful captured loser. He tells the captives his barrier will hold until they reach town and urges them to surrender. After leaving the bandits, Asail raises a hand, sensing something in the woods ahead. Sitting at a small table before a massive dungeon gate, he sips tea with his cat. An arriving adventure leader sees Asio and tells his party to wait. A large band of adventurers, including warriors and a witch, moves through the woods. The leader asks Asio if he's guarding the gate, and Asio says he's alone. At the party, the witch eagerly cuddles Osio's cat, finding it very cute. The leader tells Asio that he is camped outside a dangerous boss room. And Asio casually suggests this is a perfectly fine place to take a break. The adventure leader offers a slightly smug, knowing smile and replies to the old man. He insists his party is in a hurry and cannot wait for a sale. Asio calmly suggests they all enter the boss room together. The witch holding the cat urges Asio to pay attention and move along. Leaning down, she insists he let their party pass through the area. Asio says they have no loot because he has it all in his inventory. The party leader's eyes widen at the news of the rare inventory skill. Quickly changing his tune, he tells his party that the old man is in trouble. Asio tells himself he's not in any trouble. Another party member says traveling together is better and offers to help. The leader agrees to rally his party to support one another as they push forward. A massive boss erupts from the ground, sending the adventurers into chaos. The party watches in horror as its leaders shout in disbelief at what happened. Asio stands calm in the aftermath, having defeated the massive creature on his own. Adventurers cheer Asio, praising him for his incredible feat. The leader admits Asio should have told him he was a great magician. Gesturing to the huge pile of loot, he says he's never seen a boss like this. The leader tells Asio to add all the valuable materials to his inventory. He says they will now report that the boss has been subdued. Does Sale recognize the party's porters as the same man he dealt with earlier? One of the men pleads to keep his job, fearing he will be fired. The Sale looks down at the man and praises him for working so hard. Former bandits now work as porters, carrying a heavy log. The scene moves to a bathhouse with steam rising from its chimney. Seo soaks inside a large wooden tub while his cat has a smaller one. Relaxing in the hot water, he says how refreshing it feels. From the entrance, a voice calls, asking if old man Asio is there. Genzu appears, shouting that now is not the time for a relaxing bath. At the top of the steps, a Sale recognizes the visitor as Genso. Genzu joins us in the steaming hot spring, the two men relaxing in the water. Dressed in robes, our CEO stands by a cabinet ready to speak. He tells us, slightly blushing, Gensu the bath was very nice. Genzu leans over a table by an oil lamp and prepares to explain his urgent business. Genzu leans across the table, urgently reminding Asia of the issue they need to discuss. He warns others will try to take credit for ASEO's dungeon achievements. Aso calmly sips his drink and quietly asks if this is really happening. Gensu insists they're portraying it as rescuing a helpless, distressed old man. Unfazed, Osio thanks his friend for the information and dismisses it as a merchant's remark. Genzu scolds him for being too good-natured and suggests he get an adventurer's license. He says Asio's power makes fully clearing a dungeon difficult. Asio seems genuinely puzzled, pausing as he raises his cup to his lips. His friend says one man has thrown the whole monster ecosystem out of balance. Asio playfully tells the upset Genzu to stop acting foolish as his cat drinks nearby. The scene is revealed as a nightmare, a Sale asleep as Genzu's vision fills with gas. Morning arrives as birds chirp and smoke rises from a chimney into the sky. Asio walks through town, offering friendly morning greetings to the city guards. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, he notices a large crowd gathered inside. At the counter, he takes ticket number 56 to wait his turn. Standing patiently in the long line of adventures, he waits to be served. A cheerful person on the night shift spots Asio in the queue and walks over with a friendly greeting. Knight welcomes him eagerly as other adventurers watch with interest. He kindly offers to let the old man go ahead, but Asio politely declines. Asio smiles warmly and says the line is important and he will wait. Other adventurers in line quietly agree with the CEO's decision. The knight's female companion asks if he knows Mr. Asio, and he confirms he does. Speaking warmly, he calls the old man a very kind person. Another adventurer laughs and adds that Asio is quirky and once outdrank him. A portly man agrees and says Asio has a very good eye for things. A woman adds that he has even taught her how to make donuts. The knight's nun companion tells him to stand behind her so he can take care of his own business. Motion blur shows the passage of time as the line moves forward. A guild clerk calls number 56, and Asio steps up to the counter. The suspicious nun watches him leave and tells him to drop the act. I'll have it walk through a set of double doors toward the processing and sales counter. He presents a vast hall filled with rare lumber and herbs from the forest dungeon. Receptionist Addie asks if he wants to sell the processed items. Asio looks up and questions her use of the word processed. He asked her to explain her suggestion more fully, his cat now at his side. Close up on a cat's eye, its vertical pupil watching the scene intently. The camera moves to a human eye that reflects a distant, sad memory. A flashback opens on a long-haired man watching a little girl. Sora tells Ivy coldly that he will leave her behind. The young girl looks back, her face quietly filled with fear and sadness. Her small hand tugs at the man's cloak to get his attention. He gives her a dismissive pat on the head and asks what she wants from him now. Tears in her eyes, the girl quietly begs him not to abandon her. Back in the present, Addie explains processing sales the same way she did with tea. Her advice is to leave the complex work to professionals for the best results. I see that it recognizes the value of processing varies with the customer's needs. Akumi, his cat, peeks over the counter at Rarewood's sparkling logs. The male staff member nervously catches the cat as it jumps off the counter. He tells us to check if it's his cat, and we apologize for its behavior. While holding the cat, Asio gently clarifies he's not raising it. Inside the guild, a staff member and a young woman share their confusion. An elderly assailant calmly says a small white cat is a cherished friend. On cue, the cat playfully nips Asio's finger and gives a soft meow. With a bell on its collar, the happy cat gives another cheerful Naya. A warm memory appears of Akumi, the gap-toothed boy, smiling as he hugs a kitten. Asio recalls the cat as a kitten and connects it to his own past. He presents several logs of rare sparkling lumber to the guild. Another memory shows him as a grandfather watching young Takumi become fascinated by tea canisters. Inspired by the memory, Asio says he will make a tea canister. Addie offers to find a craftsman, but a sale shows his unique all-wood design. With her heart racing, Addie sees a big business opportunity in his unusual idea. A brief, sad image captures a young girl pleading tearfully with a man. Addie asked for more details, but let a thumping sound interrupt their conversation. The guild door bursts open as a lively young woman calls for Addie. Surprised, Addie recognizes the newcomer as Baronia and asks why she is there. Baronia says excitedly that she heard rumors about rare wood and came to see it. Aseo watches the scene unfold with a puzzled expression. Boronium is surprised that such valuable lumber was found in a low-level dungeon. Eager to test the wood's hardness, she asks, but Addie tries to stop her. Touching the log, Baronia gasps, realizing it isn't from a giant tree. Passionately, she insists that Addie must not sell that precious wood to a stranger. Baronia runs her hand along the log, praising its firm bark and smooth texture. Aseo watches them interact with a thoughtful, slightly amused expression. Addie coolly dismisses Baronia's concerns and says her assessment makes no difference. She casually confirms that it's where the lumber is. Addie scolds Baronia, saying impulsive behavior is why Baronia keeps losing jobs. She objects to Baronia dropping in unannounced and insists Baronia give notice. Baronia replies that it's her business to pursue such a rare find. Aseo watches them bicker with a slightly weary look. Surprise crosses his face as the argument escalates. Frustrated, Baronia drags the tip of her sharp adze along the floor. The male guild staff member faces Asio and apologizes for the disturbance. He says the two women are just childhood friends who often argue. He suggests they get coffee while they wait for the bickering to stop. Outside, a group of adventurers thanks Asio for helping them in the dungeon. Guided by nightfall, the adventurers bow respectfully to Asio. The knight eagerly invites Asio to join the next search, praising his useful skill. Asio's guildmate asks whether he knows of a reliable, hardworking adventuring party. During a flashback, the knight explains how teaming with Asio was unmatched. He says their success has caused monsters with rare materials to start appearing. Asio and his companion regarded it as a disruption to the dungeon's ecosystem. The party waves goodbye as he reassures his companion that everything is fine. A small white cat perches on a nearby brick wall and watches the scene. At the party, the witch spots the cat, and her eyes light up at how cute it is. The knight willingly shares his valuable information with SCO for free. He thinks about this once-in-a-lifetime chance to find such expensive items there. Knight happily says an opportunity is like finding money on the ground. Party members watch him, puzzled by his overly excited behavior. ESAO politely declines the invitation, saying he wants to focus on processing sales. The knight seems surprised and slightly disappointed by ASEO's decision to pass. A young knight's sideways glance reveals his intense, focused eye. His hand slides into the pouch at his hip as the knight rustles around it. Pulling out a small, smoking object, he implies it will change someone's mind. The knight says they use smoke to lure monsters out of their dungeons. Sator listens to the explanation with a serious, deeply focused expression. Sataro politely declines an offer, saying he is still in discussions. The knight accepts the refusal with a bright smile, understanding the situation. The party waves goodbye and invites Setaru to join them again the next day. A guild staff member says he's worried that monsters have been growing stronger lately. Close by, a white cat gives a happy, contented meow. Outside, a quiet, welcoming local cafe. Inside, Satoru and a man called Adi share a quiet moment. Sipping his tea, Satoru shifts the topic and asks about a girl. Adi recognizes the girl as Baronia, a young master from his hometown. Satoru looks at Adi and asks if Baronia is suitable for the project. Rejecting the idea, he says the work demands more patience than someone young can offer. Adi stands up from the table in a sudden rush of emotion. A white cat resting on a nearby surface is startled by his sudden movement. Adi then slams his hands on the table and bows his head low. Bowing deeply, he pleads passionately that Baronio be given a chance. He says her difficult personality keeps her from landing many jobs. Addie stands by her character and promises to take responsibility if things go wrong. Thoughtful, Sadero agrees to at least meet the young woman. Addie looks up in great relief and asks whether Setaru really means it. Bowing deeply again, he expresses his heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity. A white cat tilts its head and watches the scene with a curious expression. Setaru watches the display with a tired, understanding expression. Later, Addie lifts the finished tea canister, visibly excited. Admiring the construction, he notes how the grain wraps around it seamlessly. Eddie grips the canister, his face filled with awe. The lid fits perfectly, and he notices it is made from the same material. The craftsmanship is so incredible, he says, it must be magic. Sadero laughs with his cat and modestly dismisses the high praise. Holding a warm mug, Eddie is overcome with excitement. Eagerly, he asks Sadarum to teach him the amazing crafting method Sadarum used. The cafe door opens, and Satoru notes their timely arrival. The cat appears to recognize the place, confirming this is the right shop. Baronia enters with a blonde woman who wants to talk to Satoru about something. Katero explains the apprenticeship situation he mentioned. Addie eagerly cuts in to announce news about the tea canister project. Hearing that Sadru has agreed to give her a try, Baronia flinches. Complete surprise washes over her face, her eyes wide and a faint blush rising. Baronia studies the canister and realizes it was made using an advanced technique. With a gentle smile, Satoru holds up the object and says this is what she will make. The group keeps talking while Baronia mutters to herself, lost in thought. Perched on a nearby wooden beam, the white cat watches the whole interaction. From afar, a close-up of an eye appears as someone tells a girl to look. A mysterious hooded woman holds a scrying mirror and watches Satoru's actions. It turns out she is in a flying carriage pulled by a winged unicorn. Inside, a long-haired man holds a young girl named Lush, who watches him fondly. From a hidden vantage point, a woman watches the scene closely. At his workshop, Satoru says wood must be boiled before it can be bent. He continues the lesson, pointing with his finger to emphasize a point. From a distance, Lucia smiles, thinking her grandpa is having fun. Aboard a flying carriage, a woman suggests calling him Satoru, but Lucia refuses. The ground suddenly trembles as a terrifying roar echoes through the forest. The leader of the adventurers shouts that the monster is much stronger than he was told. The creature lashes out with its tentacles and strikes the unprepared adventuring party. A female adventurer panics and asks her leader what they will do. In another scene, a person trembles, completely overwhelmed by fear. A woman flees while the leader pleads with his cowardly team to stay. Shouting orders at his retreating party, he watches the monster strike them down. The leader yells desperately for everyone to stop, his face twisted in anguish. A massive insectoid monster towers over the remaining, terrified adventurers. A panting adventurer burst into the guild headquarters to report a problem. He says the high-level party is now fleeing the dungeon. Commander Gords orders all citizens to evacuate immediately in case of an emergency. Calmly, he reassures his men, while another reports the service is full of monsters. Gord's questioning of some youngsters about taking a strange item caused the situation. Gord and his subordinate stood at the guild counter, ready to mobilize their forces. He rallies his companions, shouting for them to press forward with all their strength. Gord gives Ispo his final orders and tells him to get ready. From the tip of his pointed hat, Sidaru asks what is causing the commotion. Beside Boronio, Sidero asked Gordas why he was dressed for battle. Gord spots the old man and demands an explanation for his presence. Then the road tells the young woman traveling with him to find a safe place. He asked Gords if the problem is really as big as it seems. Satoru calmly agrees to evacuate and wishes Gord well in the fight. Smirking, Baronia watches Satoru, surprised by his compliance. A giant praying mantis hides among the leaves and waits patiently for its prey. Its head twitches slightly when it senses movement nearby. Armored boots walk past its hiding spot and the mantis buzzes. An adventurer commander shouts orders to focus on driving the monsters back into the dungeon. Determined, the adventurer grits his teeth and braces for the tough fight ahead. Satoru spots a man fleeing through the woods and asks if he is safe. Collapsing against a tree, the man pants with relief, convinced he is safe. Tapping his head, he tries to calm his nerves after the harrowing experience. Lush moves calmly into the clearing behind the recovering adventurer. She looks from the terrified man to the growling mantis that just appeared. The adventurers face chilling twists and horror as he finally sees the monstrous insect. Clenching his fist, he is sure his end has come. The mantis lunges forward, while Luch dashes in to intercept its attack. Light flashes in the creature's faceted eye as it strikes. Lucia's fist is a blur, a sharp swish slicing through the air. Her punch lands with crushing force, the shockwave sending the adventure flying. Thrown to the ground, the man is certain he is dead. In its last moments, the giant mantis's head twitches violently. The massive body begins to tip as it falls. The creature hits the ground with a heavy thud, while Lucia remains calm. Satoru watches from a distance with a smirk, noting that she is quite serious. A stern-faced man is startled as the little girl on his back breaks into a bright smile. An armored guard guides a stream of tired refugees toward a large church in the distance. Through an arched stone window, faint, indistinct chatter drifts out of the sanctuary. The hall is filled with displaced townspeople seated at long tables, talking among themselves. The merchant uncle with dark hair and a tie watches the scene with a worried expression. An aggressive adventurer confronts the elderly Taro and demands to know who is in charge of the situation. Gold, the leader of the adventurers, shouts furiously and frightens two small children who cling to each other. Watching the conflict with disdain, a blonde woman comments on the adult's pathetic behavior. Resolved to act, the merchant uncle rises from his seat at a crowded table. Calling to the frightened children, he offers to lead them away from the growing argument. Now safe with the merchant, the young boy asks anxiously whether they can go home again. The blonde woman gently reassures the boy that it will be okay and suggests they play together. Around a table, the group improvises simple wooden toys to keep the children occupied. Smiling, a man wearing a headband explains he made the blocks from a broken chair. He jokes that this task was easy compared to the request Gramps made. Suddenly, the children notice Taro is gone as a piercing scream rings out from outside. Deep in the dark forest, feet rush through thick undergrowth, signaling danger. A band of adventurers fights desperately to hold off a giant, screeching sected on a stone path. Gold, their leader, shouts commands, their face tight with strain during the frantic battle. The dark forest floor is strewn with grotesque, twisted bodies of slain monsters. From the dark, oppressive woods, countless pairs of malevolent eyes glare at the fighters. Gold and his blonde companions stand back to back, grimly facing the unending wave of monsters. An adventurer looks up in surprise, taking in the sudden, unexpected arrival of someone new. Rustling bushes reveal the elderly Satoru and the young girl Luchai stepping into the clearing. Questions about the gold are dangerous to raise, while Taro calmly says he just came to get something. Asked if such a monster outbreak is common, St. Harold says it has never happened before. Observing the slain creatures, he notices that even normally docile insects have turned inexplicably aggressive. Sighing, he says he's frustrated that the cause of the rampage remains unknown. Elsewhere, a woman's lips curl into a confident, cruel smirk no one else notices. High on a thick tree branch, the woman, a Sausen, watches the battle unfolding from above. Smug, calculating cruelty crosses her face as she watches her plan succeed. From above, she can clearly see the struggling adventurers below. The warrior's sword sticks uselessly against the large insect monster's hard shell. Another fighter is sent flying backward by the monster's massive blow. Spiky-haired blonde adventurer cries out in terror and desperation as the fight overwhelms them. A Southsond Cool sees that the adventurers are growing tired and will soon be utterly crushed. Terrified and blonde, the adventurer lets out a panicked shriek, his face a mask of horror. Sausen thinks to herself that the incompetent boy has still been useful to her plan. She pauses, looking down from her perch with a thoughtful expression. On the ground, Satoru sits among the adventurers and studies a map to find the outbreak's source. From her treetop hiding spot, a Salson starts a ritual, tracing glowing symbols in a pool of water. A close-up reveals the branch's intricate magical symbols, glowing brightly. Shock and disbelief cross her face as she senses a change. Realizing her plan is being exposed and falling apart, she says it can't be. On the ground at that moment, Satoru says there must be something right here. Turning to Gold, the blonde adventurer asks if he might have found the solution. Gold bellows to get his troops' attention, preparing to give a new command. He tells his tired men they have finally found a way out of their predicament. Hiding, a Southson knows she has only a little time left before her plan fails. Gold orders his adventurers to form a tight protective circle and defend Gramps at all costs. Asauzen snaps a twig in frustration when her plan to control the forest is foiled. Elsewhere, the adventurer leader Gold lets out a fierce war cry to rally his troops. He orders his adventurers not to chase the retreating monsters too far. The adventurer confirms the order, while his comrade parries the monster's swift attack. Watching the cool fighters, the little girl marvels as Sentaro notes the tide turning. Gold turns to the old man and says they have finally arrived. Sentaro's expression turns serious as he acknowledges they have reached the clearing. Surrounded by monsters, the adventurers stop and form a defensive circle. The blonde adventurer turns to the Salson and asks him to assess the situation. The old major narrows his eye as he carefully scans the dark, menacing forest. In the grass, a strange cage-like object made of twigs catches his eye. Sentaro determines the object's purpose and casts 2 spells, Barrier and Bind. The magic takes effect immediately, sending the monsters scurrying away in a panic. Adventure is chair and victory, but Gold still seems disappointed by the easy win. When the immediate danger passes, butterfly-like creatures rise into the sky again. A hush settles over the forest after the battle. The resting blonde adventurer warns the little girl to stay away from the dangerous device. Ignoring the warning, the curious little girl points to the object and asks what it is. Sentaro's face tightens as he prepares to examine the strange magical object. Kneeling, Sentaro says he will inspect the mysterious twig cage. A close inspection reveals a complex magical construct covered in diagrams and runes. The little girl watches with sparkling eyes, intrigued by the magical object's properties. Sentaro, his face set with grim certainty, says he has identified the owner. In another part of the woods, a tall tree stands silent against the evening sky. Aselson grits her teeth in frustration as she realizes her elaborate plan has failed. Spotted, she turns and flees the forest clearing. An adventurous sponsor in the shadows calls out to the mysterious woman. The ragged adventurer angrily blames her for the attack and demands she take responsibility. All the adventurers close in on the woman and press her aggressively. Her eyes narrow, showing a cold, menacing fury at being cornered. A disarming smile crosses her face as she offers a gem to apologize. The blonde adventurer is briefly taken aback by her sudden offer and apology. He doubts a single gem will be enough, but she raises it anyway. The gem detonates in a massive explosion, engulfing the area in smoke. She uses the blast as a diversion, then leaps away through the trees. Coughing in the smoke, the adventurers assume she ran off in fear. Amid the chaos, the blonde woman stumbles and accidentally opens a small vial. The vial breaks on the ground, and her companions raise the alarm. The adventurers realize with growing horror what was just broken. Terrifying new monsters emerge from the smoke and creep toward the adventurers. Just before the battle, the blonde adventurer thought he heard a faint, strange sound. Gold dismisses the sound as his imagination and tells him to ignore it. Gold approaches Gramps and says he has something to ask him. He asked the old man whether the little girl was his granddaughter. Birds fly through a cloudy sky far above the forest canopy. Sentaro shakes his head and firmly denies that the girl is his granddaughter. The blonde adventurer realizes she is a lost child. Right then, the little girl tugs on Sentaro's robe. Beaming, she looks up at him and calls him Grandpa. Sentaro is flustered as Gold smiles, leaving both men thoroughly confused. A young girl's face glows with a bright, innocent, joyful smile. A rustling nearby startles an elderly man named Satoru. In the middle of a forest, Setoru says aloud that he's not sure he actually heard something. A younger man dismisses Gramps' worry, saying it was just his imagination. Visibly flustered, Sadaro insists he really did hear a noise. A terrifying vision captures people screaming and running from a massive shadowy insect. The scene moves to a calm night sky with 2 moons glowing among the stars. Perched on a high windowsill, a white cat watches a quiet lamplit street below. Inside, Setoru and a small, pointy-eared girl sleep peacefully under the same blanket. A disembodied voice calls Satoru's name, waking him from sleep. A figure wreathed in brilliant light appears in the darkness and asks if Satoru can hear. When Satoru sits up, the visitor says he is speaking directly into Satoru's mind. The visitor says he came down from above to make a sincere request. Annoyed, Katero tells the visitor to turn off his bright halo before saying anything more. The visitor begins by explaining the basic facts of the situation. Satoru looks at the sleeping child and correctly figures out what is being asked. Ithril, the visitor, confirms with a gentle expression that Satoru's assumption is correct. Ithril sits by the bedside and explains the full story will take a long time. With a grave expression, Katero listens as the complicated story unfolds. Sleeping soundly, the young girl remains unaware of the conversation about her fate. A flashback shows this world has countries inhabited only by monsters. Ithril reveals the child is the daughter of a monster king whose kingdom was overthrown. He suggests the coup is a prelude to world domination, while Satoru listens intently. Any more interference would upset the world's balance, so he could only rescue the child. Desperate, Ithril pleads with Satoru to take the girl in. Satoru looks at the child, quietly thinking about the weight of responsibility. Sleeping deeply and peacefully, the girl is a picture of pure innocence. After thinking it over, Satoru decides he trusts Ithril, but feels something is being held back. A white cat in the doorway watches two men who are observing the critical moment. The cat gives a soft meow, as though offering its opinion. Satoru looks up, his expression wary and thoughtful. He sighs and says there's nothing he can do. Hearing Satoru's answer, Ithril's face lights up with deep relief and joy. Ithril is overjoyed and immediately says he understands and accepts the arrangement. Satoru gently chides him for agreeing so quickly before hearing his conditions. Perched on the windowsill, the white cat shows its affection with a small heart. Then the cat leaps gracefully from the window and lands softly on the bed. Half asleep, the girl snuggles closer to the cat, comforted by its warmth. Later, the girl wakes and cheerfully greets her new grandpa and big brother. Ithril Gaze stands with the newly formed family unit, wearing a gentle, pleased smile. Satoru also smiles with his eyes closed, satisfied with the outcome. The three appear together in the room as a happy, if unusual, family. The scene shifts to a starry night sky to show time has passed. During a flashback, Satoru reflects on the child's secret and finds it hard to believe. Ithril gives Satoru a confident, knowing look. Two men sit under a tree, sharing tea while the child plays. A little girl runs, waving and calling to her grandpa. Satoru questions Ithril about abandoning her, but Ithril says it does not seem that way. Laughing, the girl runs carefree through a field. A white cat darts along beside her. Ithril is deeply relieved that Satoru agreed to his difficult request. Satoru, an elderly man, watches with a thoughtful, serious expression. A littered pot sits over a fire, with steam rising to show it is boiling. Satoru tests his companion Ethel by asking what he would do if Satoru exploited the child. Continuing his tests, Satoru says he could abandon her halfway through. Ethel sips the tea, pushes the dark thoughts aside, and says it tastes bitter. Smiling gently, Ethel says he is certain Satoru would never do that. Satoru stands speechless, struck by Ethel's steady faith in him. Smiling, he accepts defeat, while the child plays happily in the background. Back in the present, Ethel rests and voices her thoughts about the child's name. The scene shifts to a soft, hazy sky. With a cat on his head, Ethel says the child wants Satoru to give her a name. Elsewhere in the workshop, a frustrated shout declares the situation hopeless. Yai, a craftswoman, despairs, certain she will never finish her task. Startled, a cat peeks over Satoru's shoulder as they step into the chaotic workshop. The workshop bustles with frantic effort that produces no results. His explanation shows her frustration and that she has made countless prototypes without success. She sweeps back a curtain to reveal shelves filled with her failed attempts. Holding a cracked wooden cylinder, she feels desperate and wonders what she is doing wrong. Yai grits her teeth, her face a mask of pure frustration and anger. Satoru watches her and thinks she is very ambitious for a first attempt. He offers to show her something that could help her succeed. Turning around, Yai looks surprised and slightly confused. She hesitates, feeling she cannot ask him for guidance so soon. Satoru explains he was once taught by a teacher. Yai hesitates, fearing that asking for help will confirm negative stereotypes. A clenched fist at her side shows the conflict inside her. Tell Rural that you acknowledge she seems to have been through some frustrating experiences. Offering gentle wisdom, he tells her that learning from others is not shameful. In the workshop, the child playfully chases a butterfly while Wei watches. Yahweh's eye holds a moment of decision as her resolve begins to soften. With a determined look, she finally accepts his help and says she understands. St. Era's eye closes her eyes with a pleased smile, happy with her decision. Contentment shows on his face now that she has agreed to learn from him. The shot of the perfectly finished wooden canisters makes it clear he approves her choice. Now eager to begin, he says she has a question she wants to ask immediately. From a high angle, she says her workshop has very little funding. Her voice stammers as she searches for the right words to explain her financial struggles. Shyly, she asks if the needed components can be provided in larger quantities. Relief washes over her when her request is met with understanding. Sidero reassures her that it's okay and asks how much she needs. He looks up, hopeful, starting to put together her request for materials. Excited, she shows a large pile of lumber and other needed supplies. The child cheers when Satoru agrees, saying he will sell the rest through the guild. Cut to the town's rooftops above the guild. Inside the Merchants Guild, a woman on staff thanks her colleague Assad. Asset outlines their plan to release the valuable lumber to the market gradually. Surprised, Satoru doubts their plan to sell it gradually. Acid shows that selling a rare resource all at once lowers its price. This would bankrupt other merchants who hold similar premium lumber, he says. He concludes that because the supply is a one-time event, the price will rise again. A cartoon-style image shows the harsh reality of merchants going bankrupt. Smiling confidently, Assad says their duty is to protect the marketplace. He tells Gramps and La Fan that GIL will control supply even with lower profits. Lulu, a young girl, looks up with a large question mark above her head, confused by the conversation. Gramps listens closely and nods to show he understands their methods. Watching the fish market, he shows respect for the hardworking local merchants. Lafont notes the situation is different for brand new merchandise. Seizing the moment, Gramps says he has something to show them. The statement surprises Laffin and Assad, leaving them briefly stunned. Gramps, the cat perched on his shoulder, says he found it in the dungeon. The group is stunned to hear it came from the dungeon. Outside the large building, his revelation hangs heavy in the air. His guildmates react with stunned silence to his astonishing announcement. Curious Lulu tugs on his robe and eagerly asks him what it is. Gramps smiles warmly and pats the curious young girl on the head. Excited, Osset and Lafan ask if he really found new resources. Gramps gives a calm, knowing look and confirms that what they heard is true. Ready to demonstrate, he says the proof is in the pudding and rummages through his bag. He hands Lafan a list and asks her to gather the necessary tools first. Taking the paper, she notes the items should all be in the guild warehouse. Assad steps forward to help, and Lulu taps her feet, eager to join. Seeing his enthusiastic companions, Gramps allows himself a small, pleased smile. Soon they reach the guild's main warehouse and its looming entrance. Inside, the group combs the cluttered shelves for the items on the list. Proudly, Acid finds one of the items, a rare bowl from the Far East. Lulu peers into an open container, eyes shining with childlike wonder. Lafon confirms they have gathered all the items and asks what to do with them. In the kitchen, Gramps flips a pancake with practiced skill, impressing his friends in the doorway. Lafon, puzzled by the cooking display, asks what he plans to do with the pancake. Holding up a small bottle of dark liquid, he asks if they recognize it. It studies the mysterious bottle and thinks it is just colored water. Gramps pops the cork out of the bottle with a soft plop. He starts pouring the thick, viscous liquid from a small pitcher. A single thick ribbon of dark amber syrup flows downward. Wide-eyed, Lulu watches as syrup is drizzled over the pancakes. Laffin watches the scene and wonders if the sweet topping is honey. However, Asset notes the aroma is very different from honey. At her first bite, Lulu's face lights up and she says it's delicious. Both guild members are stunned to learn the treat comes from discarded tree sap. Only a simple bowl remains as Laffin continues to show surprise. Flushed with excitement, Laffin calls the discovery of the sap's use revolutionary. Gramps watches their reactions with a quiet, slightly amused glance. With the little white cat on her head, Lulu asked her grandfather for more. Smiling, he agrees and says he prepared many more portions at the end. Acid says that with sweets so expensive, this new product will be very popular. This moment makes Gramps remember the simple joys of his childhood. A small corked bottle of the precious tree sap rests on a nearby table. La Fawn, curiosity piqued again, asked what the other new product is. With a mysterious smile, Gramps tells them they haven't noticed it yet. Pointing forward, he reveals the real innovation is the durable plate itself. Lafont and Gyron exchange a surprised look, clearly intrigued by what they just heard. A stack of pancakes rests in a dark bowl on the table, raising a question about the plate. Holding the dish, Lafont notes its unique finish, a style she has never seen before. Chiron says it originated from a forgotten sample collected on a guild master's long-ago voyage. Curious, Lulu watches as Lafan reacts in shock to how old the plate is. Jaron recalls it was brought from a distant land without a scratch. Lafan admires the dish's solid construction and the wood grain clearly visible beneath its glossy finish. Gramps reveals his secret, explaining the plate was treated with tree sap using a method called lacquer. Both companions fall silent at the revelation, echoing the strange word and showing disbelief. A hopeful Lafan who seems to know how this remarkable finish was made. A cat peeks over Lulu's shoulder while she happily confirms that he does. Gramps closes his eyes with a warm smile and promises to teach them everything. Lulu leans over the lacquered plate and explains why the undercoat matters for the final product. Lulu, with her arm around the cat, eagerly asks for another serving. Her grandfather gives a fond, amused look at her eager request. Standing together in the room, the group has finished their discussion about the plate. Grateful Jaron thanks Gramps and asks about his plans for the rest of the day. Gramps, beaming with Lulu at his side, says he will go to the labyrinth to gather more sap. At the building entrance, they say their goodbyes and agree to meet again the next day. Holding hands, Lulu sings cheerfully and says she and her grandpa are setting off. Gramps watches Lulu chase a butterfly while his cat trots nearby. Lulu turns and excitedly points out a cute kitten she just spotted to her grandpa. A flicker of confusion crosses her face as she notices something else. Nena, another young girl, points with delight and calls to the kitty. Nina walks with her parents as her father looks surprised to see someone he knows. Gramps greets Setaru, one of the guards, saying it's an unusual place to run into him. Sadaro tells the group he is off duty and introduces his wife and daughter. Smiling brightly, the young girl politely introduces herself as Nina. Sentaru's wife tells him this is the son she mentioned earlier. Then she thanks him for taking care of her husband and asks if Lulu is his grandchild. Gramps says she is not his real grandchild, but is very much like one. The family smiles, clearly aware of their close, unconventional bond. Now the scene moves to the vast, forested woodlands north of Foss. A figure's feet are seen running at incredible speed through the dense woods. A tiny, winged, insect-like creature tumbles to the ground in a small clearing. A bald poacher steps out of the bushes, snatches the small creature, and tells it not to cause trouble. He holds it close, smirks, and reassures it he doesn't intend to eat it. Standing by a cart full of containers, the poacher reveals their true target. They want the precious sap the insect creatures keep across the forest. High among the tree trunks, a colony of small buzzing creatures is nestled. The poachers force their captive, now on a leash, to lead them obediently to its nest. Upon reaching a massive gnarled tree, the lead poacher praises the tiny creature for a job well done. He then says they can take over from here now that their goal is in sight. With cold finality, he orders his subordinate Danon to kill the man who is now useless. Remaining bee-like creatures buzz nervously in the trees, alert to the immediate danger. A much bigger humanoid beam monster swoops down from the canopy toward the poachers. A powerful blow interrupts the execution, slamming Danon hard in the face. From the trees, the other small creatures watch with sad, tear-filled eyes. The bald poacher glares at the fallen monster and mutters about the bugs with contempt. He slams the larger bee monster to the ground, knocking out the colony's protector. While walking through the woods, Satoru spots a creature twitching on the ground. A massive bee-like creature trembles on the ground, making a pained sound. Angrily, Danon confronts his companions as they carelessly harvest honey from a tree. Satoru arrives and asks if they know the guild forbids stealing honey. Danon smirks, recognizing the old man from an earlier meeting. Address Row feigns ignorance by asking whether they have met and what they are doing. Danon tells the old man dismissively that his interference is useless. Luz holds a small bee creature and watches with innocent concern. Danon teases that Satoru is past his prime, joking about his new hairstyle. He reminds a forgetful Satoru that they had met before in the wood dungeon. Satoru gets a sudden flash of memory and finally remembers the adventure from that time. Danon says cheerfully that a lot has happened and now they're gathering honey. Looking serious, Sadaro asked if they were bothering the bees. Danon laughs in disbelief, scoffing at the idea of bothering mere insects. The others join in the laughter, brushing off Satoru's concern beside the buzzing tree. Danon says the creatures are just bugs with limited intelligence. He cruelly grabs one of the small, frightened bee creatures by the head. He says they're only as smart as dogs or cats, not monsters. Satoru narrows his eyes in cold, stern disapproval of Danon's cruelty. Suddenly the ground shakes violently, startling the surprised person. Sheena and a Mohawk adventurer, his companions, came to confront the old man. Satorud tells Luce to step back and reassures her it will be over quickly. He watches in alarm as a magical attack forms to strike him. Annoyed by the disturbance, Sheena unleashes a powerful fireball spell. Katero dives aside as the spell explodes behind him. The Mohawk adventurer rushes through the smoke toward Cedar Room. Several small bee-like creatures buzz nervously from the safety of a tree trunk. The Mohawk adventurer grins as he swings his sword and shouts for Setoru to take this. The blade bounces harmlessly off Satoru's hexagonal magic barrier. The adventurers watch as Satoru chooses to resist them. Satoru holds a small bee creature protectively in his arms as it trembles. Telrail states that the bees seem more reasonable than the adventurer's cruel actions. Danon shouts back angrily, accusing the old man of siding with the bugs. Satorot calmly says the bees seem much more human to him. Thick magical vines erupt, entangling the adventurers while Danon threatens legal action. Luce watches as the scene unfolds, her eyes lighting up with admiration for her grandfather. Seidaru says being human is shown by how you treat the weak. The small bee creature looks up at him, listening closely to his words. Bound and captured, the three adventurers watch with confusion and anger. Danon lashes out at Seidaru, calling him senile as he struggles against his bonds. Sadoro closes his eyes and sighs, tired and disappointed by their foolishness. An imposing figure steps into the clearing, startling whatever peeks from the bushes. Satoru watches Danon's group approach him with ridiculous, misplaced confidence. The newcomer lands a powerful punch that hits the face hard. Stunned and reeling from the sudden blow, Danon clutches his face in pain. Introducing himself as Locke, the guildmaster, the man stands menacingly over Danon. Danon, Sheena, and the Mohawk adventurers stare at their boss in utter terror. Locke shouts, warning them they will not get off easy this time. The guildmaster's angry words echo, making the severity of their punishment clear. Danon feels a sudden sense of impending doom as he realizes his fate. Setoru, an elderly man, stands before Guildmaster Locke and apologizes for the trouble. Locke explains it is his duty because the perpetrators were members of his own group. Facing the terrified adventurers, he tells them their lies are useless now. A Satoru watches Locke confront the trio in the forest from a distance. Thoughtful, Setoru watches the scene as his mind drifts into memory. Beside him, the young girl watches the drama unfold closely. Locke continues to scold the adventurers in the scene. St. Arrows looks wary as he recalls a recent important conversation. A flashback opens with Ithral, revealing the girl's true nature to Rue. A magical status screen appears, revealing she is a bright slime. Revealed in its true form, a small, wobbly slime creature appears before them. Katero looks on with a pained but gentle expression. Ithros smiles warmly and continues to explain the creature's power. The little slime makes a curious guru-like sound as it tilts its form. Ithro reveals the girl's powerful special skill is called Idler. Satoru confirms he detected the outrageous skill with his appraisal ability. Ithral explains how she can nullify all magic and absorb its energy. Unaware of its own power, the tiny slime lets out a big yawn. Given this ability, Ithra will ask Satoru to become her godparent. Holding the slime, Satoru wonders if he deserves this task. Ithro begs him to keep the child safe from those who would exploit her. He adds that he believes the child herself wants Satan to take care of her. Now a baby, the slime looks up at Satoru with bright, affectionate eyes. Satoru agrees to move and decides he must pick a good name for her. Closing his eyes, he thinks of the perfect name to give. Back in the present, Satoru suddenly lets out in awe. Seeing him zoning out, Locke playfully asks if he's gone sino. Locke says he will take full responsibility for his guild members' actions. He announces he is leaving and prepares to lead the bound adventurers away. He drags the struggling, grumbling trio across the forest clearing. Loquishes gives Ruhil a final confident thumbs up. Cedar Road decides to take the injured bees to their nest. With his magic, he heals and levitates the small, wounded creatures. A guide bee led them deeper into the forest. Ceterum relies on the bees' high intelligence, suggesting they are evolving. The guide bee says they've finally reached the nest. Completely awed, the girl looks up at the sight before her. Before them rises a massive tree that houses a humanoid queen. Startled by the sudden arrival of human visitors, the queen bee pauses. Perched above, she wonders why her subjects brought humans to her. Learning that these humans saved her children, she is stunned. Satoru acknowledges that she understands and says it's rare to find a kindred spirit. Deeply grateful, the queen politely asked for her benefactor's name. Satoru introduces himself and says he is here on business. The queen orders her subjects to prepare gifts to thank Cedar-Roo. The gifts are displayed on 8 rings, together with potions and a decorative box. Satoru realizes the rings will shield them from bug-type monsters. A girl looks amazed as she holds one of the magical rings. The queen studies the child with sudden, intense curiosity. A thoughtful look crosses her face as she senses something deep about the girl. Spiky, light-colored hair frames a young girl's curious, blushing face as she watches. Tall, leafy trees in the forest stretch up toward a bright, clear sky. Seated on her throne, the regal bee queen asks to be told the child's name. Flustered, the young girl stammers and can't find the right words to answer. Her grandfather, Asu, rests his hand gently on her head and encourages her to bow. Azel says the child will be named now and invites the queen to witness it. The girl looks up, stunned by her grandfather's announcement. A sudden bright flash startles Asao as he looks on. The lights dim to reveal the queen, Asao, the girl, and 2 small fairies. Setoru, a long-haired man, descends from the sky in a graceful motion, surrounded by radiant light. Watching his grand arrival, the bee queen displays awe and mild surprise. Asao watches with a weary, resigned look and a bead of sweat on his face. They watch as Satoru's feet land softly in the forest clearing. Setoru smiles, relieved he made it in time for the naming ceremony. The queen says modestly it's not a big event, but Satoru insists it's very important. Satoru steps forward and gently places a beautiful crown of flowers on the child's head. Gently, he places the delicate white flower crown on her light hair. The queen gratefully offers to serve as a witness for this momentous occasion. Asile begins the formal announcement by stating the child's name. With a fawning, knowing look, he reveals that her name is Luce. A radiant smile crosses Lucy's face when she hears her new name. The whole group celebrates with casual cheers while the fairies flutter happily. Santa Road tells Asel her happiness made the effort of coming worthwhile. Luce thanks her grandpa and says she's glad they invited Satoru. A soft nod acknowledges it, but his peaceful moment is interrupted by an urgent shout. They turn to see what interrupted their happy moment in the woods. Celi's an elf girl stumbles to a stop on a forest path, panting from exhaustion. Panicking, she pleads with them to hurry back to town. Cut to the Fuzz Garrison training field where soldiers move about. A white cat flinches at the hurried footsteps of soldiers rushing by. A cat watches from the side as a soldier runs down an alley. Behind a stone block, the cat hears voices calling for the commander. A sudden loud shout demanding to know where the doctor is startles the cat. Commander Joke angrily orders his men to find any mages in the city who can help. My subordinate reports they've gathered all the mages they could find, but there aren't many. 2 young mages in robes stand apart, appearing worried and defeated. The spiky-haired mage says Nina's name sadly, showing his concern for her. Commander Jilk bursts through the doorway, startling a young mage holding a basket. Nina, a young girl, curls up in pain, crying and clutching her injured hand. Her mother sits beside her on the bed, as Jill can barely enter the room. Jill confronts Gold and demands an explanation for his absence. Joke yells in frustration when his major says their aid magic is not working. A female mage offers her analysis, saying the injury was caused by a magical device. The news hits Joke and his men with a wave of shock and horror. Nina's mother holds her crying daughter and gently comforts her. Gold realizes the injury must have come from a dangerous weapon in the armory. Joke's face hardens as he demands to know who told Nina to get that item. His glare pins the 2 young mages, standing nervously under his gaze. The close-up shows a small, knowing smirk on Gold's lips. Terrified, the spiky-haired mage watches as the blonde mage steps forward with a smirk. A distraught young mage apologizes and says his companion is to blame. As he explains further, he says the man gave permission to touch the tool. The mage with spiky hair looks up, eyes wide, as he realizes he's been implicated. A soldier in plate armor brushes off the finger-pointing, saying that assigning blame is not important right now. The guilty-looking mage sweats, his face a mask of worry over the consequences. Commander Jill cries out in anguish and falls into despair over his daughter's severed fingers. A woman gently holds a small crying girl, trying to comfort her through the pain. A major effort failed, with even Heal all unable to help, leaving resurrection as the only option. The soldier in gold armor grimly notes that mages who can cast resurrection are rare. The mage says only a tiny fraction of magic users have that ability. A lone boot races through the grass, searching for a solution. Having run for help, the spiky-haired mage looks back into the infirmary with renewed hope. Sally, an elf girl, burst into the room with a loud bang and asked if she had made it. The mages recognize her as she says she has found someone who can help. Sally somberly tells Gold they will probably have to give up on the girl's fingers. Gold, with a serious, intense expression, asked her exactly who she had found. Amid the chaotic infirmary, Nina sits injured on a bed as concerned adults gather around. Celis's face brightens with a confident smile as she announces that a capable healer is on the way. Other mages are astonished and say she may have found a legendary archmage. Gold asks who will be coming as the other mages grow, visibly excited. Sally looks at them with genuine surprise and asks whether they really don't know him. Commander Joke startles at a sound and comments on the constant uproar here. An elderly peddler named Yuzo stands in the doorway, calmly watching the commotion. Yuzo steps into the room with his young companion Luce while the others watch. A young mage approaches the old man respectfully and addresses him as elder. Looking at the cell with hope, he asks whether the Sal is a high-ranking magic user. The Cell gives a wry, gentle smile and calmly denies the assumption with a steady look. Modestly, he insists he's just a simple traveling peddler. The young blonde mage looks at him with a skeptical, unimpressed expression, clearly not believing him. Commander Julk shouts that none of it matters, his face twisted in desperation. In a close-up, Nina's father hears someone begging Gramps to do something for her. Someone details the dire situation. Joke's daughter's fingers have been completely cut off. With deep pity, a Cell looks down at the child and promises to heal her immediately. Gold, the girl's father, stares in stunned disbelief and asks if he can heal this. Azel extends as one, a swirl of energy at its tip, and calmly casts resurrection. Brilliant light pours from Nina's bandaged hand as powerful magic takes hold. Nina looks up at her mother, surprised to feel her fingers no longer hurt. Looking at her now healed hand, she says the pain is completely gone. Joke, standing behind the stunned Gold, bursts into tears of joy and calls his daughter's name. Stunned, the other mages cannot believe a peddler could use such high-level magic. Joke pulls Asal into a big, emotional hug, crying that he knew Asal was amazing. The blonde mage rushes to the bed and calls Nina's name, clearly relieved. Sitting up and smiling brightly, Nina reassures everyone that she is fine. Asal, looking slightly weary but content, gently tells the emotional Joke to calm down. He says he only heard that someone was injured and did not realize it was a child. Joke cheerfully claps Sal on the back and says what an amazing old man he is. The family embraces, while Nina happily calls for her mom and dad. Gold tells his wife and daughter he has to go and properly thank Asal. Gold follows a sound and finds him already surrounded by a chattering crowd of mages. The garrison's mage bombards the prisoner in the cell with questions, seeking to become his disciple and learn about his magic. A young mage tells his companion that another old man uses support magic in a different way. Asao, the elderly magician, watches with a thoughtful, knowing expression. Gold, an armored soldier, politely asks the young mages to let him pass through. Gold says his daughter Nina also wants to thank Asao, who accepts graciously. From behind the cell, Luce greets Nina cheerfully as she fidgets shyly at her father's encouragement. During a tender moment, Nina embraces Luce and praises her for getting through the pain. A group of onlookers, including Golden Joke, is clearly moved by the heartwarming scene. Nina thanks Grandpa Sal, and he warmly tells her she's welcome. Eyes wide with wonder, Nina says magic is truly amazing. Members of the city's garrison introduced themselves and offered immediate assistance if any trouble arose. After the introduction, Gold asks the Cell what his plans are for the rest of the day. The destination is a rustic workshop with a large turning water wheel. In the cluttered workshop, Sal and Luce looked over the tools and stacks of wood. Pleased recognition lights South's face as he is welcomed inside. Lonia, the craftswoman, eagerly asks if Asao really knows the secret to making the plate. With loose, playful cheers in the air, Lonia explains the play's lacquer finish comes from tree sap. Asel confirms the sap was discarded from the wood dungeon and suggests using it for a tea caddy. Holding the wood, he says heating it with magic will speed up the work. Lonia is frustrated by her weak magic and wants to learn practical, everyday uses. With new resolve, she admits Asao taught her that relying on others is not shameful. Asawa remembers her words as Luce looks on, her eyes sparkling with admiration. South's face breaks into a gentle, knowing smile as he watches the scene. Lonia then asked him why he had come to her workshop that day. He mentions wanting to try a hand plane and asks about her tool supplier. South offers to pay a referral fee, but Lonia tells him it is unnecessary. She cheerfully insists the tool is free because he always takes care of her. Asel, gazing out the window, gently dismisses her generous offer as no good. Wisely, he explains there is no free lunch and wonders what Eddie would think. For a moment, Lonia looks lost in thought, her face showing confusion. A menacing image of Addie then appears in her mind, making her nervous. Laughing, she jokes that the referral fee could be paid with lacquer. Asel replies to her clever compromise with a warm, approving smile. Meanwhile, the young Luce watches the exchange, clearly puzzled by the adults' banter. At that moment, Addie arrives at the door and says she has brought them some food. Sal jokes about arriving on time, leaving Addie confused and asking for clarification. The food tray lights up Luke's face with hungry excitement. A rock crashes through the workshop window, shattering their pleasant moment. A stone from the throne rolls across the floor and stops beside a broken toy. Lonia and Addie react in shock, asking why a stone was thrown at them. Lonia, furious, says this has happened before. Rushing to the doorway, she finds the attackers already gone. Frustrated, she curses and clenches her fist, while a sallow, slack expression settles on her face. He strokes his goatee thoughtfully, his expression becoming serious and deeply concerned. A dark, star-filled night sky comes into view. Soldiers at the city garrison are in a loud, vigorous training session. During sparring, one soldier is knocked hard to the ground. The fallen soldier surrenders as his comrades praise the remarkable child before them. Luce launches a flying kick, her unconventional moves leaving her opponents stunned. From the sidelines, a squad of commanders watches the intense sparring match. The spiky-haired soldier shouts an urgent warning to the other guards. A young guard is hurled backward by a shadowy blast of magic. The caster looks sheepish and apologizes for the powerful spell. Frozen in shock, the guard watches as the spellcaster dashes away. Another guard says they're all practicing support magic, learned from Asel. As another magical boom sounds, the caster promises to be more helpful next time. A light-haired young man watches the training with a dismissive look. Amid the commotion, someone calmly places a stone on a strategy board. His companions, Gold and Joke, turn in surprise at his calm demeanor. With a mug in hand, Asel gives Gold cryptic advice about strategy and patience. A guard recommends increasing patrols around the nearby workshop. Gold suggests that simply having a sour round would work better than them. Recognizing South's growing fame, Jilk says it makes him a bit embarrassed. Jilk considers his next move, fingers hovering over the game board. Slamming the piece down decisively, he makes his strategic choice clear. Confidently, Joe recognizes the importance of trusting his own judgment. Then he asks Asal whether he's decided on his next travel destination. From a distance, Asel watches the exhausted guards after their intense training session. Tying on an apron, he asks Gold for help with something. Inside a kitchen, Sal shows how to slice a potato very thinly. Luch and another girl watch in wide-eyed wonder as a slice falls. Explaining the process, he drops the slices into a sizzling pan. South proudly presents a large, inviting bowl filled with golden potato chips. He wipes his brow and watches the girls enjoy the crispy snack. Someone asks Asao whether he has come up with yet another new recipe. Lonia and Joke arrive carrying a huge basket overflowing with potatoes. Asao is delighted and offers thanks for the abundant ingredients. Running footsteps echo down a long, empty hallway. Hearing the sound approach, Asao and Lucha look up from their work. Children are drawn to the delicious smell coming from the kitchen. Warmly greeting the energetic children, Asao tells them to wash their hands. Confused, a young girl asks why they need to wash their hands. He says it's to avoid getting a stomach ache or a fever. Luce answers correctly and earns a proud look from him. Happy children hurry off together to wash up before the meal. Calmly, Lonia tells the excited group there are plenty of potatoes for everyone. Two children eagerly take their first bites of the potato chips. A close-up captures a child, savoring the satisfying audible crunch. A girl says with pure delight that the snack tastes delicious. The children notice the chips are made from potatoes, but are different from donuts. Luce proudly says they're called potato chips and Grandpa made them. Watching him cook, a child comments on how amazing a sour is. A style turns his head after overhearing the child's compliment. The children thank him for the food, and he acknowledges them happily. Outside, the children's cheerful chatter drifts in as they enjoy their food. Later, children gather under a large tree to play. One of the girls notes that the potato chips were cut very thin. Lucy says they were sliced with a special tool called a hand plane. To demonstrate, she rustles the leaves and then explains how they are deep-fried in oil. A child asks how the son knows so much, and Luce replies that his travels taught him. Hopping happily, she explains that he came from a distant country and travels everywhere. The dark-haired girl asks Luce if her constant travel makes her feel lonely. Smiling brightly, Luce explains that travel lets her meet new people. Confidently, she asked her friends if they understood, and they seemed to agree. The dark-haired girl looks up in surprise as a voice calls out to everyone. On a nearby porch, craftswoman Lonia calls out that it's time to eat. Zeph and Lonia hold out bowls of food while eager children run toward them. Before the meal, Lonia gently reminds them to wash their hands and mouths. Children happily gather around a water basin while one points toward the food. As they splash, a friend asks Lucia where she'll go next, and she answers that she's always with her grandpa. Children gather around a table, amazed at how tasty the food is. Zeph smiles warmly, glad to see the children so lively while he enjoys his meal. His expression shifts as he thinks about the next task for the day. Eddie and a second man unroll a large map of the main roads for him. Eddie says a map this size would normally be too big to carry. Zephyr assures her his special inventory skill will make transporting it easy. Studying the map, Zeph admits he has not chosen his next destination yet. Addie points out the main roads out of their city that lead to two different regions. Lush peeks over the edge of the table, cheeks full as she munches a snack. Hearing those unfamiliar words, Luch asked what a lake and a co-star were. Zeph calmly explains the difference between a lake and the sea. Luce's eyes light up as she says she wants to see the big one. Zeph smiles kindly and agrees they should visit the larger destination sometime. Addie points to the map again, describing the regions and hubs where rare items appear. The trip to the coast is long, so she suggests the lake as a first stop. After weighing her reasoning, Zeph concludes the proposed route through the lake makes sense. Nina, another young girl, shares practical advice on the most efficient route. As part of the plan, Addie offers to write a letter of introduction for Zeph. Zeph smiles gratefully and thanks Addie for her kind offer to help. The group discusses business ideas, and Addie suggests Zeph sell his high-quality tea. Addie jokes that Luch's cuteness could also attract customers. Evening falls and a plume of smoke rises from a chimney against the sunset. Indoors, a young boy stacks cushions happily, and they make a soft clatter. Adults watch over the children, who have all fallen asleep after playing with Lucha. A companion tells Zeph how popular his granddaughter is with the other kids. When a mother comes to take her child home, Zeph says he is grateful that everyone gets along. Nina wakes groggy as Luch mumbles about potato chips in her sleep. Nina and her mother wave goodbye as they leave the house for the night. Once his guest leaves, Zeph focuses on his plans beneath a hanging lantern. Zeph lounges on the sofa and asks his companions to tell him more about Ilkin. Addie vividly describes the city's lively water transport and its unique native species. Excited, her companion says the lake is famous for its unique fish. Mentioning fish catches Addie by surprise, and her companion appears pleased. The talk of special fish catches Zeph's interest, bringing a curious glint to his eye. A vivid daydream pulls him into a series of fishing adventures with Lucha. The conversation reminds him that an elf girl named Chloe was also on her way to the lake. Lucy points to the map, helping confirm that Chloe likely went to Lake Alikin. Addie redirects the conversation to Zeph and asks about his travel preparations. Zeph says he's almost done, with just one last task remaining. The cryptic answer leaves Addie slightly surprised and curious. Her male companion watches with a slightly puzzled and intrigued expression. Three people sit on a bench in a sunlit room, talking. Later, night falls quietly over the house beneath a crescent moon. The next morning, young Lucy wakes, stretches her arms, and yawns happily. Running up to her grandfather, she cheerfully asks if they're going out again today. Hand in hand, Seth and Lucia walk up a stone path toward a large church. At the entrance, the robed cleric Ithril gratefully accepts Zeph's offer to donate chairs. When an artisan leaves, Ithril suggests Zeph talk to her first. Zeph is surprised to find the real thing in a place like this. With a smile, Ithro pulls back their hood and praises the artisan's skill. In front of the grand statue, Zeph says he will pray for a safe journey. Ithrolt, smiling knowingly, realizes that Zeph has not come for himself. Zeph admits the visit is more a consultation than a prayer. Luch glances at her face and sees curiosity and surprise. Ithril asks whether Zeph's request is about the city. Ethereal offers to listen, while Zeph warns against promising anything before hearing the details. As a white cat appears, Ithril shows complete trust in Zeph's intentions. Zeph finally reveals his true purpose and asks whether the white cat is related to Ithro. Ithro looks slightly surprised and confirms the cat is one of their familiars. Zeph then asks how Ithrol watches him through the familiar. Lucy plays happily with the friendly cat, holding its paws as they dance. Ithro calls to Luch, catching her attention while she plays. The young girl runs to her grandfather and asks if he has finished his errand. The group walks through the town, with the white cat trailing them on the offensive. Zeph thanks Ithro for his help, and Ithro praises Zeph's attention to detail. Ithrol assures them the familiars will be glad to help. The cleric mentions the familiars seem to like Satarausen, and he is pleased. Lush reaches up and touches the fluffy white cat's tail as it sits nearby. Ithril says the familiars are very smart and can help with other consultations. Zeph thanks Ethro, who then asks whether that was his only question. Seen through, Zeph admits there is one more thing. The white cat rests its head affectionately on something luscious, purring with contentment. Zeph says it's time for them to move on to that other matter. A narrow view reveals a path leading into a dense forest. The group enters a sun-dappled clearing, and Ithril says it should be nearby. Ithril notes the peaceful afternoon as a butterfly flits past a delighted Luch. A sudden rustling in the nearby bushes interrupts their quiet walk. Two young mages burst from the foliage, locked in a fierce struggle. Zeph, Luch, and Ithro stand stunned by the sudden aggressive outburst. The attacker angrily dismisses his rival as a mere support mage. His opponent snaps back and hits him for his arrogance. The blonde mage clenches his fist, preparing to cast a binding spell. Zeph grabs his arm, stopping the magic and pointing out how important minor roles are. He wisely says that how and when magic is used matters more than innate talent. A peaceful wide shot shows rolling hills beneath the sky. In the now calm clearing, the blonde mage voices his frustration about wasted talent. Dark-haired mage defeated the sulks on the ground while wearing a resentful expression. He says bitterly that someone skilled in attack magic wouldn't understand. Seth holds a warm cup and notes that the two must have a long history. Calmly, he tells the sulking mage that it means nothing to him. Zeph says the blonde boy's frustration mirrors his own anger. In a forest clearing, the elderly wizard Azo cradles a steaming cup and explains that aptitude is not the most important part of magic. A young blonde mage listens intently and looks serious and slightly troubled by the lesson. The dark-haired companion also looks concerned as he takes in the old man's words. Acel asks whether the two young men grasp his point, while his companion loose tugs at his sleeve. A foot enters the grassy clearing as an unseen voice asks what is happening. Adventure Gold steps out of the trees and asks if he is interrupting Gramps' lecture. Glancing over his shoulder, Acel spots Gold and playfully asks if he knows the topic. Gold confidently says he knows, as he should, about Gold. Two young mages watch in silence, the blonde one annoyed and the other downcast. Gold glances back at the young men to check whether his assumption was wrong. Later, the group makes its way through a forest at night, beneath a canopy of stars. Both young mages speak up, wondering why the guildmaster would be looking for them. Smiling knowingly, Gold says Joe could ask him to find them. Luce correctly identifies the blonde mage as a Sour's disciple, much to the young man's surprise. Walking together, Gold notes South's good nature and his own lack of fear. Gold says he complimented a Sound who cheekily asked if he was being complimented too. Cut to a rustic workshop with a large water wheel mounted on its side. So and Luch stood beneath the workshop and called a cheerful greeting to Lonia's son. Young craftsman Satoru eagerly tells how he was chosen to replace the temple chairs. Asao explains the temple was a refuge, so Seitaro made the new chair especially durable. Blushing, Satoru looks at Asao and shows sincere, heartfelt gratitude. Smiling warmly, Asao tells the young craftsman he only needs to make them well. Satoru proudly shows a teacat he made with Sal's method, and Sal praises it. Looking over the town, Satoru says he made extra for them to use. Asao says it's time to head to the next city with the newly crafted items. A large crowd of townspeople, led by Gold, has come to see them off. Asao admits he's a little embarrassed by the big crowd, while Luce smiles happily. He thanks everyone for the kind gesture, and Luch worries about his age. Nina-chan's father asks Asao to visit again as his daughter runs toward Lucha. Luch greets Nina-chan warmly. She returns the smile, then her expression changes. Nina-chan's face crumples as she starts to cry over her friend's departure. Lucci promises they'll play again, while Nina's father thanks Asao for his help. Lucia comforts her sobbing friend, telling her not to cry and soothing her with reassuring words. Smiling brightly, she promises they will meet again and asks her friend to wait. Nina Chuan nods tearfully in agreement as Asao and Luchai stand beside her. The blonde adventurer wishes them a safe trip and invites them to visit Floss again. Overcome with emotion, Gold sobs and tells Gramps to take care of himself. A little amused, he waves his hand and calmly acknowledges his friend's tearful concern. Leaving the gate, Asal and Luch thank everyone one last time. Asal notes how pleasant the townspeople are as they wave goodbye. Together, Asao and Lucha stand side by side, looking ahead as they start their journey. A wide expanse of rolling hills unfolds before them, their destination visible far off. Asal and Aluche walk down a path, ready for the next part of their travels. After a while, Azela Sludge stops to rest if she gets tired from walking so much. Watching Luce closely, he notices she seems down. He gently suggests she wait at the temple if she feels lonely. Luce shakes her head hard, her cheeks puffed out as she insists she's fine. Knowing her grandpa gets lonely, she will go with him. Asawa stands stunned, deeply moved by the thoughtful, selfless words. He thinks to himself how admirable and kind-hearted she truly is. Luce, a young companion with a small scar, walks along a winding path and is truly kind-hearted. Turning to her with a warm smile, he promises a special surprise at their next place to stay. Later, by a calm river, Nassau tells Lucha that patience is the key to fishing. Luce lifts her face to her grandfather, eyes wide and curious, and asks about the promised surprise. The South gives a knowing look and tells her to wait until they reach the inn in town. Excited, Luce urges him to hurry as the ripple spreads from their fishing line. They continued fishing from the riverbank, surrounded by dense forest foliage. Suddenly, a South feels a strong tug on his line and says he has finally caught a fish. Nearby, a small furry creature in the bushes sniffs the air with curiosity. Startled by a rustling sound, a South turns his head to see what caused the noise. Hidden in the undergrowth, a small, wild-eyed creature cautiously peeks out and watches them. A young cobalt peeks out a little from its leafy hiding spot to take a closer look. Luce happily points to the dog, while a sour man says he hopes it's not lost. Lucy smiles broadly and tells her grandfather the creature is looking right at them. Startled by the girl's sudden movement and enthusiasm, the small creature flinches. As Lucy tiptoes closer, someone gently tells her not to scare the timid animal. A South pauses to note how late in the day it has become. Deciding it's time to eat, he rummages through his large travel pack. The wary cobalt edges back as the little girl keeps approaching slowly. It pauses and looks back over its shoulder at the persistent child. Luch gives a warm, reassuring smile and tells the creature she is not scary. Suddenly, the cobalt whispers urgently for her to be quiet, sensing danger. Luch startles, a light sweat forming on her brow when the creature speaks. Shock and confusion widen her eyes at the impossible turn of events. In utter disbelief, she exclaims that the dog he just talked to. Asal hears the commotion, looks over, and asks what is going on. Asel approaches the pair and explains the creature is a cobalt, not a dog. Luce spots a wound on the creature's leg and points it out to her grandfather. So immediately kneels to help cast a healing aid spell on the small cobalt. A soft, magical light shines from his hand as he concentrates on healing the wound. Now healed, the cobalt blinks its large eyes and offers a quiet word of thanks. With a kind expression, a South says he's relieved the creature is okay now. Panic hits the cobalt and its eye goes wide. It frantically explains that its whole pack is in terrible immediate danger. Both Asao and Aluche watch with serious concern. The cobalt shouts for them to follow and dashes into the woods, leading the way. As they run, the creature asks Asao while he shows no fear of it. The text explains that people in the area are usually violent and afraid of monsters. Luch clenches his small fist, thoughtfully considering the kobold's words. Cheerfully, she says she's a monster too, but has met many kind people. The cobalt looks back, surprised by her sudden, confident remark. The three keep racing down the winding forest path. Ahead, another cobalt collapses, panting and unable to go on. A figure peeks from behind the bushes at the fallen cobalt in the clearing. A mob of grotesque, laughing goblins closes in on the helpless creature. The first cobalt frantically tries to rouse its fallen friend and urges it to get up. Magical vines rise from the ground, twisting and growing with purpose. A vine shoots out and coils tightly around a goblin's ankle. The snared goblin yelps in surprise as it slips and falls into its companion. The magical trap topples the entire goblin mob into a chaotic heap. Hidden in the woods, a blonde elf girl watches her trap spring on a group of goblins. Excitement makes her heart pound as she realizes her plan has succeeded. Crouching beside a small white squirrel, she said aloud how surprising its noise was. A sudden commotion startles two large horned rabbits, and they bolt away in panic. Down in the pit, a trapped goblin twitches and cries out in pain. The goblin's shrieks echo through the forest, sending a flock of birds into the sky. A massive barefoot stomps down on the ground right beside the pit's edge. A hulking hobgoblin looms and brutally strikes one of its trapped subordinates in frustration. Shocked, the elf girl gasped at the sight of the powerful monster. Hidden behind a bush, she panics and wonders why a creature like that is in the area. A hobgoblin's reptilian eye glints, while a menacing grin spreads across its face. Gripped by fear, the elf girl frantically tries to figure out what to do. Suddenly, Lucia, a small child, dashes past a confused goblin who is sitting. Peeking from her hiding spot, the elf girl looks completely confused by the child's arrival. Luce approaches the goblin group calmly, noticing they seem to be in trouble. Striking a heroic pose, she says she will not let them disrupt the forest peace. Gasped, the elf girl yells a desperate warning to Lucite about the danger. Led by their hulking chief, the whole goblin troop turns its menacing glares on Luch. Close up on the hobgoblin drooling, with malevolent anticipation. The elf girl rushes into the open, grabs Luch, and tells her to run and leave it to her. The goblin troop screams together as the elf girl charges toward them. Cradling Luch, the elf girl glances back with a worried look as she realizes her predicament. A familiar calm voice cuts through the chaos, startling her. From a nearby cliff, Satoru, an elderly man, sees they seem to be in trouble. Reassuring everyone they're safe now, he prepares to cast a floating spell. Using a powerful binding spell, he traps the entire goblin troop and lifts them into the air. The captured hobgoblin glares angrily, straining at the magical bonds. After buying it, Sadero calmly tells the beast that brute force alone will not free it. Sliding down the cliff face, he says he would rather not kill them. Landing, Luch quickly grips the back of his robe for reassurance. A little girl looks up at her grandfather with a puzzled look. Satoru thinks carefully about how to handle the foes he captured with magic. Using his power, he makes each smaller goblin float one by one in front of him. He watches them and notices they seem to be apologizing for their leader's behavior. A lone floating goblin sobs and sniffles, clearly remorseful. Sataro gives a stern warning that they will not be forgiven for any future misdeeds. He then tells the creatures they can live peacefully in the vast forest. Once released, the hobgoblin and his troop bow in deep submission. Sidero asked the elf girl why she was here, and she sheepishly admitted she was lost. Later, beside a crackling campfire, Setoru listens closely to the Cobalt Chief's story. The chief explains that his people rarely met goblins in the vast forest. He adds that neither group deliberately entered the other's territory. Young kobolds say the peaceful dynamic shifted when the hobgoblin arrived. Katero hopes the hobgoblin learned a lesson from that painful, humiliating experience. A young kobold offers the group a wooden box full of large, sparkling crystals. Studying the twinkling gems, Satoru notes they remind him of the game Ohajiki. The Cobalt chief bows, deeply grateful his pack was saved. He gives a large fish and fresh fruit as a generous token of thanks. Satoru and Luce admire the beautiful fish they were given. A group of young kobolds smiles, feeling happy and safe in their village again. A small, fox-like kobold clutches its belly and gives a loud growl. Elder Cedar Row watches the scene and murmurs that he sees what is happening. At the Cobalt camp, a clan member carefully tends the fire. Cedar Row sips a spoonful of broth to judge its flavor before cooking. With his ingredients in hand, he tells a young kobold to watch him closely and learn. Now that the meal is ready, Satoru announces it is done and tells everyone to eat. Everyone eats happily, while Lucia praises her grandpa's cooking. Chloe, a blonde elf girl, asks cheerfully for a second helping of the meal. Young Cobalt slurps its noodles with pure enjoyment, its eyes wide with delight. Smiling warmly, Satoru says he's glad everyone liked the food. The Cobalt chief is deeply moved and expresses profound gratitude for Satoru's generosity. Playfully, Satoru suggests the chief could share some ohajeki with Lucha in return. Keiichiro hurries up to Satoru and asks if he's eaten, knowing he planned to leave. As they eat, Satoru asks Chloe why she hasn't gone back to her forest yet. After getting lost, he decided to visit Ilakin and invited them to come along. Satoru calls a collection of large, sparkling, uncut crystals ohajiki. Both Chloe and Satoru are stunned by the crystal's beauty and rarity. Katero studies the crystal closely and sees its immense potential. A proud young Cobalt tells Lush he is the one who found the pretty stones. Luchin, a Cobalt, asked for more food, and Satoru notices their friendship is growing. Studying the crystals, Sadaru realizes they could solve the Kobol's problems. He proposes trading the stones for food with the Cobalt chief. Katero uses one crystal for one fish to explain the basic idea of trade. He reveals that a single crystal can be traded for tens of fish. Chloe and Satoru explain how shrinking the crystal makes it usable as currency. Satoru looks weary and admits that implementing this new system will not be easy. Determined, the chief Cobalt looks up and asks Satoru for some time. Satoru immediately offers to trade some of his spare food. The overjoyed chief knows the village's young pups will no longer go hungry. Satoru smiles and promises to find them a trustworthy trade partner in the city. Later that night, Luch and the Kobolds sleep soundly together in a tent. The Cobalt camp is quiet and tense, nestled in the peaceful moonlit forest. A menacing hobgoblin leads a band of smaller goblins through the dark woods. Enraged, the hobgoblin drives his fist down with explosive force. A massive rock cracks under his powerful blow as his underlings watch in fear. He glares at his cowering goblin subordinates, who are terrified of his wrath. The hobgoblin strikes one of his goblins hard, sending it flying. Two battered goblins slump against a tree, moaning in pain after their leader's rampage. Back in the tent, Lucia's ear twitches, and she senses something disturbing her sleep. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sits up as a kobold asks what's wrong. The small kobold, now stirring as well, asks Luch if it is morning yet. Smiling gently, Luch reassures the kobold that it can stay asleep. An ominous silhouette reveals the hobgoblin standing among his exhausted, fallen troop. Rushing through the forest at incredible speed, he keeps his face set with determination. The hobgoblin slides to a hard stop in the clearing, kicking up dirt and dust. Lou stays calm as he slumps to the ground and looks up at her. A massive hobgoblin kneels before a small girl, both facing each other. A menacing, drooling grin spreads across the hobgoblin's face as he laughs without sound. Lucia meets the creature's hostility with a steady, calm stare. The hobgoblin lets out a low, aggressive growl, drool dripping from his sharp teeth. The large goblin's reptilian eye opens wide in shock as it gives a surprised grunt. In contrast, the young girl's eyes narrow with intense, unwavering focus. A massive torrent of water crashes over the muscular goblin as she unleashes it. Smaller goblins in his troop shake and scream in sheer terror. A large gelatinous slime appears and begins consuming the defeated goblin's body. With one last big gulp, the slime completes its strange, unsettling meal. Drifting casually in the air, Luce says the meal wasn't very tasty. Luce turns her attention to the remaining terrified goblins. Crying out in fear, they scramble away in a panicked retreat. Luch advances calmly with slow, deliberate steps toward the cowering creatures. Her calm manner is enough to stop them, and they immediately bow in submission. The injured goblin twitches in pain as she reaches toward it with a limp hand. Glowing magical flowers form a bouquet in her open palms. She gently tells the goblin the flowers will make it heal much faster. This unexpected act of mercy leaves the goblin stunned and silent with confusion. Lucia gently lays the healing flowers on the injured goblin's arm. Yawning, she imagines the goblins now obediently carrying her on their shoulders. Goblins start to splinter among themselves, making small, hesitant sounds. The scene shifts to a new location, revealing the dark texture of a tent wall. Dawn breaks over a peaceful forest camp in the mountains as birds chirp. Inside the tent, the kobold girl Maron playfully wakes a sleepy Luch. The kobo leader, Asao, watches Luce crawl out and notes she looks sleepy. Lucy greets Satoru and Chloe cheerfully while they do their morning stretches. The kobolds join the exercises that Maron calls a dance from a southern hometown. Satoru wipes his brow and praises Maron's excellent memory. Maron eagerly asks Satoru for help on behalf of her entire clan. She says everyone wants a special nickname like the one he gave her. Eagerly, she asked him to give everyone else wonderful names too. After breakfast, Cedar Road decides to take care of the request and make some sandwiches. Telling Chloe the task is tricky, he asks for her help, which surprises her. At the table, Satoru is pleased to see Maron and Luce enjoying the food. A plate of sandwiches is shown, as a moron says they are delicious. The kobold leader, Asound, approaches Satoru to discuss a matter. Asal politely thanks Satoru for looking after his daughter Marona. He tells him the nearby goblins have been unusually noisy this morning. Asaur suggests it's because goblins think in a very simple way. Sadero casually says he can suppress them again if they cause trouble. Chloe wants them exterminated, while Sal finds Satoru's confidence reassuring. Luce licks her fingers and calmly says they should talk about it later. Choosing to investigate first, Satoru's Luce goes for a stroll. A slow pan reveals a vast, peaceful expanse of forested mountains. At the goblin nest, Satoru and Chloe are stunned by what they find. They discover goblins respectfully bowing and serving 3 captive human women. From a distance, Satoru, Chloe, and Lucia watch the strange, tangled scene. Once aggressive goblins now look sullen, sad, and utterly downtrodden. Arrow is troubled by the situation, but Luch reassures him it's not a problem. A young girl tugs on her grandfather's robe to get his full attention. He points out the contradiction between their surrender and the evidence of wrongdoing. With a bright, confident smile, Luce says she has a good idea. Her declaration leaves Sadaru skeptical and Chloe looking down at her. A young kobold stands in a forest clearing and announces he is returning to his father's camp. Proudly holding up a basket, he reports a successful morning of foraging. His father says he is relieved the foraging trip had no encounters with goblins. Looking sad, the father remembers when they lived without problems. Another kobold says they don't understand the goblins, only that they are enemies. Worried about their future, the father says they must keep living in the forest. Maron, his child, confidently insists that their new friend Setoru will handle the goblins. Elsewhere, young Lucy calmly says her grandfather will not exterminate the goblins. Seidaru, her grandfather, wears a slightly surprised but knowing expression. Chloe, their elf companion, looks puzzled by Luch's surprising declaration. 3 travelers face a group of goblins. Chloe looks unsure. Chloe tells Luch she's worried, reminding her that their enemies are goblins. She fears the goblins will attack again after the travelers leave. Luce gives a bright, confident smile and firmly assures her it will be fine. Crouching, she offers to explain her reasoning to the skeptical Sidaru and Chloe. Drawing a diagram in the dirt, she lays out a plan for mutual economic benefit. The crowd, including the goblins, listens in awe to her surprisingly simple solution. Sadaru asked thoughtfully what would happen if the goblins broke their promise. Luch pauses, holding her stick as she thinks about the question. Smiling, she explains that their need for food ensures they will keep their word. Confidently, she asked whether her logic was sound as she looked toward the now subdued goblins. Chloe brings up another concern, afraid a rogue goblin could attack without thinking. Lu says each group must police its own members. She turns to her companions for confirmation, making sure they agree with her plan. The lead goblin nods firmly and decisively, accepting the terms of the agreement. Sadru watches with a gentle, proud smile, impressed by his granddaughter's wisdom. Elsewhere, an adventurer takes the arm of a defeated monster with a powerful blow. His companion asked if that was the last one and got a dismissive retort. The dark-haired adventurer boasts they can now handle these rampages alone. His white-haired partner voices doubt, saying a Salson might still save them. Nodding, the dark-haired man says a sow could help them without them knowing. On the site of a former bandit hideout, a group of travelers shares a meal. Freshly made sandwiches fill a bowl, ready to be served to the group. The women enjoy the food, saying it is delicious and a new experience for them. Sotero holds up a glowing magical tool and asks what is in the immediate area. His scouting magic pinpoints the spot as an old bandit hideout. There are more groups than he expected, but Lucia isn't worried. Katero says any bandits who become a threat must be dealt with. After the meal, he reminds everyone that washing the dishes is their shared chore. While washing, Kanade admires Satoru's kindness and his peaceful approach. Luch proudly says her grandfather's strength comes from his kindness. Kanate watches with a conflicted expression and admits she is jealous. In a flashback, Satoru calmly casts binding and paralysis spells to subdue bandits. Kanade thinks it might be better to keep traveling than to go back home. From a high vantage point, a vast sunlit body of water stretches out below. The group arrives at the scenic, spread-out lakeside town of Ilikin. Atop a hill, a companion announces their arrival as Sidaru congratulates them. Chloe is amazed by Satoru's innovative, always active travel magic. Inspired by his power, Lucien declares her desire to use magic in a cool way. Kataru and Chloe gaze down at eager Lucho, their expressions fond and worried. Elderly magician Asao looks thoughtful as he considers a difficult subject. In a forest clearing, he tells his companions why he is reluctant to teach magic. Hearing that, his young granddaughter Lucia slumps as Chloe gently encourages her from behind. The kind elf gently pats the disappointed girl's head to comfort her. Chloe reassures Lucia that she is valued even without magic. Asao then expresses his deep pride, valuing Lucia's strength far more than her magic. Lucia's spirits lift immediately, and she brightly declares she will become stronger in her own way. Chloe thinks that such great physical strength might explain why she mysteriously cannot use magic. After saying goodbye to the women they were with, the group continues on their journey. As they walk through a bustling market, Asao says their next stop is to greet God. Arriving at the lakeside town of Iligan, the companion gazes in awe at a floating temple. The old magician watches the massive boat, taking in its size and gentle sway. High above, the three travelers look down at the sprawling town filled with boats. Inside the temple, Luch is surprised to find the interior is wood rather than stone. A little girl taps one of the big wooden support beams, curious. Then a voice calls to them from a nearby, ornate glowing wall carving. A young man identifies himself as Sarshit, the head priest of Ilgan's temple. Sarshit greets his guest warmly as Chloe and Lucy introduce themselves. The priest says he is sure they will all grow to love the beautiful town. The calm water reflects his sense of peaceful agreement. Sarshit then reveals that the god Ithral has instructed him to offer any assistance. The Saokul replies that he does not expect to need care. The priest smiles and nods knowingly, accepting the Sao's independent nature. Sarshit says that doing their god's bidding makes them happy, and they offer help regardless. Salo agrees to ask for help if needed, while Luce admires a large painting. A soft meow nearby catches the young girl's attention. From the corner, a sleek black cat appears and makes a soft sound. Smiling, Luce reaches for the cat, as the priest promises to inform the guild heads. Asa decides it's time to leave, after finishing their greeting with the priest. The young girl excitedly scoops up the struggling cat and shows her grandfather her new friend. Out of nowhere, a hooded figure appears, gently shushing Lush and revealing themselves as Ithral. Azel warmly greets the god, teasing them for shirking their divine duties. The old magician notes Ithral's popularity, evidenced by the many temples named for them. He observes that followers use statues and paintings to feel closer to their deity. Ithral listens with a small, knowing smile, apparently amused by the observation. Playfully, the god asks if the artwork and statues really look like them. Asao keeps teasing, saying aloud he wonders whether gods have a lot of free time. With a slight smile, Ithral says they came because the requested item is finally ready. Chloe formally introduces herself to Ithral, who says he has heard rumors about the elf. Ithral says they will show us how God's power can be wielded. Ithral will pull a small, simple round mirror from their sleeve for Asao. Chloe gasps sense the immense magic in the small object. Asao accepts the mirror gratefully, seeing it as the item he asked for. Luce runs up, proudly showing the black cat she calls Mr. Cat. The young girl says the small mirror looks like a bigger one she saw. Yuza reveals the mirror's power, sending the cat running. Startled by a sudden surge of magical energy, the black cat jumps back. Luce gasps in surprise and delight as she looks into the mirror. With her hood up, the little girl stares in amazement at the image. The mirror shows her friend Nina-chan, who is just as amazed to see Lucha. Carrying firewood, a young woman is surprised when a little girl named Lucy runs toward her group while other children wave. Nina-chan, another young girl, gently pets a cat and thanks it for keeping her company. Inside a magical mirror, Nina-chan waves happily, tears in her eyes, to her friends. Lush beams and says that Nina is smiling, while her grandfather Asao watches contentedly. One purposeful step starts the group's new journey. Chloe notes the magical mirror arrived sooner than expected, confirming South's earlier comment about waiting. Chloe hesitates, then calls out to Asao to get his attention. Excited, Chloe asks Asao about his plans for their next destination. While walking, they hear a noise at the Merchants Guild, and Chloe suggests reporting the bandits. Pointing to a building by the lake, Asao says they should go there. They pause to enjoy the cool, fresh breeze off the water. On the building's deck, they enjoy the town's lakeside view. Chloe asked about their plans, and Azel says they must find lodging now. Asao lays out his clear plan of action, beginning with the guild, then lodging, and finally the market. When Chloe asked to stay with him, he agreed warmly, saying he had expected she would. Cheerful Luce holds her new cat and asks her grandfather about his work plans. Asao says he wants to be a peddler and deal directly with his customers. He tells a curious Luching he will sell coffee and tea by the cup. He imagines a small stall serving simple dishes and packaged goods in custom containers. A shadowy figure slips up behind the group without being noticed. Lucia eagerly says she wants to try his food, and he promises she can taste it first. The creak of a floorboard shows the figures are now very close. A hand firmly touches his sour shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Startled by the sudden touch, he glances over his shoulder with a quizzical expression. An imposing blond man asks whether he is Asao, leaving him completely bewildered. Alejandro, the stranger, studies him critically, assuming he is merely an old man. From a nearby alley, a dark-haired woman cannily confirms Asao's identity. A sudden, intense confrontation startles Chloe and Luce. Sensing danger, the black cat arches its back and hisses aggressively. Canaid, the dark-haired woman, watches the scene unfold from her hiding spot. Alahun stares intently at the cell and says he remembers him clearly. Asel stares back, deeply puzzled, trying to place the man's familiar intensity. A wide shot shows the busy floating town of Ilegan, where these events unfold. Alejandro leads the group down the walkway, promising to jog South's memory. The Sao looks up at his guide, completely bewildered. Alahan introduces himself as a well-known local who helps travelers. The cell reacts to Alejandro's introduction with a nervous, confused look. Alejandro speaks cryptically about needing to discuss matters between their parties, but acts sour and feigns ignorance. Chloe and Lucci, his companions, are left completely confused by the exchange. Someone in the cell looks to Chloe for an explanation, but Chloe has no idea what's happening. When Chloe suggests a case of mistaken identity, Kanat shows up with a knowing smile. Alejandro expresses doubt, saying the name is right but the man seems wrong. Confidently, Chloe says this is the person they expected. Kanad opens with a formal introduction and apologizes for the delay caused by guilt procedures. She explains she had been rushing to find their group. Seeing Kanad with them, Alejandro knows this is not just a misunderstanding. Alejandro's face hardens into a menacing glare. His intentions are unclear. Chloe and Luce exchange a startled look at the sudden tension. Alejandro points out how unlikely their group is and firmly warns them not to cause trouble. Intimidated by his menacing manner, Chloe stammers her agreement. Asao, the elderly merchant, watches a suspicious local leave and sighs with weary exasperation. A young woman with long black hair suddenly approaches his group on the pier. Canaid says she cannot return to her treacherous home village. Bowing, she asks to join their journey and promises she will be useful. We all agree, but we advise her to consider her important decision carefully. Chloe, his elf companion, gasps in shock at the sudden development. Nearby, the young girl watches the serious exchange with a watchful expression. Asao tells Kanan to follow them as they explore the city's guilds and shops. Kanad walks with Asao while a worried Chloe trails just behind the new group. They walk along a wooden boardwalk above the town's calm waters. They soon reach their destination, the large circular LECAN Commerce Guild building. He also confidently says his letter of introduction from Addie will speed things up. Inside, he politely tells the friendly guild receptionist he is a peddler. The receptionist notices the letter is addressed to the guildmaster and asks them to wait. Waiting, Asel pauses to admire a framed painting of a canal town. An elegant woman with her hair in a bun appears and introduces herself as Illumina, the guildmaster. Asal, with Luce beside him, humbly thanks her for meeting a mere peddler. Illumina is skeptical, noting a glowing handwritten letter of introduction from the 1980s. To preserve his cover, Assaut says he is just an ordinary merchant selling tea and coffee. Smiling warmly, Illumina confirms Eddie praised his goods as the best she's ever seen. She says she and the competitive 80 are old friends, so praise like that is very rare. Then Asal suggests Illumina try his wares herself. Illumina accepts his offer, intrigued and happy to bring his coffee to Ilekan. Azel starts making the coffee, explaining why fresh grounds are important at rich aroma. Illumina playfully says she heard he was active in fields beyond business and force. Pausing his work, Asal takes on a thoughtful, determined expression. With a confident look, he says he'll try a different line of business here. Curious about his plans, Illumina asks what kind of business he plans to start. He outlines how to sell the same products in a completely different way. Sketching on a piece of paper, he confirms he'll also sell beans to the guild. Illumina is relieved his new venture is just a food stall. On hearing that, his companion looked at the proposed stall with curiosity. Asal shows Illumina his sketch of a small, cute, and unthreatening stall design. This approach is meant to avoid causing problems for local businesses, he explains. A young girl peeks around a corner, eyes wide as she asks what's happening. Asal stares at Illumina and asks the guild to lend its strength to his plan. Smiling warmly, Illumina agrees they would be more than happy to help him. Asal explains his plan to sell tea through the guild to avoid trouble with the local shops. To show it is officially approved, he suggests setting up his stall right next to the guild. Using a sly smile, Asal admits their plan is quite bold. Illumina peeks out from behind him, and they share a quiet, knowing moment. At that moment, Luce runs toward Asal, happily calling out Grandpa. A young girl proudly tells the guildmaster she is a Solaus. Charmed by the girl's formal introduction, Illumina asked her to look after her grandfather. Asal gently tells Luce that it's fine to use just her first name when speaking. He announces their plan to prepare everything so they can open the next day. At her office window, Illumina waves goodbye to Asal and his companions. Smiling, the group waves back as they leave the guild building. After they leave, Illumina says she wonders if she should have just gone home. Shurahan, the stern submaster, admits cynically that she has a soft spot for the old man. Elegant guildmaster Illumina glances back with a calm, knowing look. Her subordinate Shurahan said the situation was absurd and that someone else had been worried too. Illumina says that if fraud had occurred, rumors would already be spreading. To her, it's odd that they're not making more money through normal sales channels. Shurahan sees little logic in a food stall with such limited sales potential. With a hard stare, he worries their bargain prices will hurt established local businesses. Illumina stands at the window and listens to his concerns with a knowing smile. Turning to her, he asks for her official opinion as the guildmaster. Shurahan sips from a cup and recognizes it as the coffee the old man brewed. He takes another sip, looking thoughtful and deeply suspicious of the situation. Illumina finally gives a simple verdict that the coffee is not that bad. Beneath a night sky with 2 moons, steam rises from an outdoor bath. The hot spring's surface erupts in a sudden energetic splash. Taking a bath, Chloe points out the faint light on the distant lake. Leaning over the edge, she watches the many tiny lights and smiles with delight. Canaid says it's the season for night fishing with lantern stones. When Luce expresses a desire to see, Chloe points out how much Canada knows about lakes. The young girl watches the lantern-lit boats, her eyes wide and sparkling with amazement. Canaid admits she knows the lake, but has no real fondness for it. Shifting the subject can help distract from a noise by surprising Chloe with a sudden question. She questions the Southerner's true identity, noting he modestly claims to be a merchant. Chloe agrees that Asal is full of mysteries, and Louise thanks her. Unable to accept their assessment, he asks if they really see him that way. Luce happily says her grandfather is friends with an amazing god. Seen from above, a lone man relaxes in the men's hot spring. While in the women's bath, Chloe is startled by a sudden sound or flash. At the men's bath, a young man washes his face and comments on a fading flash. While bathing, an elderly man is suddenly startled by an unexpected noise. A young man arrives carrying a basin and offers a friendly greeting. Smiling, he politely asks the old man if he can join him. While bathing, the young man praises the water, which amuses the old man. Both men relax together, enjoying the special treat of an open-air bath. The young man asked whether the other still really wanted to return home. With a thoughtful look, the old man admits he is no longer sure. This makes the young man feel saved. He notices this world is a nice place. He admits he was genuinely surprised by the old man's sudden change of heart. He notices the old man's behavior is different from other reincarnated people. The old man shrugs off the remark, saying he doesn't know about it himself. The younger man notices his presence is different, with a gentle quality. The old man says he imagines he's talking to Takumi when he's with everyone. Satisfied, he concluded it had been worth taking his place now that Takumi was doing well. A gentle smile reveals the old man's deep relief. After their bath, the two men are drying off in the changing room. A sudden gust of wind comically puffs up the young man's long hair. He shows the old man a curious device that uses magic to blow wind. The young man feels alive again, and the old man, a god, finds it amusing. Confident the bath's powerful effect will restore his energy and strength, the old man looks out and notes that Luce and the others sound very energetic. The young man sincerely thanks the old man for looking after Luce. The old man reassures him and calls Luce a good and honest girl. A young man with long, light-colored hair, Asao, expresses his sincere thanks. Later that night, smoke rises from a chimney beneath a sky with two moons. The next morning, a voice says it's a beautiful day to open for business. Takumi, now elderly, and his companions celebrate a successful opening and acknowledge the hard work that got them there. Nadia says they are also serving Karine and is confident the customers will be delighted. Nadia smiles warmly as she shares her genuine excitement for the day's business. Takumi notes that Luce has become less shy and that the children are growing quickly. A large circular commerce guild building sits by the water. Inside, Guildmaster Illumina, Submaster Shirohan, and Manager Satya await Asao arrive. Shirohan's expression tightens and narrows as he issues a stern warning about causing trouble. Takumi and the elf Milia both flinch at the official's aggressive tone. Miley watches with concern, while Luce looks on with wide-eyed innocent curiosity. Illumina smiles calmly and smoothly interjects, putting the guild's business first. Takumi kindly offers to serve tea to the guild members before they start their talks. Sasha is stunned by the tea's taste, while Shirohan remains unimpressed. Satya eagerly tells Shirohan that the amazing tea is a specialty they must get. SD is poured to Kumi, who asserts his right to choose his business partners. Satya takes notes as Shirohan objects, saying the price and quantity are unprecedented. Illumina and Shirohan taste the tea while Sasha watches with delight. Takumi smiles contentedly as Milia watches with a mildly annoyed look. At the guild office, Illumina says coffee and tea are both profitable. She says confidently that she set the high price based on her own judgment. Shirohan reluctantly accepts the guild's purchasing decision, but only on one condition. Pointing aggressively, he warns them not to do anything suspicious at their stall. Milia, Nadia, and Luce snap back angrily that they would never do anything strange. Luce puffs out her cheeks and defiantly insists they will behave properly. Reaffirming her promise, she says they will not do anything wrong at all. A gentle hand settles on Lucy's head, soothing her with a soft pad. Luce looked up and asked her grandfather if he ever got angry with people. Takumi reassures her, saying it's okay as they walk together. Still seated, Milia and Nadia tell Takumi they are unhappy with the situation. Takumi thoughtfully suggests Shirohan try the stall himself. Illumina asks Shirohan why he's so excited, and he says he'll be there. Shirohan stands at the counter, glaring and making Takumi's group visibly uncomfortable. He explains he suspects Takumi is a front for a larger, shadowy organization. Some in the group listen to his accusation with concern, others with annoyance. The large tent that serves as a food stall flaps in the breeze. Now open on the pier, the stall is busy with many happy customers. At the busy stall, a customer orders 2 iced teas from the smiling Milia. From afar, Shuren and Sidia watched the successful operation with skepticism. Shirohan crosses his arms, set on exposing what he thinks are their true colors. Cynically, he tells Sasha that trust matters more than cheap prices. A satisfied woman praises the stall's friendly staff and plans to return. A nearby baker says the stall has boosted his bread sales. Smiling serenely, Nadia says they are happy when their customers are happy. Growing more frustrated, Shirohan dismisses the positive reception as just a novelty. Fed up, he strides to the stall to investigate it himself. At the counter, Luce greets him with a bright, welcoming smile and asks for his order. Seeing the stern guild official, she was instantly startled and intimidated. Shirohan quickly clarifies he is not there on official business, but is there as a customer. Seated at a table, guild official Shirohan studies the new food stall's business with a suspicious eye. From a customer's view, the large tentative food stall bustles with activity. Scoffing, he's convinced these low prices for quality goods are a trick. Asao, the elderly owner, approaches Shirohan's table and offers to take his order. Smiling warmly, Asao recommends the day's special iced tea to the official. Shurhan looks strained and doubtful, a bead of sweat on his temple. Asao asks for his opinion on the stall, and Shirohan admits it is thriving yet confusing. Hiding behind a wooden post, the young girl watches the two men interact. Taking a sip, Shirohan says he has a few questions. Asao calmly agrees to the interrogation, saying he does not mind. Firm and uncompromising, the guild official takes a hard line, unlike the gentler Satya and Guildmaster Illumina. Smiling knowingly, a SAO delivers a backhanded compliment about Surakan's principles. Shirohan, enraged by the comment, furiously demands to be told who is being gutless. Leaping to his feet, he signals Asao to follow him for a private talk. Sharahan, walking along the pier, bluntly accuses Asao of running a strange business. Asao admits calmly that his operation looks puzzling and troubling from the outside. Shurhan points accusingly and insists the cell must have a hidden motive. Holding his chef's hat, the self-styled Shirohan seems perceptive and offers to explain his plan. A wide shot shows a thriving stall on a large circular pier above the water. Inside, a cheerful staff member carries a tray while her coworkers serve the busy customers. A mother sits at a table with her smiling son, enjoying their meal. Nadia, a stall worker, watches the scene with a thoughtful, serious expression. She watches her superiors, Illumina and Sekia, walk away from where she stands. Down the pier, Azel and Shirohan are locked in a tense conversation. Sache approaches her boss Illumina and speaks with worry written on her face. Calmly, Illumina asks her subordinate what seems to be bothering her. Nearby customers whisper that stern Shirohan dislikes the stall and may cause trouble. A close-up shows Shirohan clenching his teeth in raw frustration and anger. The two women talk about the stall's booming reputation, which worries them. Illumina says her top priority is to make sure the guild's business dealings are not compromised. Nibbling a snack, Satya wishes Shirohan would stop overthinking when the food is this good. She says out loud she can't understand why he's so stubborn about the popular new stall. Clearing the table, they worry Shirohan will find a reason to close them down. She looks anxious because she fears he will close their business. A hand reaches for a freshly poured iced tea and a paper tray of potato chips. Illumina says the food looks delicious, but Nadia worries this might be the problem. Milia, an elf worker, notices Lucy's sad face and asks if she's tired. Luz explains in a frantic voice that their store is in serious trouble and could close soon. Illumina wants to maintain a good long-term relationship with her supplier, a sound. Tanyan, the cat-eared guild member, breaks up their serious conversation with a playful remark. Sache pulls her friend close and gets ready to explain the complicated situation with Shurahan. A busy scene shows a group of worried women gathered by the stall's counter. Satya says Shurahan is trying to shut down this stall, but no one knows why. After listening quietly, Nadia says calmly that everything will be fine. Her calm statement shocks her friends, who press her for an explanation. Nadia holds up a hand-drawn diagram and explains the stall's limited-time business model. The key point is that most of their customers are new to these foods. Her friends listen closely, finally seeing the cleverness of a sour strategy. Lucy and Chloe peek from the side, curious about what the group is discussing. Nadia concludes the stall's real purpose is to build a new customer base. Calmly, a woman with long dark hair outlines her long-term business strategy. Her blonde companion agrees, saying even the difficult Shurahan is not that strange. At the stall, Chloe and Elf comfort the worried young girl. The blonde woman realizes calling Shirohan not weird is the strangest part. Asal tells a skeptical Shirohan that weird may not be the right word. He notes that all the young people appear to be getting along well. Asal points to a nearby bench and Shirohan reluctantly sits down. Calmly, the old man tells the nervous guild member he's not looking for a fight. Shurahan insists he cannot ignore the harm to local merchants. He insists on knowing Assad's real goal, convinced there is a hidden agenda. Aso takes in the intense accusation, showing a thoughtful, serious expression. He starts by saying his plan is to help the town's local shops. Asel is about to tell Shurahan something he may not grasp right away. Sharon listens to the old man with a look of deep, steady suspicion. A voice offers a compliment, noting that Shirohan is better than he thought. The guild member's cynical look of disbelief doesn't change. Asel shows the reason is the loose child who has complicated circumstances. A woman and a small child walk past the stall. He wants Lois to learn life skills like helping in the store. Isao continues, telling her he wants her to learn to talk with other people. He insists that Luce be kept out of their adult conflict. Shurahan is suddenly overwhelmed by emotion and breaks down crying. The cell is surprised by the reaction, while Shirohan sobs that he understands. Shurahan, in tears, reveals he has a son and a daughter back home. Standing on the pier, Chloe realizes a parent would do anything for their children. The bee-skin girl Tonian cheerfully asks what's going on. Tearfully, Shurhan praises Isao for caring for the little one on his own. He feels deeply embarrassed for suspecting Isao of being a malicious agent. Isao gives Shurahana a sharp, knowing look. Since Shirohan understands, he wants to clear up local misunderstandings. Shirahan's demeanor changed completely, and he readily offers to help with the task. Someone in the cell hears a noise, but his companion says it's a stray cat. Shirohan leans in to tell the old man something more important. He is suddenly grabbed from behind by a powerful, startling wimp. Staggered and shocked, he shouts in surprise and confusion. Tanyan playfully grabs him and notes that he has a scary face but a friendly nature. Smiling, she admits she startles him on purpose to watch his funny reactions. A grumpy Shirohan and the child are colleagues of the Beast King girl. She introduces herself cheerfully as Tionian, a proud beastkin. Tanya says she came by to say hello, which Isao finds very kind. She reveals she manages the Commercial Guild's food purchases. Tony and her two Southside stalls serve interesting food, which piqued her business interest. She says they must first discuss the terms properly. The cell tells her the ingredients he uses are common. Tionian is excited because he sees great potential in the recipe itself. Shurhan sits on the bench, clearly unimpressed by the business talk. He tells Taoyuan she is not on the same page, even though she has prepared a budget. A sour indicates she tasted the food and drinks before they negotiate. Tanyan's face lights up with pure, unfiltered joy at the suggestion. She says she's glad to take some home. An off-panel voice agrees the proposed project is worth doing. Azel says cooking is not his main job, and he is not doing it for money. After hearing that, the Beast Kintonian suggests they trade something besides money. Assad clarifies that his real wish is for the townspeople to live comfortably. Shurahan says with a confident smirk that negotiating is the guild's specialty. He admits he is not very good at dealing with this man. A voice offers help, telling them not to worry and to leave it to the voice. A wide view reveals the lakeside town of Ilakan, showing floating structures and a lighthouse. In Ilakan, a large workshop stands beside a turning water wheel. Smiling, Adini holds a paper and asks her apprentice Pugna about a delivery. Inside the workshop, Punia says she is busy and asks how you need to enter. Adini notices Punia sounds unusually happy walking toward the workshop. Inside, Punia hammers on a project while brushing off Adni's comment. Adini watches with curiosity and asks about Punia's new project. Punia shows a detailed architectural drawing and explains that it is a large stall. Smiling with pride, she explains it's a blueprint for a food stall that can be assembled for a sound. Odini is surprised someone ordered this in addition to the wooden canisters. Nearby, a small white cat stretches and lets out a soft, satisfied meow. Punia says happily that thanks to a sound she has earned money using new skills. A faint sound makes ADN look up, thoughtful and slightly concerned. Adini remembers that a cell once had a cat and she was asked to care for it. Cradling the cat, she asks whether the new structure Punia is building is related to the drawings. Pugna proudly presents the cat tower Isao also taught her to build. Edini, looking at the cat, senses that something strange must be happening where the sow is. A sharp close-up of the cat's eye makes it seem to share her premonition. Elsewhere, a black cat's eyes widen as it watches something from the bushes. During the Kinmugi tea-in, a voice thanks everyone for coming to the gathering. Through the window, Isao could be seen preparing for his food stall cooking class. Key members of the Commercial Guild are looking forward to the lesson. The innkeeper greets the large group warmly, glad to learn alongside them. Isao gently guides a young woman's hand, showing her the correct chopping technique. In another part of the kitchen, Shirohan peels potatoes while Tanyan tends the frying pan. Someone used chopsticks to gently lower a thinly sliced potato into a pan of sizzling oil. An elven woman pours tea, while a sour gives her an encouraging thumbs up. A hand presents the finished dishes and signals that tasting can begin. Around the dining table, a southerner compliments the home's spacious, clean kitchen. The innkeeper announces he will start selling boxed lunches at local events. A knowing smile and a sound show the owner knows what's coming next. The innkeeper offers a brief thanks and explains the high cost of heating the inn's large bath. He clarifies that having a south present allowed him to offer that rare luxury every day. Smiling warmly, a south says he and the young girl also enjoyed the bath. Seated at the table, Shurahan looks annoyed as the woman beside him writes with a quill. Sadia notices Shirohan's expression and asks about it, while Taeonyan eagerly proposes a trade. While Sakya mutters that she's not jealous, Taeonyan suddenly comes up with an idea. Tanya excitedly brainstorms, combining Sal's fried foods with local fish and shrimp. Asao agrees and says he'll also teach her how to fry fish and shrimp. The innkeeper has generously offered his kitchen for the next cooking lesson. A sour mood drifts into a pleasant daydream of a peaceful fishing trip with Louis, his cat. Lusa Magenes successfully catching a fish with a friend. Everyone works together in the kitchen, cheerfully preparing the ingredients for the meal. Sunlight floods a peaceful forest as birds fly overhead. A young girl named Luce walks along the water, curious about the different kinds of fish and asking about them. A woman praises Saozen's knowledge, but he humbly says it comes from his lifestyle. Luce looks up, confused, questioning what her grandfather just said. The salsa music suddenly stops, and he becomes alert when he hears a strange sound nearby. A desperate voice calls for help from the forest's dark undergrowth. When bystanders realize someone was being attacked, they immediately rush toward the danger. The assassin recognizes the injured creature and calls out Marona Chan's name in surprise. The kobold Marani frantically explains that a terrifying creature appeared and attacked everyone. The group surrounds the distressed kobold from the south, vowing to help him. Despite his pain, Maron tearfully insists they save the others first. A flashback shows a massive blast that sends Earth flying near the lakeside forest. Amid the chaos, armored adventurer Alahan fights off a troop of goblins. Alejandro holds his ground with a determined look, his sword and shield at the ready. A small goblin and a terrified kobold are shown crouched together in fear. Concern etches Alejandro's face as he watches the situation suddenly escalate. Towering above the terrified goblins, a massive crystalline goal rises from the tree line. Despite their courage, the goblins' crude weapons do no damage to the golem. Moron tells the group the large, scary creature is fighting the goblins right now. Asausen asks for more details and notes the goblins must have kept their word. Maron remembers an armored human who saved him, but is now losing the fight. A Southsond figures the man is either a guard or an adventurer, while Maron leads the way. The small kobold charges forward at lightning speed, leading them into battle. Asausen arrives at the scene and recognizes the armored adventurer as Alejandro. Alejandro turns, surprised, and asks why the old man and the child are there. The troll-sized monster is a golem, he explains, a creature not seen in this area. Aselson strokes his goatee and says calmly he might be able to handle it. Alejandro angrily rejects this and yells at the old merchant to run while he still can. With unwavering faith, Luce clenches her fists and says her grandfather is strong. A bright white magical light starts to radiate from a South Sun's hand. Alejandro admits the South has magic, but thinks fighting a golem is absurd. Sosan listens calmly as Alahan calls him insane for even thinking about fighting. He warns that a rogue golem, legends say, can destroy countries. A menacing close-up shows the golem's monstrous crystalline face. Luce stands unfazed by the sight and looks up at the towering monster with a cheerful smile. Luce tells her grandfather the golem's creator is gone, and he agrees it simplifies matters. Alahan, utterly bewildered, asked if they had even heard his dire warnings. Close by, the Maron goblins huddled behind a small shield for safety. A peaceful lakeside forest sharply contrasts with the looming danger. Away from the fighting, two figures row a small boat across the quiet lake. From up here, townspeople spot smoke and hear distant monstrous sounds. Worried, an older woman decides she must tell the guild about the disturbance. On a balcony, guild members spot a large dust cloud and wonder whether it's a tornado. Sadia says she's afraid the danger may be coming toward the town. The guild receptionist watches with a serious, concerned expression, pen in hand. They see a huge rocky shadow moving behind the smoke, confirming it's a monster. The receptionist sees the situation is dire and knows it could cause significant damage. Alerting the town's stores and clinics, she orders her companions to fall back. So confident in her speed, she says she will go, and Taoyan Yinyan quickly joins her. The receptionist, left behind with an armful of papers, calls after her fleeing friends. A guild receptionist watches her colleagues dash off, noting how quickly they move. She holds a document, watches a distant explosion, and notes their tendency to judge things too quickly. Across the water, a massive blast keeps erupting along the forest tree line. Her face shifts to deep concern as she studies the location of the disturbance. A growing dread makes her realize the chaos is near where the southern sun set. A griffin and other creatures fight in the forest amid a chaotic fiery explosion. The griffin's screeches were trapped in a maelstrom of destruction beside a shattered chariot. A furious Alahans yells at an old man, demanding to know if the man can hear him. From a safe spot, the young girl calls out cheerfully that they are all right. A salsa stands calmly before a massive dark golem surrounded by floating crystalline rocks. He looks up at the creature and notes how large it is up close. Jagged rocks and splintered debris swirl violently around the monstrous golem. A massive dark stone, the golem looms with two glowing white eyes. He warns Lucid it's not safe for her to return to town right now. He asks Luce to play with the floating rocks and shrink them. Determined, he promises to help her with his extra magic. Luce leaps into action and tells Resolve she will definitely give it a try. As Acel assists him, Luce unleashes a barrage of spells like Feeble and Paralyze. With focused cries, she continues her magical assault on the massive stone creature. She unleashes another powerful energy blast that slams into the golem's rocky hide. Azel watches her progress and notes that she is chipping away at it but seems hesitant. Damaged parts of the golem glow as they fuse back together. Luce watches in confusion as the damage she caused on the creature magically heals. Acel looks troubled as it realizes the creature is recovering on its own. Alahan rushes up to them, shouting that this proves it is impossible to defeat a rogue golem. He admits, however, that their actions have bought them some valuable time. The group realizes the other animals and monsters have escaped the battle. Now their only hope is to stall the golem until a powerful magic unit can arrive. Alahan thinks they can at least change his direction. Luce turns to her grandfather for advice as the golem absorbs more earth and grows larger. Dwarfed by the golem's immense shadow, the three realize they must escape. Isao recognizes the golem's remarkable healing power, but suggests another idea. He tells Alejandra to run ahead and protect everyone while he tries a few things himself. Alahan refuses, grabbing Luce and saying he will not leave them behind. The young girl tugs at the knight's dark cloak to get his attention. Luce smiles confidently and tells him that her grandfather is a very powerful magician. Alahan is speechless, his face a mask of shocked, weary disbelief. Acel watches the exchange with a gentle, knowing smile, eyes closed in amusement. Alone before the golem, he stands as Alejandro prepares to flee in the background. Luce asks her grandfather what they should do now that they are alone together. Asal explains his plan to turn the golem's remarkable healing power against it. Hidden in the bushes, Alahan calls out and watches them with concern. Kobold Maron shows up, surprising Alahan by vowing he will not run away. Alejandro tells the small creature it cannot do anything to help in this situation. Determined, Maron declares he will help a salsa this time. A sudden massive impact hurls a law hunt and Luz through the air. While falling, she channels a great deal of energy into her fist for a powerful attack. Shouting, she unleashes a concussive blast that hurtles toward the golem. An energy fist slams into the golem's torso, shattering its stone armor with immense force. Sweating and in disbelief, Alahan mutters that he'd said physical attacks were pointless. After landing a powerful blow, Luce joyfully tells her grandfather that she succeeded. Before the golem, Aselson warmly thanks Luce for her impressive contribution. The golem's damaged stone body begins to glow as it regenerates. A flash of magical energy sends the golem's shattered pieces flying back to reattach. From the sidelines, Armor read the notes and worried that such a wound heals instantly. More fragments of the golem's form magically fly back to reassemble its body. Chunks of earth and rock start to float up, pulled toward the hulking creature. With his glowing wand raised, Asalsaron says he hopes his unconventional plan will work. Releasing his power, he casts a massive heal, all spelled directly on the golem. From the bushes, Armor Sand asks the strange warm light, which is confused by the healing magic. He watches in alarm as the creature grows even larger. The golem roars, its form swelling as it absorbs the magical energy. Huge, the monster towers over the tiny figures of a South Sun and Luce. At a distance, a crowd of forest creatures watches Gollum's towering form. A band of kobolds and goblins notices that something is very wrong. Armor Sun sees the Gollum slowing and finally understands its southward strategy. The Gollum's rocky exterior cracks and hardens as its dark eyes become visible within the show. Luce looks up at her grandfather with a warm smile and congratulates him on his success. Calm and content, a Sun acknowledges that it appears so. A sweeping view of the port city reveals the petrified golem in the distance. City officials meet in a conference room to discuss sending a survey team to the golem site. Armorson reports that they neutralized the golem thanks to the magic user, a Saudono. He tells the council that a cell can stop the creature with only support magic. Two council members listen closely to the astonishing details of the report. A council magician says she has never heard of such a user. One official says Salsa must be an alias for a famous magician. Armorson says the young child with a cell was also a gifted martial artist. A long-haired council member concludes an SAO benefits the city. Armorson confirms that the Sal claims to be a merchant, but seems harmless. Two guards burst in, announcing they were from the East Fort with urgent news. Surprised, the guards realize they have interrupted the important council meeting. A bald official tells another man the Gollum situation is nearly resolved. Armorson insists that no matter who he is, they must properly thank a sour donor. The bald official asked Armorson where the mysterious magician was at that moment. Armorson explains that Sal went straight into the woods with the forest animals afterward. A huge crystalline block of petrified gallium stands silently in the forest. Various forest creatures gathered around a crackling bonfire in a clearing at night. A loose Sal and a host of creatures sit peacefully around the fire in the woods. A Salson comments on the massive golem appearing out of nowhere. Seeing the petrified figure, he locks onto the target and can no longer run amok. Luce cheerfully suggests the giant statue could now house birds. The majestic bird of paradise expresses formal thanks to the great wizard for defeating the golem. It says the creatures owe him a great debt for protecting their precious home. The bird keeps saying they consulted one another about what humans might want. It declares that they decided to give him one of its special decorative feathers. Both made a sound and looked up, clearly surprised by the offer. A sound tells the magnificent creature it didn't have to go to so much trouble. Ignoring him, the bird of paradise plucks a long, beautiful feather from its tail. Maron the Cobalt says in awe that it's a feather from a bird of paradise. Azel accepts the gift, comments on its beauty, and mentions that something about it feels strange. The majestic bird of paradise offers its beautiful tail feather to a Suzon. With a thoughtful expression, a salsa of murmurs and quiet appreciation greeted the gesture. Young and loose in the Cobalt Maron, he eagerly asked to see the magnificent feather. The great bird says the feather has a special, useful power. Surrounded by creatures, Assassin accepts their gratitude and recognizes their sense of duty. An old magician sits among the forest's many creatures, listening to their worries. Promising to inform the people of Ilaken, he will set up a safe haven for them. One of the kobolds says he was coming back from trading shiny rocks. Smiling in satisfaction, a Samsung concludes their business deal is settled. He glances to the side, his expression calm and knowing as he watches the scene. Two kobolds and a goblin watch with curious, slightly puzzled expressions. The cell sign says the petrified Gallum will now serve as a useful landmark. A towering golem of dark crystal stands silently beneath the glow of two moons. Travelers and forest creatures sit together around a warm campfire. The bird of paradise signals it's time to return to its nest. Spreading its wings, the bird blesses a Sausen for future travels. Its silhouette soars across the starry night sky, leaving the golem's peak behind. She waves loosely and says an enthusiastic goodbye as her grandfather watches with a gentle smile. Maron offers to light their way to the city with a small lantern. The kobold insists he's quick on his feet and will be fine returning home. Two moons light the night sky over the column's jagged silhouette. Maron says it was nice to meet them, but a south sun feels he caused trouble. A southern sun winks and shows he also got what he needed thanks to Maron's call. Surprised and delighted, the small kobold looks toward the old man after his kind words. A Sausen tells Maron to come see him in town if he ever needs anything. Maron eagerly asks Luce if she will come play with him again sometime. They flash a bright smile and make casual promises to go fishing or shadow step together. Maron asks what fishing is, and Luce proudly calls herself a fisherman's companion. A new day begins as the sun rises over the water's horizon. Arriving in town, Asalsa is surprised by a tall, torn building. Using his newly made fishing rod, he expertly tests how flexible it is. The owner of the large shop is utterly amazed by the rod's incredible bend. Luce asks if this is the rod he assembled from the materials they gathered. Asausan confirms he made the pole from a bamboo-like material. The friendly shopkeeper says he loves fishing and asks what the sow plans to do. Asausan says he wants a needle and thread that are specially processed. Excited, Aisha asked to hold the cool new fishing pole, and he agreed carefully. His apprentice asks if a simple fish hook can be improved. Shurahan asks about the local fishing methods. In Ilakan, most people fish with nets or harpoons, she explains. Shurahan points out that rod fishing is inefficient because fish often slip off the hook. Aisha points at her mouth to show worry about losing the fish. Tell Ryua you agree that rod fishing is less productive, but you're concerned about the equipment. Voicing his doubt, he considers consulting the Commerce Guild for solutions. Shorhan remembers the intimidating man at the guild looking displeased. The apprentice who enjoys fishing strokes his mustache and goes into deep thought. A bright idea hits him, a metaphorical light bulb appearing above his head. He suggests adding multiple needles to the end of the line. Admiring the master's cleverness, Aisha aims to catch even the smallest fish. Shirohan examines the new sparkling hook and line, her expression unreadable. Shirohan cynically says the Commerce Guild would push overpriced fishing gear. Zatsu appears in the doorway with a stern look and comments on their conversation. Stepping outside, he greets Shirohan and Satoru's group on a busy morning. Katero asks if a craftsman can be found for some specialized processing. Zato assures him he has found the best artisan, a skilled and visionary business partner. Steady and confident, he tells Setoru to trust him as if on a large ship. I should cheerfully ask her grandfather to tell Ru whether they are going out again today. Setoru gives a knowing look and begins to outline their plans for the next few days. A simple map in the dirt shows their planned trip to the blacksmith. As she walks through the port town, Aisha talks eagerly about the upcoming fishing trip. As they leave the inn, the group waves goodbye to a man wearing an apron. A quiet moment passes, its only sound the calls of distant birds. In a busy workshop, two blacksmiths hammer at a glowing forge. The head blacksmith in sunglasses says the other hook design is better. Dismissive, he refuses to change his fish hooks, insisting the current shape is perfect. Saint Arrow calmly says his new design could revolutionize the town's fishing industry. The stubborn blacksmith insists they at least hear his reasons. Zatsu quietly tells Satoru they should leave and trust his plan. A black cat watches from the window as he reveals a secret plan. The cat scratches at the window while Zatsu tells his friends to just watch. Zatsu calls to the blacksmith and asks what the blacksmith's cat likes to eat. The blacksmith looks up from his work, intrigued by the unexpected question. As the cat peeks through the window, he asks Cherohan if he has it. The craftsman stands stunned as Zatsu reveals the rare phantom Fullstragon's overbind. A look of disbelief and desire crosses his face as a bead of sweat forms. Katero watches, resigned, knowing a bribe is needed to move forward. Zatsu urges Satoru to share his ideas now that the blacksmith is listening. Katero slips his hand into his robes and produces a set of detailed drawings. Setting the papers on the workbench, he explains his new fishing hook designs. The drawings show several new hook designs, a technology not seen in this region. Leaning in, the blacksmith studies the detailed schematics with focused attention. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes how brilliant the designs are. He calls the ideas groundbreaking and praises the old man's genius. Seidaro asks politely to process them, and the blacksmith agrees eagerly. Having made his decision, the craftsman tells them to return the next day. Katero's group leaves the workshop with their errands for the day complete. A large pterodactyl-like creature lands on a nearby roof and watches the port town. A close-up shows the creature's intelligent reptilian eye watching the group closely. The group walks along a pier, unaware water is pouring down on them from above. Deep in a dark, water-filled cave, a lizard man later senses the old man's presence. He feels a surge of power when a subordinate asks what he has discovered. The leader confirms the human is the magician who once defeated a golem. With a powerful flap, the pterodactyl-like creature lands at the lizardman's settlement. As they walk, Aisha points out something in the sky to her grandfather. The lizardmen leader warns that their land and way of life are in danger. He's worried the newcomers' intense fishing will destroy the lake. Aisha points to the dinosaur-like creature soaring overhead, surprising her companions. The leader commands Tesse, his top warrior, to eliminate the threat. The muscular warrior Tessa rises and accepts his mission with a flick of his tail. Launches forward at immense speed, dashing to confront the newcomers. Deep inside a dark cavern, a band of lizard men gathers, while a lone silhouetted figure steps forward to handle the situation. A close-up shows warrior Tesse's determined face and his fierce eyes reflecting his vow to stop the threat. Elsewhere, Elder Seitaru looks up at a pterodactyl-like creature in the sky, taking in the rare sight. A panoramic view reveals a peaceful port town tucked into a wide sunlit bay. On the water, two fishermen in a small boat notice the fog thickening. Someone suggests they haul in their fishing nets and head back to the harbor. Out of the thick mist, the ornate prow of a mysterious ship emerges silently on the water. On the ship's deck, someone notes the vessel is clearly not a fishing boat. The two fishermen stand silent and stunned, their faces showing shock and apprehension. A heavily armored lizardman identifies the approaching vessel as a lizardman warship. The warship barrels by, its powerful wake rocking the small fishing boat as the men shout a warning. A fisherman complains that the large ship passing through will scare away all the fish in the area. His companion warns that the lizard man is armed with a sword and the situation is dangerous. The warship presses on, and one man notices its course and becomes increasingly worried. At its current speed, the hostile vessel will reach the town of Alucin in half a day, he calculates. One fisherman says he's uneasy and that they can't just let the armed ship pass. His friend insists it could be an internal conflict and a danger they must avoid at all costs. The first fisherman, worried, decides they must at least tell the port authorities. Reluctantly, his partner agrees as they watch the warship disappear into the distant haze. A wide shot opens on the beautiful, sprawling port town of Ilikin, with buildings extending over the water. Seidaru and a young companion stand outside a large round restaurant on a pier. Inside the bustling restaurant, Seidaru and his small companion Luce carry trays of food through the crowded dining room. An off-panel voice calls to Satoru, accusing him of not keeping his part of the deal. Sasha, a frantic young woman from the Commerce Guild, rushed in and said their exclusive recipes are now all over town. At a table, the apprentice asks the distraught Sadia what's happening as Satoru and Luce look on. The apprentice tells his tablemates the commotion appears to be about the recipes. Katero calmly tells Sadia to calm down and says he doesn't know what she's talking about. Sasha apologizes for interrupting their meal and says she was in a great hurry. Pressing Satoru, she demands to know whether he shared the stall's food recipe with anyone outside her guild. Luce eats happily, while Satoru firmly denies giving the recipe to anyone else. Sadia, visibly distressed, says this turns the situation into a serious problem. Her fears are confirmed when the apprentice says reports show Satoru's food is being served at other restaurants. Seidaru's eye widens in shock as he takes in the startling news. Sakia says it is hard to see how anyone could recreate the dishes without knowing the secret ingredients. A close-up shows the food on their table, including a fresh salad and bread. Satoru apologizes for the trouble and says he now understands why she was so upset. Smiling calmly, he says if the customers are happy, he is content. The apprentice reminds him the issue is the Commerce Guild's reputation. Satoru, holding his wooden cup, agrees to investigate the matter himself. Rummaging through her bag, Sasha says she knows where the copycat establishment is. A firm tap on the map marks their destination. The source is a restaurant founded by the Goldie Company, and it's a bit far from their current location, she says. Sasha, eyes cold with fury, says they will go and remind the insolent of their place. A vertical panel with a simple texture marks the transition between scenes. The top of a building with a flag waving in the breeze appears as the transition continues. A large tented restaurant stands amid a huge, chattering crowd of eager customers. Saitru grips his hand tight in the packed crowd and says the gathering is insane. Offering a bowl of dark fried snacks, she says they smell rich and tempting. Close-up shows the bowl filled with dark, stick-like snacks called Karin Ai. Foa, a young noblewoman, inspects the food with suspicion, noting it looks exactly like her own. At a busy lakeside restaurant, Bastia urges Satoru to be more careful. The attendant Bastia watches with a stressed, pensive expression. Inside the eatery, Satoru's group steps up to the counter to order. A hand places a plate of dark fried snacks on the roost table. Sadaru notices the familiar smell as owner Satya asks for his opinion. The group sits while Bastet stands nearby, watching the tense situation. Curious, young Luz puts a piece of the controversial snack into her mouth. Luz says it tastes different, and Bastia thoughtfully agrees with her. Smiling brightly, Lucic says the snack is delicious. Basta watches with a thoughtful, slightly relieved expression. Angry, Fawa insists the recipe was stolen from the guild. With the other patrons watching, Fawa says she will have a proper talk. Sadia asks what the fuss is, while Foer insists it tastes the same. Katero watches the escalating confrontation with a calm, unreadable expression. Fawa, the young noblewoman, snaps at her attendant, asking if he was watching. Fawa directly confronts Sadia, asking whether she owns the place. The young noblewoman's face is a mask of proud, determined anger. Sasha holds the plate, while Forward demands to know how she got the recipe. The owner's face hardens as she glares back, annoyed by the accusation. Fawa looks down with a sneer, convinced Sacha is guilty. Tensions rise as sparks of anger fly between the two parties. Bastia begs Fia to hold back, but Fia snaps back impatiently. Foe warns Best Stea that he will be blamed for any fallout. Patrons in the eatery turned to watch the confrontation as it grew louder. Setaro tells the weary Bastisha that he seems to be having a hard time. Bastea tries to mediate, while Saki firmly denies knowing any recipes. The attendant quietly suggests to Fawa that she give them some slack. He warns her that causing a scene will tarnish her family's reputation. Satoru calmly says they need evidence before fighting, while Luz keeps eating. With her cheeks full, Luz blissfully says how delicious the food is. The busy restaurant is thick with tension between the groups. A lakeside restaurant sits peacefully with distant mountains behind it. Walking the pier, Luz asks where Kanade is and learns Kanade is visiting family. A young girl tugs her grandfather's sleeve to ask about the conversation they had earlier. Sadero brushes off her question, saying it was not that important. He wants to hear more about that recipe. He tells Bastisha he once served a similar dish at his food stall. Satara says he's fine with it as long as everyone is happy. Foam wrongly assumes this is an admission and that everything is settled. Eagerly, she suggests they can now add more variety to their menus. Her companions stare in absolute shock at her complete misunderstanding. Furious, Sachia yells that Fawa is ignoring the rules for her own gain. Fawa recoils, stunned by the force of Sachia's angry outburst. Satoru watches the argument unfold, a faint, knowing smirk on his face. Turning to Basteja, he says young people are often extreme. A young woman looks on as a question mark appears above her head. Foe's confident demeanor falters, giving way to a worried, uncertain expression. Stea recommends they calmly revisit the issue for the city's sake. Someone asks Sacha if she will eventually teach the recipe to everyone. Someone points at FOA, angrily demanding that she explain herself instead. Aisha, a young girl, tugs urgently at the sleeve of her elderly companion Seitaro. He turns to her with a kind look and asks what is wrong. Aisha looks down at her feet and hesitates before speaking. Then she leans in close, cups her hand, and whispers a secret to Rossier. Hearing her, Satoru's expression turns to understanding, surprising their companions. He tells the group he just remembered some urgent errands he needs to take care of. He turns to the noblewoman Foa and her attendant Bastia and asks if they object to his leaving. Visibly stressed, Bastea politely excuses them, letting them leave. Flustered, Bastia watches them leave while Fawa looks on, annoyed. Kanad, the black-haired woman who is Sidero's other companion, watches them walk away. Then Fawa turns to Kanad and asks whether she managed to meet her family. Satoru leads his companions through town and tells them they must check on the errand's progress. Entering the cluttered workshop, they call a greeting to the craftsman inside. The burly blacksmith looks up from his work and grins, acknowledging Satoru's arrival. He asked them to wait a moment while he fetched the item they had commissioned. The blacksmith opens a drawer and pulls out a small flat box, saying this is it. Confidently presenting the box, he adjusts his sunglasses as if unveiling a masterpiece. Sidero watches with keen interest, impressed by the craftsman's confidence. The blacksmith offers a magnifying glass so you can examine his work in greater detail. Setarao studies a single expertly crafted metal fish hook through the lens. He says the craftsmanship is superb and the design is flawless. Pleased, the blacksmith admits he's surprised it turned out so well on the first try. Sen Arrow explains the hook's innovative design to surprise Sakya, pointing out the barb. The presenter explains how this feature, paired with a sturdy rod, will transform fishing. A young man watches the group's conversation through the workshop window. Sadia remains skeptical, doubting a small change will make a real difference. Keen to prove his point, the blacksmith suggests they try the new gear on the nearby pier. The demonstration is a huge success, leaving a large tub overflowing with fish. Sadia and Sadaru are amazed by how many fish they caught so quickly. Stunned, Seisha gasps at the incredible results of the new technology. On her turn, she eagerly reels in a big, thrashing fish on the new rod. Grinning with pride, she holds up the first fish she's ever caught. Hidden in the pier's shadows, cloaked figures watch the group's success with sinister intent. Seidru and Kanade realize they are being watched, and their expressions turn serious. Shadowy figures stare from their hiding place with dark, unsettling eyes. The blacksmith notes that his successful catch has already drawn a crowd. Local fishermen gather around them, stunned by the size of their haul. One of the fishermen says it looked like the fish were being sucked into the basket. People eagerly pleaded with Sadaru's group to reveal the secret of their success. Santa Cruz smiles warmly and says he doesn't mind sharing his knowledge. Local fisherman tests the new rod, grunting as he fights a powerful fish. Setero and Kanade share a worried look as the tension builds. A fisherman calls out to the blacksmith, respectfully calling him boss. Marveling at the rod's unmatched strength and flexibility, he asks for one of his own. The blacksmith refuses bluntly, saying he can't make the custom equipment just for him. Sadarot notices a new presence when Kanade turns slightly. Cold seriousness settles on Kanade's face when she senses the unseen threat. Katero feels a bead of sweat form on his brow as he looks up, filled with dread. Near the busy pier, a lone fish jumps from the water. They stand on the dock beside a few tents, looking out over the water. Kennedy, clearly troubled, apologizes to Seitaru for her brother's recent actions. She says her brother becomes totally absorbed whenever he goes fishing. Sentaro remembers her brother was a very skilled fisherman. With a sigh, Kanade admits that dealing with her family has always been difficult. A flashback shows a younger Kanade holding a fish and remembering the past. Excited, her father cheers as her younger brother makes an impressive catch. Two boys hurry off toward a little-known secret fishing spot. Her brother proudly shows crates overflowing with a massive haul of fish. A few days later, the villagers raise concerns about there being too many fish. Kanade must negotiate a lower price with the guild for their catch. Her brother brushes off her concerns, saying everyone seemed happy with the bounty. A close-up of Kanade's eyes shows her growing despair. At a local tavern, the guild announces limits on fishing and price controls. Her father, angry at the news, says he is going to the guild. Kanade tries to explain that they're catching too many and need to preserve them. Her father brushes her off, saying a fisherman's job is simply to sell fish. Defeated, Kanade gives up, seeing no point in arguing further. She laments that her family refuses to listen or consider the village's future. Now back in the present, she explains she wants to learn Sadaru's business methods. The group walks together as Luce happily holds Sadaru's hand. Sidoro calls Kennedy by name, showing he understands her difficult situation. He sees that she wants to care for both her family and her village. Surprised by his insight, the Canadian gives him a questioning look. He tells her she can help her family from another place. Seidaru is confident she will find her own way to do it. Kanade is visibly moved by his words, a single bead of sweat on her face. She quietly admits to herself that a simple solution feels almost too easy and even unfair. Satoru gives a kind, knowing smile and reassures her that it's okay to feel that way. A dawning realization spreads across Kandade's face as she looks at him. Nearby, the young girl excitedly announces she has caught a fish. A blonde boy helps her reel it in, and the two children share a moment of triumph. Tell room users how to make the most of the lake's blessings for everyone. Determined, Kanade sets out to bring happiness to her community in her own way. Luce proudly holds up her small, wiggling catch for the delighted blonde boy. Kanade smiles gently as her hair lifts in the breeze. Gazing over the wide sunlit lake, she knows her new purpose. Sadero glances at her and gives a small, barely noticeable nod of approval. Suddenly, a sleek dark object bursts through the water's surface. Curious, Luce turns while holding her fish as the disturbance draws her attention. Satoru's expression tightens as he confirms what's approaching. Armored lizardmen crew a warship that glides over the water. The lizard man leader declares he can read the human wizard's thoughts. A close-up focuses on the creature's intense reptilian eye, while the leader rides it. Sadaru and Kaned are both taken aback by the sudden, hostile appearance. Lucen the blonde boys look to show shock and confusion. The lizardman leader brands Sadaru an outsider and a threat to the lake's peace. Kanata whispers to Satoru, asking if he knows them, and Satoru says he doesn't. He warns his companions not to provoke the armed warriors. A muscular lizardman warrior glares down menacingly at Satoru in Canada. Later, the lizard man threatens that even women and children will not be tolerated. On the shore of a lake, a young boy spots a war party approaching. Kanade asks Satoru what he did, and he insists he did nothing wrong. Later, the lizard man forcefully demands to know what they are saying. Satoru says he's just a traveling merchant, which alarms his companion. A subordinate lizardman certainly saw the old man in a scrying crystal. Sadaru made a placating gesture and asked them to have a calm discussion. His young companion looks nervous, clutching a fishing pole for support. The lizardman leader coldly lets Satrum choose how he will die. Sadaru thoughtfully suggests they move to a more suitable place to continue their talk. Facing the lizard men, the group watches Sadaru approve the spot. Luce looks up with wide, worried eyes at the tense situation unfolding. Pointing to a distant field, Sadaru notes that it looks wide and flat. The blonde boy asked if he should call the guards, but Canadian trusts said to room. 2 lizardman warriors confer, and one vows they will not be defeated. Their leader sternly tells the horned subordinate not to panic. The subordinate says he wants to protect the village, even if it costs him his life. The warriors agree they must defend their home from the wizard. At the water's edge, the lizard men stand, and one voices doubt about their plan. Birds glide quietly over the still lake and the surrounding landscape. After moving, the lizard man leader confirms the new areas are acceptable. Satoru reaches into his satchel and says he needs a moment to get ready. Calmly, he sets a small tea set on a cloth on the ground. Watching with suspicion, the horned lizardman asks if the setup is a magic circle. Satoru looks up, his items in place, ready to begin his unusual gambit. With an open hand, he welcomes the armed lizard man to his tea ceremony. Lucy's eyes light up with excitement, and a blush colors her cheeks as she watches. His 2 other companions are stunned and confused by this strange turn of events. Dismissing it as a fake, the horned lizardman questions the wizard's actions. He warns his subordinate not to get too close to the unfamiliar magic circle. Kaniyid and the blonde boy turn to Satoru, still trying to process the situation. Zero asks the warrior to sit and explains it is a pre-war ritual from his country. Tessie, the lizardman leader, watches with a grim, unsure expression. A subordinate insists his family's honor is at stake if this becomes an official custom. The leader tightens his grip on his sword and says he cannot back down. Katero tells his companions to sit and points out that their opponents are different. She stared intently, her gaze fixed on the unfolding peculiar scene. The perceptive lizardman recognizes Satero's controlled posture as a legitimate form of warfare. 2 lizard men quietly discuss their options, one asking whether they should retreat. She tugs gently at her grandfather's robe, calling his name in a quiet voice. Sadaro leans in and whispers to the worried Luce, reassuring her not to worry. Recognizing that unfamiliar things can be frightening, he looks at the lizardman. Furious, the horned lizard man shouts that a lizard man warrior must not be underestimated. Pointing his sword at Satoru, he shouts his leader's name. Internally resolved to gather only information while preparing for the worst. Beside Tesse, a lizard man notes how calm he seems about the situation. Saying it simply gets a non-committal, "Ah, sure," as birds fly overhead. Finally, he confronts Sadaru, dismisses the ceremony as a farce, and tells him to get on with it. Sadaru calmly tells the warrior to sit facing him, just as he is. The lizardman leader steps back, his reptilian eye narrowing in surprise. Sadaro explains that the formal sitting position is called Sasa and advises him not to strain himself. The lizardman leader glares defiantly, warning the wizard not to underestimate him. At the wizard's command, he kneels awkwardly and accepts the strange ritual. The horned lizardman watches himself later struggle with the unfamiliar Caesar posture. Calling it a subordinate asset is fine, while saying to Rao implies a more comfortable position. On pre-battle conduct, Sadaru says the first step is to calm your mind. The wizard presents a bowl of tea and shows the customers how to offer it to the opponent. Sadaru says the discussion will start after the tea ceremony ends. People say his warriors try to stop him, but he insists on accepting the offered tea. The lizardman leader says he worries the wizard is a prophet who seeks merchants. Smiling gently, Seidaru assures them he will not deplete their precious resources. As he looks at the lake, he recognizes the need to prevent overfishing linked to food waste. Offering the tea to the lizardman leader, he hopes it suits him. He holds the bowl, his expression unreadable as he considers the wizard's words. His reptilian eye widens in surprise the moment he sips the tea. When he enthusiastically declared that he liked the tea, his aggression visibly diminished. Intrigued, he presses Seidaru to continue and explain the rest of his plan. Katero proposes a plan to cook and preserve fish to prevent waste. He explains that drying the fish is the best way to preserve it before cooking. He says using extra oil and batter will make the food more appealing to children. By taking a piece of dried fish, he shows doubt about the plan's effectiveness. After tasting it, he admits it's good and finds the wizard's words believable. The panel darkens as Tessie voices a final serious concern about the situation. With an emphatic gesture, he makes clear he does not trust the people of the nearby town. He warns that the greedy townspeople will overfish and ruin the lake. Katero nods thoughtfully and admits the local fishermen need convincing. Say you are now open to cooperation and invite Satoru to his village to explain the plan. The lizard man warriors watch, their expressions shifting to respect and curiosity. Seidaru asks his companion not to return to town first, surprising her. He tells a hesitant Kaneda he is confident they can reach an understanding. Kaned reluctantly agrees and asks him to be careful while she watches with concern. She watches from the shore as Satoru and Luce head out across the lake. In the lizardman village, Satoru is welcomed into their gnarled, tree-like dwellings. Laying out his plans to work with the town, he addresses the assembled lizardmen. Elisard's men agree that negotiation is necessary, sipping their drinks thoughtfully. Another lizard man cuts in, eager to see the fishing tools Seidaru mentioned earlier. Sudoro holds up his handmade bamboo fishing rod and points out how thin it is. He points out it can be made from common, easy-to-find materials. He describes the components: spider web thread, common bamboo, and specially processed needles. Impressed by how light it is, a lizardman realizes he could make the thread. Spotting a chicken-like creature, he sees it as a possible source of materials. The chicken-like creature turns its head, sensing the lizard man's idea. Katero looks at the lake and explains that better gear lets you catch bigger fish. Showing the specially designed hook to a curious lizard man, he explains its purpose. He points out the tiny rebounding bar, but the lizardman has to squint to make out the tip. Eager to try the new hook, the lizardman asked, and Seidaru agrees to fish with them. The lizard man remembers the elders wanted to join the visitor for fishing. A montage shows their successful fishing trip. At night, they fish by the lake, casting their lines into the dark water. Satoru and two lizard men fish together beneath a large tree at night. Satoru says he taught the younger lizard men during the day and praised their skill. Satoru, an elderly merchant, thinks about how responsibly the lizard men fish. A lone lizardman swears to guard the ancient lake for his descendants. Two moons shine as fishing lines stretch across the still water. A large circular commerce guild building floats peacefully on the water. A young employee peeks around a corner, wondering why her boss shows no concern. Panicking over Satoru's all-day absence, she finds her boss Shirohan unconcerned. Worried, she presses him for their plan if things go wrong. She finds the head priest Sel-Chiudo in a workshop and is surprised to see him. Proudly, the craftsman tells Sel-Chiudo the commissioned piece is finally finished. Flustered, the employee apologizes for bringing the priest all this way. Sel-Chiudo inspects the crafted item and calls it fantastic. Admiring the beautiful finish, he notes its resemblance to the goddess Ithro. Holding the chalice, he admires its intricate decoration. The craftsman asks how preparations for next year's festival are progressing. Smiling, Sel-Chiudo confirms the festival will be unprecedented in scale. The employee notes the intense workload the festival creates for the guild. Sel-Chiudo turns, a gentle, knowing expression on his face. He says believers from around the world gather for this event. Since it's in Alican this year, he must plan their hospitality carefully. The craftsmen suggest trying a food stall. The mention of the food stalls triggers a shocking realization about Satoru. Satoru and his companions reach a rocky clearing beside the lake. Although he asks about taking a boat, a lizardman cannot find their elder. Lizard men search for the elder as the water starts to churn. A colossal turtle surged from the water with an elder lizardman on its back. The giant turtle Setaru suddenly appeared loose, together with the lizard men. The elder lizardman greets the group cheerfully and says they have been waiting. His friend the turtle insisted on coming along, he explains. He recalls telling his turtle friend all about the traveler Seda Rudono. A massive turtle slams its foot down, shaking the ground beneath it. The elder lizardman asks Setaru whether he will take part in the contest. The turtle offers a ride and notes that Satoru must be looking for a mount. Satoru studies the unexpected challenge posed by the legendary creature. Luce looks up at her grandfather, curiosity on her face. Sadero kneels to reassure a curious Luce, telling them everything will be okay. The giant turtle watches them with a faint, knowing smile. Can it walk quickly along the pier toward the floating guild building? She finds Shurahan in his office, and he asks the stall girl what is wrong. Her voice rushes as she explains that 3 days have passed since the lizardman took Satoru. Unfazed, Shurahan pulls a book from a shelf. Kanade asked why the old man was there in the first place. Shurahan rests his hand on a book as he prepares to answer her question. Canada recalls Sidaro's mission to convince the lizard men about the fishing. As Shurahan flips through a book, Kanade says he has not returned yet. Shurahan is confident the old man will make it. Worried, Kanda asks if he really isn't concerned. Shurahan says Satoru's magical power rivals that of every local magician. Even after he reassures her, Kanan still expresses doubt and worry. Shurahan makes a dismissive gesture and snaps his book shut. Smirking, he says Taro will prove himself through actions, not words. Mio, a young woman, says you can never be sure what might happen, even with a Luce present. Her companion confidently brushes off her worries and cryptically says he feels a bit sorry for the lizards. Mio looked confused by the strange, unexpected remark. Elsewhere, a massive reptilian foot appears on dusty ground as a voice pleads with a Sidono for help. At a lizardman village, Elder Tian offers to present a giant turtle while the peddler Satoru asks what the creature is. Taian says the creature is a Sonido turtle, a legendary being called the Lord of the Lake. Taian notes that a usually quiet turtle taking an interest in someone is highly unusual. 2 other lizard men watch the interaction, one pensive and the other slightly surprised. Colossal turtle Senido emits a low, rumbling sound of affirmation. With years of experience, Satoru sizes up the situation and asks what this contest of strength will involve. Lizardman Asao says Sunido turtles are known for their great speed, and the contest is a race. Another lizard man confirms this, saying his great-grandfather told him the same stories about the turtle's speed. Nido, the giant turtle, lets out a small puff of air, and its expression is unreadable. A lizard man tells a local creation myth, saying their village sits on Sonido's massive footprints. Another lizardman gestures with his clawed hand and offers to tell his story about the turtle's power. The narrator tells how a mountain vanished overnight and left the land where the town of Ilakin now stands. Sonido's great power led locals to worship it as the lake's god. A lizardman turns to bring the elder in, presumably to confirm the fantastic stories. Taian deepens the legend, describing how Sonido once flew and breathed magical flames across the night sky. Everyone in the group, including Satoru and Luce, listens in awe to the incredible tales of Sonido's power. Sonido looks at Tian and acknowledges that the stories show the respect the lizardmen have for him. As Sanito looks over the landscape, it admits its memories are scattered after living so long. The giant turtle gently explains that the earlier tale of it flying was only a dream teen's grandfather had as a child. Katero gives a small, knowing chuckle when he hears the truth behind the fantastic legend. The traveling peddler tells the turtle he is only passing through and will have to leave this place eventually. Nido says it looks forward to the contest and expects it to be the most interesting match in a long time. Smiling gently, Sadero asks the legendary creature to go easy on him during their competition. 2 lizard men stand watching the contest preparations, their faces a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Tay signals the others to follow him to a better spot for the race. Wide, hilly, sparsely vegetated terrain stretches out, the ideal place to test speed. Sonido stands on the open plain, while Tayan says this area should be ideal for their contest. Luce looks over the vast terrain and wonders aloud whether Sonido pioneered this place too. Perched on a high cliff, 2 lizard men wait, ready to watch the approaching race. Manasao the lizard realizes they're about to see Satoru's true power and fears they may be in danger. Smiling, Satoru asks for the rules to find out how the winner of the speed contest will be decided. Teian lays out two ways to win, either by winning a foot race or by surviving a ride on the rampaging lord. Kataru agrees to the race and asks how far it is, and Teian says it's a run to the largest tree and back. Turning to look at her, he reassures her that he won't do anything dangerous while she waits for him. Luke looks up at her grandfather, gives a bright, trusting smile, and agrees to his request. Tsunito stands at the starting line and asks whether they are ready to begin the race. The giant turtle warns Rue not to try to win, using only his physical body. Satoru confirms he may use magic to strengthen his body, and Teian allows it as part of his power. Two lizard men watch the pre-race discussion with Sirius, their expressions focused as the rules are finalized. Teian gives one last piece of advice and tells Satoru to check the route on his map. Studying the course, Satoru summons a small, glowing map projection into his hand. He says he's ready and admits he can't remember the last time he ran a mile. Tei, sitting on a clifftop with Luce, gestures for the two competitors to take their starting positions. The giant turtle's reptilian eye narrows in concentration as it gets ready for the race. Satoru's eye shows equal intensity and readiness as the competition begins. With a sharp downward chop of her hand, she shouts the signal for the race to begin. Raising a fist high, Luce enthusiastically shouts encouragement to her grandfather. Satoru and the turtle Senito launch from the starting line with an incredible burst of speed. Stunned, Senito can't believe his opponent's starting speed. From the cliff top, the lizard men watched, unable to believe how fast the old man was. Dust and displaced air mark their passage through the forest. In the woods, a rabbit startles as a blur races by. Sederot leaps through the air effortlessly, letting out a confident sound. Amazed by his speed, he realizes this is the first time he's run this fast. The ground seems to split under the sheer force of their movement. Satoru keeps his eyes on the path ahead with steady determination. Senito admits Satoru has a big lead and seems to have plenty of time. The turtle's eye shows his surprise and admits that being a leader is a feat. Running alongside his rival, Satoru returns the compliment, saying Sunito is as fast as he expected. The lizard Manacel says aloud that a creature so fast would never need a mount. With a knowing smile, Satoru says Sunito just wants to be with friends. The giant turtle gives a small, amused smile, enjoying the old man's insight. Satoru smirks confidently as he gets ready for the next leg. He announces they are approaching the turnaround point, a massive tree off in the distance. A wide view of the landscape reveals how far the two racers have come. On the cliff, the lizard men worry the old man may have fallen. Elder Teian remembers his contest with Senito lasted 2 or 3 hours. Lu says their starting speed was far beyond anything the elder had experienced. Another lizard man says the race might end before they even get to go fishing. Expecting a long wait, Acel considers napping on the cliff top. A rumbling sound and 2 dust clouds interrupt their casual conversation. The lizard men are stunned to realize the racers are already returning. Amazed, Teian comments on how fast they are and how the gap between them stays the same. Lizard Manasau concludes Satoru's stamina is superior and doubts whether it is human. Beaming with pride, she cheers enthusiastically and says how amazing her grandfather is. The race ends in a final, chaotic burst of speed and energy. A smiling lizardman spectator says they have a clear winner in the contest. The other lizard men are still stunned by the incredible display. As the dust settles, someone says he just witnessed a fierce fight. With a slight pan, Satoru looks relieved and glad after winning the race. Rushing to her grandfather, Luce praises him for being so great and cool. The giant turtle Sanito humbly admits the world is bigger than he thought. Sadero thanks Sanito for the great fight and says he's never met anyone so fast. Tell us how wonders are allowed if the day comes when he can ride such a beast. Another lizardman observes that it's unusual for older people to say such things. Sunito formally speaks to Setoru, who stands below the cliff as the lizard men watch. Pledging himself to Satan as a subordinate, he humbly asks to be given a name. At first, Sadero is puzzled and asks why the name Sunito is not enough for him. From the cliff, Teian explains that Sanato is the name of a race, not a personal name. Azel agrees and clarifies that the turtle wants his own unique name. Stroking his goatee, Satoru considers names related to tortoises and rocks. Luce watches with wide-eyed curiosity, sensing that her grandfather has an idea. Naito announces they still have one more game to play. A sudden burst of energy launches the final game, with Luz at its center. Riding joyfully on Sunido's back, she urges him to go faster and faster. Amazed, the lizard men watch and note how strong the girl is. The elder lizardman grins and says the young girl certainly has spirit. An off-panel voice suggests they have time and should try something else. Lucy cries out in pure delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Riding the speeding turtle, Luz says it's a lot of fun and suggests a sharp turn. The creature's wild movements send two watching lizard men tumbling through the air. Perched on a cliff top, a group of lizard men watches. One shouts a warning about the danger, while another cheers for more. A single sound effect captures Luke's pure joy during the thrilling ride. Rumbling fills the air as giant turtles skid across the ground. After the ride, Luz acted like it was over while the turtle Sunito, amazed, smiled the whole time. Sadaru approaches the lizardman, says it was a close call, and asks who he and the girl are. Sadaru smiles gently and admits he was about to step in because the situation looked dangerous. Sadaru proudly says his companion Luz is a very strong girl. Asked whether she had fun, she beams and says she enjoyed herself very much. The lizardman leader formally asks Sunito whether he has finally decided. The close-up of Sunito's eye conveys satisfaction and finality. Close-up on Nido's reptilian eye as he confirms he's satisfied with the outcome. Satoru looks at the ancient creature and calls him Sunito-san. Before the lizardmen, Sanito pledges his servitude to Satoru and asks for a name and to be returned. Standing tall against a cloudy sky, the lizardman leader has witnessed the momentous decision. Satoru smiles warmly and agrees to the giant turtle's request without hesitation. Overlooking a vast landscape, Satoru offers companionship rather than servitude, and Sunito accepts it gladly. Satoru thinks carefully about a name for his new companion and suggests Rosa. Newly named Rosa stands before Satoru and Luz, the name lingering in the air. Overjoyed, Rosa accepts his new name, and Satoru is pleased he likes it. The lizardman elder says farewell to Satoru and urges him to explore the outside world. Rosa gives a knowing look that shows she understands his new purpose. Urgently, Satoru places a hand on Rosa's thick, ancient shell. Satoru touches the shell and thinks about the vast history Rosa must have witnessed. He then reveals he was only recently born into this world. Luz looks up at him, puzzled by his claim to be her grandpa. Satoru gives a gentle, knowing smile and confirms her impression of him. At the cliff's edge, the lizard men wave goodbye and warn the old man to be careful. Luz waves on Rosa's back ripple energetically as they move across the water. Gliding across the lake, Rosa asks whether the speed is okay, and Satoru says it's just right. Rosa admits he isn't used to carrying people on his back. Satoru worries that Rosa's huge size will keep him from entering the town. Luz asks whether he can use magic to shrink Rosa, and Satoru explains why that cannot be done. He goes to the temple to consult Ithrel for a solution. A wide shot shows the lakeside town with buildings along the shore and on floating platforms. At the edge of town, Satoru tells Rosa he must wait while they look for a way. Lucy says she's excited and can't wait to walk with Rhodes in town. Walking through the market, Satoru worries quietly about the dangers of experimenting with magic. Luz longs for a magical shrinking potion like the one in the story she knows. They walk along a wooden pier toward a large boat-shaped temple. Approaching the temple entrance, Satoru suddenly feels something is wrong. Head priest Salcido, looking worried, and his associate Asao hurry toward them. Salcido says he is rushing to pray for a believer who is in critical condition. Satoru steps aside politely and tells the priest not to worry about him and to relax. Luz watches with concern after they pass and hopes the person will be all right. Satoru and Luz step into the temple, where the robed Ithril turns to greet them. Ithril arrives at the temple and tells Sidaru about the recent chaos. Ithril blushes slightly and says they're proud of Sadaru's performance in the recent match. Sadaru smiles gratefully and says he would like to talk about his new companion, Rosa. Walking with a loose gait, Sadaru tells Ithril that Rosa is too large to enter the town. Ithril provides a magic tool that grants the power to change a creature's size. Satoru realizes he can use a tool as a catalyst for magic. Satoru asks Ithril to have the priest Salcido arrange the necessary magical tools. Salcido said Ithril then brings up the critically ill person, sensing that something is not right. To keep things quiet, Ithril will say she wants to entrust the patient to Satoru. Taken aback, Luz, Satoru, and Ithril react to the unexpected request. When Ithril asks if Luz will be lonely, she bravely says she can stay. Smiling brightly, Lewis explains that her grandpa had to help someone. Ithral returns a gentle smile and confirms she is right. Satoru watches, clearly moved and a little tired. Satoru and Ithral leave as Luce and a cat stand on the temple dock and wish them well. The large tented boat temple stands against a mountainous shoreline. While you wait, happily pet a purring black cat on a wooden pier. Two of Lucy's friends see her from a distance and point at her with concern. Lucy's blonde friend calls her name with a worried look. They rush up to her, relieved, and ask when she returned. Her friends asked about her long absence and whether she was hurt. Everyone is completely confused when Luce mentions a turtle sand. With a dreamy look, she happily recounts her adventure running with the turtle. Friends find the story unbelievable, as if it were from a fairy tale. The blonde girl casually asks if Satoru is with her right now. Cradling the cat, Luce starts to explain where her grandpa has gone. She cheerfully says her grandpa went for a walk with a brown-skinned uncle. The black cat relaxes, content and enjoying a belly rub from Luce. The dark-haired friend realizes Luce is referring to head Pre-Salcido. She remembers Salcido has been praying for someone with an incurable illness. Luce proudly says her grandpa went to help, and she is waiting with the cat. Both friends absorb the surprising news that Satoru is going to help. The dark-haired friend gives a knowing smile while the blonde stays surprised. On the boat temple's deck, the friend explains that magic can sometimes cure diseases. Hearing this, Lucy responds with fresh hope and surprise. As dusk fell, Satoru and Ithral walked together along a stone path by the water. Ithral notes this area is full of merchants and trading company warehouses. They look up the hill at a lively village, and Ithral points out the lit house. A glowing butterfly of light flutters past a lantern as they keep walking. Arrow, visibly concerned, asked Ithral about the patient's condition. Ithral says it is a disease that requires special healing magic, confirming Satoru's suspicions. Ithral is confident that Satoru's power is enough to help. Say to Ro, with a troubled look, that they are unsure whether they should be helping only this one person. Ithra meets Satoru's gaze with a calm, serious expression. A glowing butterfly floats from Ithro's hand as they say this case is special. Ethereal reveals that this patient, unlike others, has not yet reached their natural end. Satoru looks up at the man in the story and repeats the profound line to himself. Ithral explains that the patient, by nature, should not be dying. Ithral uses a metaphor to show how a single unnatural drop can ripple through the whole world. The butterfly represents the ripples caused by that drop spreading across the world. A hooded figure gestures toward a glowing butterfly in the sky, using it as a visual metaphor for their discussion. A South Satero elder recognizes the profound effects of things that do not belong in this world. Jokingly, he asks his companion Ithro if another mistake was made like the one that brought him here. Both figures keep up a serious conversation as they walk along a rural path. Determined, Acel vows he won't abandon the person in need. His companion responds with a small, knowing smile to a South's heartfelt declaration. As they walk, Ithral stops suddenly, a questioning look on his face as he senses something nearby. Fawa sits alone on a park bench, quietly crying into her hands. A sound and his companions approach to the weeping foe, asked what she was doing there. Leaning in, the hooded companion whispers to the sow, asking whether the distressed young woman is the patient. Fawa looks up with her face streaked with tears and sees the two travelers standing in front of her. Tearful, she recognizes the man in the cell as the one she met earlier at the guild store. Quickly she stands, turns away, and wipes her face to hide her embarrassment. Steadying herself, Fia says she will come back another day to discuss the recipe. Asal regards her kindly and says her business can wait. Then he reveals that the Preselt Chido already told him about her family's illness. Startled, Full looks up as Asal steps forward and offers his help. Explaining his skill and restorative magic, he listens as she speaks sadly about the doctor's grim prognosis. Hope lights Noah's face as she considers the possibility of recovery magic. Desperate, she asks if her mother has any chance of getting better. Asao and his companion exchange a knowing look and appear to decide on a course of action. Asel quietly worries that his associate Sadia will be annoyed about the business delay. His companion makes a fist to show concern about the difficult situation. Filled with emotion, Fawa falls to her knees and bows deeply before them. Her sudden, desperate gesture startles both Asao and his companion. While bowing pretends to be tearful, apologizes for her past rudeness and begs them for help. The cell decides to handle the recipe later and asks Fawa to explain the situation to the guild. Smiling warmly, he suggests they go check on her mother's condition first. Relieved, Fawa immediately agrees and asks him to follow her home. Three figures walk up a path toward a grand mansion under the evening sky. At the entrance, the family's formal butler greets Fawa, his face showing concern. Fawa asks about her mother's condition, and the butler sadly says it has not changed. She reminds the butler they wanted someone able to perform high-level restorative magic. The hooded companion cheekily asked what that had to do with the recipe, easing the tense mood. Asal takes a deep breath and steels himself as they prepare to enter the mansion. Moving through a grand hallway, he notes the luxury of the commercial guild's home. It addressed him as Sadero Samum, and he confirmed his identity with a nod. Foe quietly hopes that even a small improvement in her mother's health would be enough. Nervous, she clenches her fist, and her anxiety is clear as they approach the sick room. The butler watches them, his face showing both hope and guarded doubt. A salary reassures FOA with a gentle smile and promises to do whatever he can to help. Fawa walks into the bedroom and tells her mother they've brought guests. Salin, her mother, welcomes them each week from her bed, looking pale and frail. Fola rushes over and urges her to lie down and rest rather than try to work. Selin says she wants to finish her task before her hands stop functioning. So introduces himself in a formal, kind, and respectful manner. He plans to use his magic to try to cure her illness. Selin responds by introducing herself and politely thanking him for his offer. When the butler asks, the hooded figure simply says he is a sales assistant. Asel sits by the bed ready to begin and asks to lean in so they can start the examination. The magician points his wand forward and casts the diagnostic spell EVALUA. Magical screens filled with data appear around the bedridden woman as Asel analyzes them. Close-up on Asu's eye shows his intense focus as he starts to understand. Results indicate the patient has paralysis, vision loss, and severe weakness. Asau realizes he is unprepared for this disease, even with knowledge from a past life. Startled, Sal hears his companion's voice directly inside his mind. The worried butler and daughter are unaware of the silent telepathic exchange. His companion confidently reassures Asel that he has the power to heal her. This visual metaphor shows that a higher level of recovery magic is required. The companion confirms Assad's power to resurrect will solve the problem. Weary, Sal thinks his companion is making it sound far too simple. Anxious, the patient's daughter asks whether her mother can be fully cured. First, the cell explains the nature of the illness to the patient. The sick woman listens and realizes he has identified her condition. He tells her she has several tumors in her chest, a form of breast cancer. She confirms his findings, saying she has felt a lump there. Asel says the disease needs treatment and offers to use its magic. Desperate, the daughter pleads with him to save her mother and promises him anything. Calmly, Asau and his companion reassured the distraught young woman. Renewed hope fills the daughter, and she agrees to let him proceed. Asau lifts his wand and casts the powerful healing spell Remission. They watch anxiously as the magic works. The patient Selin opens her eyes, calm as the light fades. He asks how she feels now that the spell is finished. Amazed, Selin flexes her hand as her motor functions fully return. Looking around the room, she is amazed that her vision is now perfectly clear. Her daughter asks if she's really better, and Selin happily confirms it. Asau and his companions exchange relieved looks, thankful the spell worked. The family butler stands by, completely speechless at the sudden recovery. Amazed, he says the madame was healed in an instant. The butler admits he has never seen magic this advanced before. He places the spell in the highest tier, alongside resurrection. Azel downplays the praise, saying he is just a simple merchant. The butler finds it hard to accept that such a powerful man is merely a commoner. A south appraisal confirms the illness is gone and advises Selin to rest and recover. With a bright smile, Selin thanks her daughter and says she feels much better. Fawa stands stunned for a moment, overwhelmed by the miracle. Tears of relief streamed down the foe's face as she showed how glad she was. Voa collapses into her mother's arms as Asel decides it's time to leave. Outside at dusk, Asau voices his concern for his young ward, Luce. After reflecting on the long day, he decides to return to the end. A voice from behind calls his name, stopping him on the path. Escorted by guards, the butler has caught up to formally thank him. He insists the Sau perform was a true miracle, not a small favor. The cell politely tries to refuse their offer to pay as unnecessary. The butler pleads with him to accept, fearing his mistress's foe would react. Sal finally relents, but asks for a single favor in return. The butler and his men are stunned by the unexpected request.